child.
Yeah, sorry about that, man. I didn't mean to dump that person on you like that.
No, that's fine. I called for help and you weren't there. I was like, oh, fuck. I'll deal with this then.
Yeah,
It was different.
That was different because you could know that that NASA's faking that there's stars in the sky because they're pasting them like stickers on in their telescopes.
Yeah. I'm glad somebody else heard that and I wasn't going mad. That's crazy. I mean, I get people think that flat Earth is silly and you can talk to flat earthers and say a load of real silly stuff. I mean, I don't know if it was a voice changer or somebody had recently kicked the male gentleman in the testicles to make them voice go that high, but it was definitely something. It was funny.
Uh-oh, he's appealing to people.
Who, Josh?
Yeah, he's appealing to Crit and to Yoder.
Oh, Josh is back?
Yeah, he was.
Oh. I know we're going to let him back in. Tell me, should like mic up.
No, I'm actually kicking him. I don't want him in here. He's gonna. This one's gonna sting a little. Yeah. So he's gonna realize the meaning of like being in here. Humility. Most of the anti-flat earthers that come in here, like Matthew Learns, for example, doesn't do the things that he does. So you're gonna learn. Yeah. Nope. You don't belong here. If somebody wants to have a chat with you, they can do so in another channel, not in this one. You overstepped your boundaries and you tipped your hand. You thinking that we're going to be here taking your bullshit? It's not going to happen, dude.
You got to think, it's not your gatekeeping. This is like meeting you at your level. That sort of TOS violations aren't something that's taken lightly.
On top of that, it was more personal to me. You're actually demeaning a platform in which I take seriously and I care about. So it was like a, I don't know, double
yeah,
thing.
Also, like on a day that's supposed to be about, a little more sacred than that.
So yeah, you did that to a platform that people that I care about. Maybe they might not think it's, you were doing as much as you did. I know what you're doing. So you're going to learn. You're not going to do that in any of our platforms. So leave willfully, or I'm going to kick you. And then next time, I'm not going to mess with disconnecting you. I'll just ban you. So leave. This isn't a democracy, Josh. Get out of here. All right, suit yourself. Is it a slash command in here, or is it 2 dots? Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll figure it out.
Is it? Yeah, it's been so long since I used any mod commands. I'm not even sure. I think there is a special, like it is different. I just don't remember exactly the details.
I serve my ban. No, it's not a. You don't get it, do you? It's not about serving a ban. It's about the great offense that you committed when you came in here. And some people might not take it like that. I did. So unless you resolve it with me, it's not. I'm not going to move from this position. I will not move. So you made your bed. Now you're going to lie in it, sir.
Yeah, you can get into bed with Alpha or fuck off. What did he do?
Let's see. He basically akin this platform to like huffing paint. He made it.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, sorry, dude. I do remember. Yeah.
Yeah. And so he did that as his opening gambit to coming in here. This isn't just a regular kind of like joking around. That's not what this was. He whatever he's dealing with in his life personally has affected him so much so that he wants to take out his aggression in this channel, and I'm just not going to have it. And I will stand my ground on this. He's not coming back to this platform. So you're going to have to just deal with it, Josh. Go to another platform. Go to Geo server. Go talk over there as much as you want. People can join you over there and talk to you over there. Just not going to do it on 24/7. And plus, you can listen to us on YouTube if you really want to. So you just, yeah, that is not allowed in here anymore. Like, I'm not going to let people do that to our platform. I think it's the IF command. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I think.
IFT.
Yeah, I can look. I can look again. Kind of just tabbed out right now. It's like you started off with like flat Earth, some like initials, because it will tell the bot which room you want to do, and then the person's name, and then the action, and then the time frame, and then the reason. But you don't have to put a reason; it'll just leave it blank.
So just FE.
Yeah, you give me 1 second. Do you want? I could here. I'll stop. Okay, give me one. Just got to tab back in. Um.
I found it.
Did it work?
Yep.
I tabbed.
It's
He's gone.
it's exclamation point F and then ban and then the user ID.
And there's a time frame that you enter, and then the reason too.
Not sure if it gave me that option.
Okay, yeah, because I'm going through the server, and there used to be a channel like that gave us all the mod commands, and I'm not seeing it now. A lot of the room, the server is really big. I went all the way to the bottom and I'm back up top, and
I wonder if they changed it like recently. 'Cause
yeah, I found it. Yeah, it's exclamation point F ban user ID.
yeah, that's it.
Yeah, here you go. Yeah, it looked like it worked for duration 24 hours.
Yeah, it's
no
24
reason.
hours.
Okay, do you want it longer than that?
No, I'll do it 24-hour chunks.
Oh, okay. Because I think after you add you can put commands in there to make it. I think that's the baseline, and then you can put reason too, and it will appear, because I think someone can do like different criteria. See, look at the one DJ posted it, like FE or FT mute, so flat text mute, user ID 1D. Trolling off topic, and then when the text box appeared, it said user ID, channel room, duration, reason.
I think you can add stuff too, like when you put that like exclamation point F ban or whatever.
Yeah. You can put other criteria in there.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do it in chunks because I think that him not knowing is killing him. It's killing him, and so it's got a sting, dude. Whatever he's done is gonna remember. He's gonna remember it. He's not gonna come back at like. If I do let him off, because like at some point maybe I will, but I don't know yet. Like, but if I do let him off of it, it's not gonna be like he's gonna come in here, because right now he's trying to override what I'm doing. He's like, I don't have the authority. I can't keep banning him, and he's gonna go to other mods. Other mods seem to think that they can override what I'm doing. Like he's overstepping his boundaries as to like how this platform is run, and he thinks he can run it his way, and other people are going to advocate for him, and they're just going to give him the right of way. So he's taking a lot of liberty in assuming all these things.
Yeah, it's kind of some sort of weird cringe power play rather than just get on board and just accept it.
You know, there's been some other people that we know of that have done this. They're kind of like what do you call it when you go behind the mod that banned you and you try to get other mods to like
mod shopping.
Mod shopping. Yeah, he's mod shopping. And like there's some people that like him, like and don't see anything wrong with him, but what he said to me at that moment was a great offense to like what we do here, like what we stand for. Like, I don't know. I take pride in this, man. Like, I just what it is. It is what it is.
You hear what Trump said about Walz, Tim Walz, a Minnesota governor?
What do you say?
The dude's well, he said that something I can't remember, like retarded or something like that. Like he's not thinking right. Like that something kind of very like plain speech. I mean, say, oh, it's not presidential, but Trump isn't that sort of presidential like view. He's just being himself, like legit. So just plainly spoke. Walz had said something, and Trump was just like, "Yeah, that's retarded. That's just dumb." I don't know why the guy would say something like that. And then Walz said, like when, like, oh my God, this guy just said this, how dare he, right? Like, what the heck, they completely overreaction to being called retarded or something along those lines. I don't remember the exact words. And then Trump said, yeah, not only is he retarded, but there's something seriously wrong with him. Imagine trying, like, I'm paraphrasing here, but he's trying to take the piss out of Trump for being unpresidential. And look at the way he just acted as governor. You shouldn't be freaking out that hard because somebody called you retarded. That's some kind of ego-driven. I mean, imagine if one of us called Walz retarded, what he would do to you. Like, it just shows you that there is some huge disconnect with the way they view the public versus the way they view other people, like that are kind of like in their league, if you will. Geez, like the storms over Thanksgiving weekend have stranded, or let's see, 12,000 flight delays, 1,400 cancellations. They're trying to get as many flights in today around the storms are coming.
Hey V, you there?
Yeah, yeah,
What's up, man? Do you want to go somewhere else?
yeah, yeah.
All right. Where do you want to go? Oh.
I have a few.
Regarde, on peut dire que tu vois, regarde, là on voit de l'eau. Oui, de l'eau. Puis il y a si on monte, comme tu dis, on monte là où il y a la petite
No, Grace.
Good morning, everybody. Hope all is well. Joseph, Eunice, y'all are new to me. Casey, Gabriella, Ciderphilla. Everybody else, good morning.
What's up, sheepdog? Good to see you, mate.
What's up, man? It's funny, as soon as you say their name, they like leave. Like, oh my gosh, you said my name. I don't know. Should we like, what do you think, Jedi? Should we randomly just like say once in a while, just remind everybody that's in here, especially when we got a full room, that the space is recorded and live stream. That way people don't freak out when they say, oh my gosh, someone clipped up my piece and put my name on it.
Yeah. I think that's
Yes.
a good idea.
Yeah, we could do it now and then. It doesn't really matter though.
I think so. Like whenever we like introduce the room, right? When we go down the list of the room, just a reminder, this is being recorded. Even if you don't think it's being recorded or you don't see anything recording in here, you never know if somebody is screen recording. So again, just a reminder.
Yeah.
You better behave yourself because you're on live stream, motherfucker.
I'm from the UK. I'm used to being bloody watched. So I just take it as read that I am anyway.
Did I ever tell y'all the story about when I got checked in the home server? I was really paranoid about being recorded. I was like, oh, I don't want my voice. I don't want the microphone turned on, blah, 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 blah. And then after being in there for like, I don't know, a month, I was like, you know what? They're probably recording me anyway without even me giving it permission. And so I decided to just go ahead and do it. Lo and behold, I was right. If you read enough out there, you'll find out that they're recording everything all the time, always.
Yeah.
Even if you don't turn your microphone on and you're talking to your friend in the same room, they're recording you.
We'll just put it in like the description of the room. It's like you are being recorded, and then we're covered.
Yeah, or act accordingly.
Yeah, well, I mean, if
welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, where your words are recorded and will be evidence against you.
Yeah. If you want to even make it sound more scary, tell them you're under surveillance. Use the creepy term. Right.
The recording more so than anything else, for those of y'all that might be wondering, is because a lot of people lie. And so we have to go back and clip. Sorry. We have to. Can y'all hear me? Hello?
We don't hear you, man.
All right, do you hear me now?
No.
Okay.
What? I hear you.
But yeah, no, like for those that are wondering why we record, because people lie and we have to go back and clip the piece that they said to show them that they were lying. That's the main reason why we record more than anything else. Like, yeah, sure, it's for everybody else to see out there, people who are new to the subject and they want to learn and they're afraid to come in here and have a conversation with us. But more than anything, it's just so we can, go back and say, hey, look, this is where you were wrong. Besides, it's cool if you're getting recorded. Now you get to be famous, right? You get to be the one that debunks flat Earth once and for all. Did you move yet, DJ? I don't know if you want me to say that on the live stream. I'm not going to go into details. I was just wondering if y'all had moved yet. Yeah, the room shrunk as soon as I said that you were being recorded. Well, that's an odd announcement. Cams only.
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very good. Thank you for asking. I hope you are in your best of health and spirit.
How can we help you today?
I mean, I'm just here. Today I'm here to be as a listener, to be honest. But since nobody is speaking, I have to take the charge of the speaker. As always. I'm English, and the polite thing to do is help. I and PM are used when you're afterwards.
You're mumbling. I barely hear you. Can you hear me, Jedi?
I
Wow,
hear you,
your
Dave.
voice.
Good to see you, buddy. How are you?
Your
Hello.
voice is so dangerous. It sounds like,
Hello. Hello,
yeah,
Alola. Do you think you live on a spinning ball in the middle of nothing? Go ahead.
you sound like a military general.
You want me to sound a little nicer? Do you think you live on a spinning ball in the middle of nothing? Go ahead.
Well, I have I have put forth my argument number of times, so if I do so again, JD will get annoyed. And
Why
then
was that
you,
not a yes or no question? I'm just curious.
well, I do. I believe that Earth is a sphere.
Okay, own it, man. Stand on all 10 toes. I own the globe. You know you're on a spinning globe. Go ahead, Jedi.
Of course, I know I'm on a spinning globe, and due to the spinning, I'm experiencing day and night. If it were to be stopped, I wouldn't have experienced this. Am I audible?
Yeah, Iola. Is that your name?
Yeah, it's Alola.
Yeah, you was here earlier, yeah? You said about astronauts, they've been into space and they can confirm space exists. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's correct.
Yeah. Yeah, my question to you, if you can, if you know somebody who knows an astronaut, why don't you get them to come in here and then we discuss if space exists or not? How about that? Do you think that's a good idea?
Actually, like I'm I'm asking that why not have a flat earther to be an astronaut and do so? Or maybe do a space funding and just like Katy Perry went or by the Blue Origin, it's a company which gets human to have a space vacation, right? So make a large mass crowdfunding to someone who is like a millionaire, because it will actually you require to pay a lot of money. And the Jeff Bezos company called the Blue Origin, you can sit on that space shuttle and have a view of your own.
Yeah, I think it'll be better if you can email, yeah, an astronaut or make contact with an astronaut. Try to get them to come in here, and then we'll talk about if space exists or not. So these astronauts can confirm space exists or
They
not.
would literally laugh at me
It'll
if
be
I do
better that
so.
way instead of you just saying, "Oh yeah, we got astronauts that confirm space exists." You can't just say that. It's better to get an astronaut in here in this channel and then talk about if space exists or not. That makes more sense, doesn't it?
I don't think astronauts are that free of a person who will come on Discord. I don't think they even use Discord. Hardly have I seen any astronauts having Instagram on the first place. Discord is far apart. So you're asking me, I'll email an astronaut and tell him that there's a group, there is a bunch of people who defer to believe that Earth is flat, and
No.
you, as an astronaut,
You just want You just want to bring the astronaut in here and then hear them say that space exists. Do you understand? Discuss the matter.
Wait a
It's
minute.
better that way.
So you,
It's better that way.
listen,
Instead of you
you are
and everybody else saying, "Oh, we heard astronauts say confirmed space exists. We heard them on TV. We heard them in magazines. We heard them in movies. Whatever. Just email them, make contact with them, and tell them to come in here if they can.
no astronaut would come. Trust me. They will think that I'm just, a dumb person. They will ignore my email.
They'll ignore your email. Is that correct?
Of course, they will do ignore my. You are saying that, okay, if I'm thinking, astronauts are not random people. In India, we have how much of an astronaut? We are just thousands of astronauts, and others are just space researcher or astro. And like in a country of such a big population, like 1 billion Indians, there's 1,000 astronaut, and that too out of 1,000, more than 30% work outside of India. They are associated with other space organizations, right? Why would they join the VC? Me asking to them to do so.
Yeah.
I have no
You're saying why wouldn't they join the VC? Yeah. Okay. And if space is real, why wouldn't they join the VC and discuss the matter and tell everybody that space is real? Space exists. If space did exist, they will have no problem coming in here and telling everybody about space existence.
They are not elementary or primary school teachers who have this much time to prove things. The easy part is why not you contact an astronaut and just have a discussion about it. That would be
But I am not making a claim that space exists. You are saying space exists. So I'm asking you if you can just email an astronaut. Are you from India?
Yes, I'm from India.
Yeah, so India landed a spacecraft on the moon, correct?
Yeah.
So why don't you make contact, email a Indian astronaut, tell him to come in here, and then we discuss what happened with the Indian moon landings.
Or why not, if you have a degree in physics or astrophysics, you contact them from your hand that you want to be a part
No,
of.
me contact them. No, I don't think space exists. I want you to contact them and bring them here and then tell everybody how space exists.
Listen.
I don't think space exists.
I'll ask him, listen, why not just simply have a telescope and just have a view of the space? It would be refreshing.
No. You can't just have a telescope and then look through it and then confirm space exists. You can't do that. There's a lot more data involved. There's a lot more scientific.
You are saying that there's no space, there's no universe, there's no solar system, there's no neutron stars.
That's all just made up. That's just all made up. It hasn't been proven. It's a fallacy. When you make a claim, you need to prove it. Do you understand?
Okay.
Demonstrate it, repeat it.
I'll ask them, tell me one thing.
It's just a story. It's a story that they tell everybody.
Is there a planet named as Jupiter, which is a gaseous giant which protects the Earth? Yes or no? You just have to answer yes or no. No explanation.
They're just lights in the sky. That's it. They when you look for them, they just look like a circle. That's it. That's all we know. We can't confirm if they are a sphere.
Do you have any idea how far are they? They are measured in light years. Light years. What do you know what light year is? Light year is the measure of light, how far a light can travel in 1 year. That's like insane amount of distance. It's not like fun and games. It's not like apple and oranges. Things get complicated when you go beyond the Earth. When you go beyond the solar system. You're not even, crediting solar system. Forget about going beyond the solar system. There is a very big thing, and you are a microscopic. Just saying that you do not believe in it, that doesn't. It's like saying that I have never been outside of my city. That means there's no world outside of the city. It's not like that. Just because you haven't.
It's not an extraordinary claim. You know the difference between ordinary and extraordinary claims, right?
JD. Okay, let me just claim to counterparting. Listen, you haven't even seen me. That doesn't mean I don't exist. I haven't even seen you. That doesn't mean you do not exist. I haven't
not an extraordinary claim.
That's a very basic.
I fail to see why you want to keep making the point where we get it, But this that you're trying to analogize with isn't an extraordinary claim like the vacuum of space.
What do you think? There's no space, there's no galaxy. Are you saying me that?
No. To be specific, the area of volume devoid of gas described as a vacuum uncontained from every other body of gas, that would be an atmosphere around a planet. To have a vacuum space uncontained from pressurized gas would be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, because the thing about gas is its power of indefinite expansion. So if there was a vacuum up there, all of the gas on our planet and around Jupiter, a giant gas planet, would disperse into that available volume.
But do you not know that many of the laws of classical physics get defined in space? That's why we have a different branch called astrophysics.
Okay, that's nice, but we're talking about laws of nature that, even to your story, are universal. Specifically,
Not
the laws of thermodynamics 1, 2, and 3. I'm speaking about the second.
I see that.
So you understand that when we're speaking about laws of nature, they're called laws because they happen this way without exception. You understand that, right?
I would have, counterattacked, but here the thing is, I don't have any degree in astrophysics. I have no idea what laws and how the things work outside of the Earth, outside of the realm where we live. So
okay, but we're on the Earth and we're within a vacuum. The laws of nature are laws of nature because they apply to the Earth and our environment. You understand that if you put high pressure into a container and then open that container, then the high pressure will disperse into the lower pressure volume, right?
Right.
Yeah, every single time you pop a balloon or you get a puncture in your bicycle tire, right, we understand entropy is a universal law. It's quite simply okay, then you need to demonstrate that it isn't.
There's also atmospheric pressure which is acting upon it, and
sorry, this is the problem. So you're using the word atmosphere, right? That's gas shape, right? How do you make gases form a shape? Put them in a container.
In order to get a shape of your gas, you have to gases take the shape of their container. So
bingo.
You do not make
bingo. So to have a sphere of gas, you're going to need the gas inside the container. At the moment, you've got sphere-shaped air on the outside of a container within a vacuum. Gas pressure, right, is caused by the force the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. I know English isn't your first language, but you seem pretty fluent. Pressure, it's got the word press in it because the gas presses. Because of its power of indefinite expansion, it's moving, colliding with other gas molecules. And the reason why the gas in your tyre is under pressure is because of the tyre. The gas is pressing against it. So to have gas under pressure like we have, we need a physical container for the gas to press against. Or if there's an available volume out there without a physical boundary, our gas would increase in entropy, quite simply spread out.
But you forgot that we also have gravity, which holds, and also the density of the gases, right? For example,
No, density, that's weird. I'll hold you to your first claim. I've forgotten about gravity? Sorry, where in the second law of thermodynamics is there gravity to mention?
Well, if I'm not wrong, the second law of thermodynamics, it actually talks about the system and the total entropy and the energy which cannot get transferred to another body, right?
Mm-hmm. So I'm still waiting for the mention of gravity. You seem to think that I'd forgotten about it. Nowhere in the laws of thermodynamics does gravity appear. I haven't forgotten it.
Okay, wait a minute.
Also, within the ideal gas formula, you won't find a G.
Hello.
Hi.
See, where in thermodynamics you're talking. Okay, how to explain it to you? I mean, see, the thing is that there are four fundamental forces of the nature. The one is gravity.
Sorry. Not for 110 years. If you're going to start saying that one of the fundamental forces of nature is gravity, then you and Einstein need to have a conversation. Like, you know who Einstein is, right? You know what general and special relativity, right?
Mm-hmm.
That describes gravity as not a force.
Gravity is not a force. Yeah, gravitation. Gravity is a phenomenon.
Gravity is not a force. In Einstein's field equations, gravity is described not as a force. It's due to the curvature and distortion of space-time fabric because of the displacement of mass. What are you talking? So the straight lines of space and time are curved because of the displacement of mass. So things fall into curved paths, to use bad language. So it's not a force, dude.
I never.
Okay, so it's not a force.
Actually, physics is not my strong point. I'm tripping right now.
You're tripping.
I mean, I'm not able to think that how should I put my ideas into words and like how to explain it to you, the gravity and everything.
I understand the words you're going to try to do to explain this idea that the reason why the gas isn't dispersed into the vacuum is because something to do with the Earth. The Earth makes the gas come back again or stop increasing in entropy. I know the story. The thing is, we would not need a scientific experiment that proves a validation of this story, which is a hypothesis. You're hypothesizing, you're predicting a cause of the gas pressure and the reason why entropy is being violated. To do that, there needs to be an experiment. Unfortunately, there isn't one. I pointed that out because gravity doesn't exist within the laws of thermodynamics. How could it?
Listen to whoever you are gotta type faster to debate. This time I'm not using ChatGPT, right? I'm saying whatever idea I have or whatever I did. I have the retention of physics from my high school and everything. Cause I left physics long ago. I only learned it till my, what to say.
Yeah, I just like, dude, I'm not holding you accountable, right? It's not you that says this. Pretty much everybody who has a basic understanding of the ideas of gravity. Sometimes people use the two together, right? Newton's physics, mass attracting mass, and Einstein's physics, the bending and warping of space-time, right? That sometimes people use them interchangeably and don't understand the history of the argument, why the gravitational concept was brought around, who thought about it first, why that idea was replaced for a better idea, but understanding that they're just ideas, they've got no real authentication through the scientific method. So it's not you, dude. It's just bad education. Like, I remember when I was at
No,
school, you get taught
exactly.
gravity's one thing, and then you go to university and they tell you it's actually something else.
Right now, I'm a student of atomic science. Yeah. Okay. But going by the idea of flat Earth, forget about physics. The geography disagrees with it.
The geography, pardon, say that last bit?
I'll tell you how geography disagree. I mean how it negates the idea of geographical things. Okay, if Earth is not do you believe that Earth is revolving or not?
No. I would say the Earth
Okay.
is flat, stationary, underneath the lights in the sky, sun, and stars.
Yes, same here.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'm having cold. Sorry.
You are excused.
Okay, hi. See, you claiming that the Earth is stationary.
Yeah.
I mean, do you know if the Earth would have been stationary, there would have been a massive destruction?
Sorry. You think if things stay still, there'll be a massive destruction? What do you think if the Earth that was spinning all of a sudden stood still, everything would go wrong? Honestly, in physics, it's the other way around. But carry on.
Can I just put forth my assertion and then you bring your reason up?
Yeah, sure.
All right, thank you. See, if the Earth wouldn't have been in a constant rotation, I forgot the speed, what the speed of Earth is, but if the
67
Earth,
million.
what? Can anybody? Okay,
Yeah,
you must
the
be not
speed
getting it. What?
apparently is 1,000 and something miles per hour around the equator,
Yeah,
15
that's
degrees
something
per hour. Yeah.
1,000 kilometers per hour. Yeah. So like, do you know if that if the Earth instantly stop moving or stop revolving, your body will start to move at a constant speed, right? And there would
What if
you
the
would
Earth
have
was? Sorry, I do apologise. If the Earth was to stop, no, the Earth isn't and has never been moving. So I don't understand why you're going to explain an Earth that would stop. The Earth has never been moving. I don't know why we're talking about this.
do
Let's
you
put it
know
like this.
centripetal?
Let's put it
Have
like
you
this.
heard?
Let's put it like this. You say it's moving. I say it isn't. I don't think any of us are going to say it once was or wasn't moving and I started again or something.
Could you please unmute from the chat so that I can tell this lads that we have studied in basic school of geography? I'm not reading it from any website or something.
Yeah,
Everybody,
we all got taught the same thing in geography.
yeah.
And
In geography, have you heard of the centripetal and centrifugal force?
Yep.
Yeah.
Could
May
you
I, may
please
I have
define it?
may I add to the conversation, please? Because I am listening and paying attention here.
Yeah,
I
please.
believe you were about to make a claim about if the Earth was to stop moving, this would start happening to our bodies, and that would start happening to our bodies. And I don't know how you were going to base that information or off what you were going to base that information, but from my observations, when the airplane lands and stops or the car stops and I get out of it, you know, I can feel the airplane moving and stopping and the car moving and stopping, and my body's fine. So you're going to tell me if the earth stopped moving, all of a sudden my body would do all this funky stuff. And I don't know how you would,
Airplanes.
where you would gather that information. It's just doesn't make any sense.
Listen, what you are talking about is the first law of motion, inertia. And here the thing is when the Earth is revolving or having a rotation, it's because that's creating a centripetal force which is
Well, no,
actually.
the Earth spinning is only a claim. It hasn't been proven. Nobody's
Then what do you
confirmed
think?
that. In fact,
Oh, hello.
every experiment that's been done to try to uh, confirm that or affirm it has failed.
Listen, a simple experiment to get the idea of centripetal force is, if you will drive your car in a round direction with a constant speed, you will have, your car will be certainly being, pushed towards inside, and that's centripetal force. And like centrifugal force is it's a, it's not a real, it's a virtual force. It's a created force just to negate the idea that it cancels the centripetal force, right? You know
Uh,
about it?
you're talking about the Earth moving and a car moving. The
No,
Earth does
listen.
not move. You can't prove that the Earth moves. I can prove the car moves. I can prove the car stops. But as far as the Earth moving, no. When I get on a roller coaster and I feel all those feelings, I know the roller coaster is moving and making my body feel those things. The vestibular within our ears allow us to feel the lift, the elevator, if you will, move even very slowly and stop. But
And
when
you
it
know
comes to
why?
the Earth, when
I
it comes
just
to the Earth, when it comes to the Earth moving, there's been several experiments involving lasers and other things, and none of them have verified the movement of the Earth. In fact, it proved the opposite, that the Earth doesn't move. So there's that.
uh-huh.
Hmm.
Actually,
Bro left. Bro got flabbergasted.
Well, I mean, I understand that he came in here with what we were all told, and that was what he was going with. How he could make claims as to what would happen if it was the opposite of what he was told and the Earth was to stop moving, I don't know where he would gather that information from. He's got nothing to base that
Like
on.
he studied till like
And
A1
and
level, like
as
school.
far as him leaving, unless that's him now trying to interrupt and talk over me, coming
Yeah.
back, he at the same time, he didn't research the movement of the Earth or experiments to
Yeah.
prove that, or he would know that there's been experiments done that have proved the opposite. So
Yeah, he just left abruptly. That just makes more sense.
No, that dude's been in here before.
because I can quite honestly say, not that I don't bullshit once in a while, I pretend to be sober if the cops show up and I'm drunk. But in the 9 months of research I did trying to determine if it was this or that, were we lied to, does the horizon bend, blah, 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 I found that information about the experiments to prove whether the earth moves or not and how to learn from a failed experiment. So before I even found this server and became a part of this family, I already was aware of that information as far as the globe side or the flat earth side goes. So it's just a lazy glober.
Really wanted to take him through the line of questioning, but he left already.
Yeah.
Is there any other Globers in here that want to go through it real quick to see if the Earth is moving?
Sir.
Oh, nice. All right, cool. Is the gas attached to the surface of the Earth? Because they say that the reason why the stars, everything in the sky,
goes from east to west is because the Earth is rotating from west to east.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so if the gas is not velcroed or attached to the surface of the Earth, then everything detached from the Earth would deviate from east to west, right? All right, never mind. I guess no one wants to go through it. It's all good.
By the way, is the Earth flat or round?
It's measured flat.
It's flat? Okay.
Yes. Yes, it is flat. It's measured flat.
It's also observably flat. The globe is a claim like this. A claim sounds like this: Earth curves or Earth spins. Like, I can see the boat disappearing bottom up, so that boat's disappearing over Earth's curve. Complete that circle. The boat should come up behind you pretty quick. That's a pretty tiny ball you're on. If you and I sit there and chit chat for 10 minutes or so and pull out a telescope or a phone or a camera and zoom in on that boat we saw go over the curve, oh shit, hey, look, there it is, way out there, even further than where we thought it went over the curve. Oh, I guess it's bending up. It's refraction. It's magic. Oh, the curve's further out. It's further out. That's the answer. We don't see no left or right curve, but we're watching shit disappear over the curve. It's just, you gotta really, the mind is like a parachute. It doesn't work if it's not open. But I wasn't trying to shut down your questioning or your interest in the topic here. If you're still here, sir, you asked, "Is the Earth flat or is it a globe?" And the idea is, if you understand it to be one or the other, you would present your findings, right? So if you think it's a globe, you would present your photo from space that NASA gave you, or
Is
your
he still there?
fisheye lens limits. I don't know, but even if he's not, there are people listening on YouTube.
Oh,
Your fisheye lens, bend of the curve, horizon, or whatever you want. We've had Globers come in here and claim many things, like they see the horizon curving from the CN tower, but yet people who have hobbies such as I, who jump out of airplanes, never see the horizon bending left, right from any altitude we jump from. And I'm sure planes fly higher than the CN tower in Toronto. So there's that, One guy said he saw it from a tall building in Dubai, asked if my plane flew higher than the building he was in. No, no, no. I jump out of planes that fly lower than buildings because it's funner that way.
I think that dude deleted his account, bro.
Quite possibly. But for any Globers listening, it'll give them an idea of what,
Yeah,
not
otherwise they think like we are doing something wrong, but we are not wrong actually.
not the Globers will know what not to come in here and say, such as I seen it from the CN tower, the left to right bending of the curve.
Yep.
I am a little bit one of the things that keeps me coming back here and sharing my thoughts and ideas and, trying to open people's minds to the brain rot of what their space agencies are telling them and or promising them for the amount of money they're yanking out of their pockets. So maybe things can come to somewhat of a level playing field where the working Joe or, business owner can actually get ahead and keep some money in their pockets. Is hearing the new ideas from these Globers that they come up with when they come in here. The old ideas that they've been ironed out a few million times already. The boats going over the curve, etc. But it's still interesting, Pop in here and talk about Elon Musk or the latest discovery in space. It's an interesting thing to hear.
Yeah. Have you jumped out of the plane?
Yes, it's a hobby. Yes.
Oh, wow.
It's not it is very exciting, especially the first time, but a lot of people do it. I'd like to progress to the wingsuit and do a little more free fall time, a little more time in the air before I pull the chute.
Oh, nice. Bro, our guy is back. He's there. He joined.
I'm so sorry, but I had to take my cough syrup.
No worries. Welcome back.
Won't you say get well soon or something like that?
My guy, please continue. Alola.
Continue what?
The earth is flat or round or whatever you're saying.
You're talking
Earth is
about the
round.
spin of the Earth. You're speaking about how geography approved it or something. Then you started to speak about what would happen if it stopped spinning. Okay.
And you just
We need to know if it
left.
is first.
Okay, JD, tell me that have you witnessed a volcanic eruption?
Yeah, from quite far away, but yeah.
From your naked eyes?
Yeah.
Where did
So
you
I was
witness?
in southwest Italy. It's like 2 miles across a spit of water to Sicily. And I think it was Mount Etna that was erupting at the time. So yeah, I could see that.
Have you witnessed the Northern Lights, the aurora?
Pardon me?
Have you witnessed the Northern Lights?
The Northern Lights, yes, I've witnessed Northern Lights quite a few times now, actually.
All right. Have you seen anglerfish?
I used to, dude, you're going to love this. I used to be a fishmonger. So yeah, I've seen types of fish, dude.
How come you saw an anglerfish? It lives deep inside an ocean. How did you get there?
I said I was a fishmonger. I've seen lots of fish. Are you trying to get to something that I haven't seen? I'm going to have to trust that they exist. We had the conversation earlier about ordinary and extraordinary claims. Volcanoes, ordinary claim. All right. So forgive me if I'm running ahead of your line of reasoning, but I don't think it's going to reach a logical conclusion.
Yeah, you're running ahead of my. I get bewildered by the fact that you're so smart and then again you say that Earth is flat. It's the sole point that brings the expectation from that high to a certain low point.
Do you know why we say the Earth is flat?
I mean, okay, the Earth is flat. You observed it, but from your eyes. You never observed it from a third person.
So that's not the whole story. I mean, we say it looks flat because it does, obviously, but then we say it measures to be flat. That's like taking a body of water and measuring to see a rate of change of slope or not. And then we then say that it's kind of obvious, right? We all measure the surface of the Earth to be flat. We practically use it that way for things like navigation, aviation, construction and engineering, like large-scale constructions like dams and bridges and all of these things. When we, and this isn't an extraordinary claim because we all do this. So when we, me, you, and everyone measure the surface of the Earth, we actually use it as the horizontal reference datum. Water's flat, we use it that way. Now, if the water's flat and we use it that way, then the water can't be curved, so can't be a sphere. So we say it's flat because it's measured that way. It looks it, damn right it does. But it's also measured and used that way.
Okay. You are taking the measure for the flat Earth. I mean, supporting a claim via the property of water that it only exhibits a flat surface, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, let's
Have you
put it like
noticed?
this. I'll help you. We're told that we live on a sphere. By consequence of that claim that give us the size of the sphere, there would be a measurable, observable rate of change of slope over distance of that sphere at approximately 8 inches per mile squared, giving us a visible geometric horizon at 1.2 multiplied by the square root of the observer's eye height in feet. That's where you get a 3-foot horizon when you're standing at the beach if you're 6 foot tall. So there's consequences to that claim. When we try to validate the claim that the surface of the Earth is curved, we don't measure any curvature. It means we measure it to be horizontal. So we take subsections of the surface of the Earth, primarily over bodies of water, but also land as well, short distances to medium distances up to and including 30, 40 miles, showing that over that short subsection of the Earth, where there should be most definitely Earth curvature to be observed and measured, we don't observe it and we don't measure it. So the Earth is measured flat. We do it all the time.
Bro, Alola, did you understand what he's saying?
It's actually very hard for me to, to get his
We know.
accent, to keep up with his accent. But yeah, I get some
His
point of
accent is
it.
perfectly fine, bro.
What? Okay, to answer the question of FFP Alaskan, since I'm muted in the chat, I have to say that in voice. Have you noticed when you're in a car and travel long distance, road surface keep extending and extending for thousands of miles and never curve down or drop down over a distance? Yes or no? Okay.
Yeah, because do you know, I drive for a living and I travel approximately about a week. I travel about 500 miles a week, so I do know what reality. I say this here because do you know a car? Yeah, do you know a car? A car is a very good tool to have to actually know what the surface of the Earth looks like. Because a car, yeah, you can travel long distance, like 100 miles, 200 miles, all the way up to 1,000 miles plus, if you want to. And the road surface never ever curves down. It just keeps extending and extending. So how can for you to claim the Earth is a globe, yeah, drop the surface of the road to drop down
Earth is not a
over distance.
mountain. That
And you hold on,
you will have.
hold on. You can't just say, "Oh, in reality, it doesn't work like that." It, if the Earth was curved and there was drop over distance, yeah, you wouldn't see it and notice it. You would. It would be so obvious. Have you noticed that the surface of the road never ever drops down?
Since you're in motion, and secondly, the Earth is not a very small mountain that you will have a steep floor and then upstream and downstream like that. Listen, the the deviation of the Earth after a certain distance is only 8 meter, which is like a quite a thing. Not, I mean to say that it's not something that you easily notice. And of course, since you're in a since you're in motion, that that negates the fact that you will be able to notice it, right?
Yeah, you would notice it because we use a laser beam to make sure there's no deviation from horizontal. Do you understand? To measure the surface of the Earth, we use a laser beam to measure over distance to see if there's a change of slope, especially the surface of the Earth.
You cannot use
There
a
is no
laser
change
beam
of
to
slope. There's no deviation.
cause
Therefore, the Earth
no
is flat, 100%.
no, you cannot use a laser beam as a relevant thing because you are like dismissing or diminishing the fact that the laser beam will have its path, like disturbed or something, disturbed or what is tampered, cause of the presence of air. You know, what do we call this?
Okay, no, fair's fair. If we can't use a laser, then you can't use a stick to prove the globe. You can't use sticks and shadows from 2,500 years ago.
I
What are you going to do with this stick in the shadow?
exactly. I never take these sort of examples, stick and shadow. I always take the example of going into the sky, not in the sky, going out of the atmosphere and having a view.
Okay. You haven't done this though, have you? Gone up into the sky out of our atmosphere. This is going to some kind of appeal to what the future, something you might be able to do, right?
And no lasers down here on Earth. That's not acceptable. Okay, gotcha.
Listen, just to believe in something, you don't have to see everything. I haven't seen many of the organisms in the ocean, but they do exist, right? I haven't seen Eiffel
Yes,
Tower.
this really isn't about belief though, dude. Look, let's put it like this: nature, my friend, the physical natural world acts in a certain way. Now, I don't care. Nature isn't going to care how you feel about it. It is the way it is, demonstrable to be true or not. And that's kind of what we deal with. So when you start saying, well, I'd like to think about going up in space, beyond the atmosphere, that's not verifiable. This is your imagination based on what you perceive and believe the world is around you because what you've been told. This isn't going to be your first-hand experience, is it? And this is the point, or one of the many points that we bring up. You believe the Earth is a sphere because you got told it. Your base observation of the reality in which we live in is it's flat and stationary. The claim is the Earth is a sphere, and you got told that without any verification, just a steel man story that's hard to pick apart. But when you test the claim, you find it's flat. Somebody wants to interrupt?
Sorry, actually he left.
No, that's okay.
That's okay. Yeah, okay, fine.
Yeah, I'm listening to what he's saying.
Okay, my bad. And I think that he got this information from like in like YouTube we get those recommended videos like as soon as you like open the app. I think he has seen those videos and he thinks what's stated there it's true, and he's trying to explain to us here. And I think it's his very first time explaining to us. So yeah, what do you think?
I'm so sorry. I mean, I got a call, and here in India we are having cyclones, so we are experiencing a very disastrous situation. Are you aware
Well,
that whole of the Southeast Asia is flooding? Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, having the highest rainfall.
Well, stay safe, mate, please.
Thank you. I'm actually very precious for humanity.
You are very precious for humanity. How?
Why not? I'm a vegan, so I'm actually saving the planet Earth, and I'm an environmentalist.
You're an environmentalist. Okay, so
Yeah.
okay. How do we reduce the wastage of plastics, like which we are using on a daily basis? Can you like help us?
Okay. See,
Like
the first thing, I have literally stopped using like any poly bag or polythene. I carry my own jute bag and things like that. Secondly, I carry my own water bottle, which is made up of bamboo, so it's very good, you know. And like apart from that, I actually sometimes try to be a smart consumer, and I do not buy packets which are made up of single-use plastic. I rather take the plastic which is called B rated, which can be easily recycled. And apart from that, I try to plant trees, or mostly fruit trees, which is economical, and flowers. Yeah,
so what about transport? Do you use public transport or do you have like Tesla or something?
I take metro. I'm in a metropolitan city.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So, guys, since
One more
you
question.
should be moving.
One more question. Like, how do we reduce pollution? Like, it's rising. So,
It's like on a personal level, do not burn anything, to be honest. Like having campfires and things occasionally, it's fine. Actually, it's not about reducing on a personal level. Actually, you should protest. You as a person or you as an individual, you're not creating that much pollution, that how much of pollution or carbon footprints are left behind. Just, I would say 5% of the population. And I'm talking about the billionaires. So they use private jets for everything, like every small thing. And rather than switching to something or just, being harsh upon yourself, protest. If not protest, petitions or anything, any mode, just, um, ask the people to be accountable for their own carbon footprints and everything. Nobody should be allowed to use private jets. I
So
mean,
because
somebody,
because the Earth is flat, we don't have to worry about carbon footprint anymore.
why so? That's a rubbish argument. Earth is flat, then why don't you not to worry about carbon footprints? Don't you see the effects of greenhouse?
Because
I
carbon
mean, even if
footprints only happen on a globe.
what rubbish? Have you like lost your brain?
damn.
Even JD would agree with me on the carbon footprints and greenhouse effect.
No such thing.
JD, do you believe in climate change or not?
I don't.
I think he would say yes, because the silence means yes only. Silence is golden, and gold is always correct.
Wait, bro, someone said no.
That wasn't JD. I asked JD, I didn't ask half headed brains.
Wrong room. Stick to topic.
Well, the topic is even if you're flat earther, even if you're central right, central left, leftist, liberal, whatever, care for the environment. At least plant a tree a year.
Hey, Lola, yeah. So when I go to the beach, yeah, and I watch the water, the sea water, yeah, it is actually curved. Is that correct? According to you, the seawater is curved.
No, no, but don't you know about the fact that your eyes actually try to correct images, like a minor changes is actually corrected by your brain when it forms an image.
No. That's not my question. Is the water when I go to the beach? Is the seawater curved? Yes or no?
Why would the seawater be curved?
Because you need curvature to justify the globe.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have climate change without curving oceans.
Alola, like, do you watch YouTube videos or like something?
Yes, I'm an influencer myself.
Oh, so you watch videos? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you believe everything you see on the internet?
Not at all. I only believe in books.
Oh,
But right now I don't even believe in
Can you
books
find
because
me a
right now
globe
every
Earth book? Can you find me a globe
no,
Earth book that has the measurements
no,
that
but
somebody
I have stopped believing in books as well because nowadays everyone is able to publish whatever shits they want to. So I
So
am
not
being
books anymore.
skeptical.
Now you don't trust books or the internet.
No, I do trust books and I do read books, but I make sure that I get to the credibility. I get to know who's the author is and everything, and then only I do so. Because right now it's all about changing the narrative and feeding propagandas.
It's always been that way.
No, it was earlier. I'm talking about not those history books. Of course, if you will read some, some sociological books, of course there will be propaganda or a bias. But I'm talking about books such as Homo sapiens or something, which talks about, how there were early humans and everything, or maybe some different types of books. For example,
do you agree that you're a Homo sapien?
oh my goodness, of course.
Oh, okay.
Why is that even a question? My God.
Because there's like a duck in your PFP, so we thought you were like
There's a female in your PFP as well. I don't think you look like that, or do you?
I doubt it, bro. I doubt it.
That was the lamest thing I've ever heard. I believe you're having a duck in your PFP, and that's why. What the hell? Guys, nobody's peeking, so, like, a
Hey,
quick question.
Alola, before you move
Hi,
on,
good. Did I
can,
win?
huh?
What, you said I won what? I won.
I said before you move on.
Yeah.
Can you say Jedi?
Jedi.
Okay, so that's how you, because we're an English hub, just wanted to let you know that's how you pronounce Jedi's name. It's not JD.
God. For real, girl.
Yeah, it's just been bothering me for a long time, so just wanted to let you know.
You have to have some respect, like ma'am, or like something like that. You cannot just say for real girl, like she's some random girl, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry. For real, ma'am.
Yeah, I think Ilola is trying to take over Kiwi's position. Actually, heard her
You're not
call.
you're not perfectly audible.
Oh, you know.
Carry on with your question, though.
Okay. I mean, I'm quite habitual in my college. I mostly say for real girls, so it
Are
came
you
out.
from Sri Lanka or what?
No, I'm from Delhi.
Where?
Delhi.
What's that? Can you like tell us more about it or what?
Yeah, it's a very historical city. It was,
Which is it country? Like which country? You know?
it's in India.
Oh,
Where are you from? I thought you're Indian as well.
I'm from Germany.
Oh, very nice. Ah, and what's so funny about what rubbish? Are you like trying to, troll us? This is so disrespectful. But anyways. Nobody's speaking, but if I speak anything and somebody will mute me saying, okay, this is not appropriate with the topic of flat earth. You guys like to be quiet instead of someone talking anything else apart from the flat earth thing.
Yeah, what
That's
about
so
flat Earth?
rude.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'm listening.
Hi, Professor. How do you do?
Good. I'm listening. Wanted to hear what you had to say about flat Earth.
Flat earth as a concept sounds like
Oh no,
something
it's
what a
not a
primitive.
concept. Is water a concept?
Well, water is not a concept. It's,
Right. So flat Earth is not a concept.
okay, flat earth as an idea lacks this, gives us a thing called what a primitive human being would say.
Why
Looking
a
at it,
primitive? What makes it different? What makes you a primitive human being to say that?
Didn't all the primitive human beings said that the earth was flat?
Until
There was a person in Greece who said that the earth is not flat and he was killed.
so, yeah, because he said Earth is not flat. Of course, he was killed.
And
That's what
later
you
on
get.
it was
That's what
proven
you get.
that the
That's
earth
what you
is.
get for lying to people. We should be doing that today.
Oh my goodness, you're so white. No, there should be no capital punishment for any sort of mistake.
What about lying to everybody?
Well, it was a truth
I
actually.
think he should get like banned from the server, bro. What do you guys think?
Who
For
should
what?
get banned? Banned for what?
I don't.
Just because I'm not agreeing to you? That's horrible.
I don't care what you agree to. It doesn't bother me.
Exactly, Professor. At least you are, what to say. At least you are liberal enough. But this guy is simply saying he should get banned from what rubbish?
I'm too white.
Okay, fine. I'm leaving your server if it's bothering you, Mr. Whatever German guy.
I never said that.
You did. Even Professor heard it.
I was just trolling, bro. Stop taking things so seriously, dog.
Oh my goodness. How can you troll somebody? Disgusting.
How is that disgusting? Am I throwing shit at you or what?
In this server, it is strictly prohibited to troll. Jedi,
Hey,
hello.
Alola, are you trying
Hi.
to stir up emotion?
Not at all.
So, when we look in a bathtub, is the surface of the water flat or curved?
Well, when you look at it's not curved.
It's not curved. Okay. So, what does that mean? If it's not curved, it's what?
How big of
When
a
you look at the
bathtub? How big of a bathtub do you need until the surface starts curving?
What
well,
about a
I'll
swimming
tell you.
pool? Is the
You need a
surface
10 kilometer.
is the
You need a
surface
10 kilo. You need a 10 kilometers long bathtub in order to smooth at the surface.
like a lake? Like a lake?
Yeah.
So a lake would be okay. Lakes are good for observation.
Yeah, but it should stretch 10 kilometers.
How about 20 kilometers?
Bingo. You will see a curve twice.
So, Alola, is the Earth flat or curve?
The Earth is is in the shape of geoid. Do you know it's not even spherical?
So, are you saying the Earth is not flat or is it flat?
It's not flat. It has never been flat.
Oh.
It's always been flat since the beginning of creation because it's the most practical and livable surface you can live on every day. A curved surface, it's not practical. It's not practical to live on. I'm sorry.
Is your source of information Bible or Quran? Because only these two religion advocates
My
for
source
the
of information is reality, outside reality experiences, because outside reality experience is undeniable.
So Alola, I posted in the chat a 19-mile laser observation over a lake that proves that the Earth. I invite you to go watch.
and you know what? Alaska, what you said about the car, the thing. The roads are designed in such a way that you shouldn't be feeling curvature. You should feel smooth and in a straight path. Actually, do you know this fact?
Do you know? I drive for a living. It's my part job. Yeah. I get in my
Yeah.
car every day. I look outside reality. I get in the vehicle and I drive to work. Yeah. I can see clearly what's ahead of me and what's around me. Yeah. I know the vehicle I'm moving, traveling long distance. Yeah. Over distance, it never drops down. And I know it's difficult for you to accept flat Earth at this time because flat Earth goes against everything you believe in since you were a child. It's called indoctrination. And that's a very powerful, strong belief system. So he's left.
Bro, rage quit.
So I gave you 2 over 20 kilometer laser tests proving the Earth is flat. Alola. Oh, he left. That's what happens. It's easy. Good morning, Professor Triangles.
Hello.
Oh, Alola's back. Hey, Alola, I put 2 laser tests in the side chat for
Thank you. I will definitely watch it.
I've got more. I just figured these 2 were what you were asking for specifically over, at least a minimum of 10 kilometers. But I mean, they're like 16 miles and 19 miles or 21 miles. So that's at least 20 kilometers, if not, right?
could you stream this video here, or should I watch it?
You'll have to watch it. I can't put it into the.
Okay, let me just go to YouTube.
But they're not that long. They're what, 13 minutes. One's 4 minutes. And the narrator does a good job of going into details about everything.
You know, even in the video, there's a note written to me. I mean, note written to all that flat Earth is an archaic and scientifically disproven conception of Earth's shape as a plane or disk.
Do you know why that is?
That's because globes aren't scientific.
Do you know why that is, Alola? Do you know why they put that little box?
Yeah, so that people should not believe whatever given in the internet.
No. Because they were brought to Congress and asked what they were going to do about why flat Earth was becoming so popular. Oh, flat Earth's becoming popular. What are we going to do about it? They said, oh, we're going to put a box in the corner of every video that talks about flat Earth. Say, oh, it's a stupid, archaic thing that we know it's a ball and only stupid people believe that it's flat. That's why they put that box. Do you want the video for that? I've got the video for that also. Here, I'll give you the congressional hearing for it. About
Can
that.
you share me Can you share to me a video which talks about how would the Congress or the world leaders would benefit from feeding us
Yeah,
idea
here.
that Earth is not flat?
I just posted it right now. This was literally like the guy that was speaking only had 2 minutes to get all of his questions out. And so he was talking to the YouTube person in charge, the person that was in charge of YouTube, the representative, and they were giving the explanation.
This picture is so cute.
Are you going to listen to what I said?
Yeah, sorry.
Going to interrupt.
Yeah.
So they were sitting. This person was sent by YouTube. They were like one of the high executive board members, or like right underneath the executive board member, right? Like the person in charge of this department, whatever that department. They were the spokesperson. From YouTube go talk to Congress about what they're going to do to devalue things that are considered conspiracy theory in the search engines, because conspiracy theories were starting to be real popular. And it's a little minute and 18-second segment for you to overlook.
Yeah, of course. Let me just go to the video and let me see.
Yeah, take a look. Welcome to the new people coming in here. Appreciate y'all. For those that are wondering, I myself to think flat Earth was stupid also. In a kind of a way, I kind of still do, since that, like, I can't believe that I was fooled by the nature of my reality, right? Like by something as simple as water. They teach you an equation in geometry. T equals 2 pi r, right? You know what the value of the number 2 is. You know the value of pi. You don't know the value of r. You don't know the value of c. So how do you solve for c? You don't know. How do you solve for r if you don't know? It's really as simple as that. Once you realize that and you wake up to that, then you can start asking questions more objectively, kind of pay attention to what's going on in the world around. Professor Triangles doesn't have to get on your ass too much about it.
That's correct.
I'm right there with you, Professor. Like, dude, Like I'm sitting there listening to people. I'm like, realize how stupid you sound. Right? Stop for 1 fucking second. A to B to C. That's all I'm asking you to do.
Okay, listen. And I watched the video. It talks about
Okay.
how do you deal with the conspiracy theories, and she said that they are providing boxers. And you know what you're saying, providing it's a good thing, right? If, like, for example, someone is promoting drugs or things like that, there's a general warning and there's a box provided that drugs and these things are not good. It's bad for your health, and it's in the general sense. Nothing like they are trying to promote a propaganda.
Who determines what propaganda is?
Yeah.
Who's
You're
the
so adamant.
propaganda police in your neighborhood? I'm sure you must have propaganda police by where you live. Who are they?
We don't have. Yes, it's JNU. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness. Hello, I'm not getting any free education. I do not need to get any free education. What
Well,
rubbish.
you're getting one anyway, whether you like it or not. If you're going to sit in here, you're getting educated.
Yeah. I'll
Educated
give you
about
another
what?
video.
You
Hold on.
people do
Here,
not
I'll give you
believe.
another video. I want you to watch
Listen.
this video, Alola.
Listen, I will
Alola.
watch it. Like,
Alola.
you people are not doing.
Hello. Alola.
Can I please speak, sir?
No, you're going to listen. So I want you to watch this other video right here. And this is a representative from the World Economic Forum who's also with the UN. And she talks about how they partnered with Google and YouTube by devaluing things that aren't the things that they own. They say we own the science, so you have to watch what we say you. So they put the things that they don't like low priority in the algorithm.
You know, see, internet is full of crap. Even if you will search that is
Doesn't
ghost
matter.
real, you will get.
Freedom of speech.
Exactly. Even if you search and things like that, there is a chunk of people who believe in, you know, what to say, supernatural things. Do you believe it exists?
How
No,
come,
right?
how come when I search Bigfoot videos, I don't get a big box that says Bigfoot is archaic? It's silly. How come we don't get it silly?
Can I please get unmuted in the chat section for God's sake?
I didn't even know you were
Hello,
muted.
20K. I got muted just because I was not, oh my goodness.
Oh,
Just because I was
were you posting anti-flat Earth stuff?
exactly. Yes.
Oh well, that's why you can't be posting dinosaurs and shit like that in this chat.
No, I was posting about, the evidence of evolution. You guys are not even believing in evolution. What the hell?
That's fake too.
What is evolution?
Okay, what the hell is the idea of having Adam
Show
and
me
Eve
the
and
link. Show me the link where a fish turned into a monkey.
Are you like mad or something? It takes
No, I
millions
want to
of
see
years.
gorillas riding horses. That's what I want to see. I want to be able to hire gorillas and then I'll get horses because I don't want to get up every morning at 4 o'clock in the morning to feed and water those things and then have to come back at noon and do it again. I want monkeys to do that or gorillas like in Planet of the Apes.
It's like talking to someone, who is in his middle school, just, got a hand on whatever phone or something and saying whatever you want to.
There's no evidence for evolution.
Alola, you're being very disrespectful.
There's evidence for adaptation. People adapt all the time, but there's no evidence for evolution.
That's coming
There's
from
evolution. Then what happened to the monkeys that are still here? They didn't evolve. Yeah, they got left behind.
Yeah. Oh my god. Guys, hello. What
Yes,
y'all
well,
did in your class? Did y'all turn a blind eye when you were taught about these things?
no,
Were
we
you
questioned it.
Were you bunking classes?
No, we questioned what we were taught.
Are you a
There were
complicated
al-
rock?
there were already answers were already given. Whatever he is speaking, that dinosaurs and everything. Every answer is
That's
giving.
why I asked you before, remember? Are you a Homo sapien or not? See for yourself.
Yeah, I'm
Are you
Homo
an amoeba?
sapien. Only the Homo sapiens are surviving. Other Homo neanderthals and everyone, they died. They got extinct.
The earth is flat.
Are you an amoeba?
What the hell, guys? Amoeba is still listen to be very careful.
Hey, let me ask you this: how do you know that a T-Rex had feathers?
I thought
But
this was
how
a
do you?
debate.
But at least you agree that the T-Rex was existing, right? That's congratulations. You're halfway there.
What on earth? Like I said, we all understand the story. We just question the narrative. We don't accept things just because, okay, we got taught them. And yeah, some of the things are most definitely true. Like water, right? It turns to ice when it's cold and turns to vapor when it's hot. We all understand these things, but that's because we can test them. Now, evolution, it's a lovely story. And just because you've got a good memory and you went to a lot of classes and you can remember it, doesn't mean that it's true unless it's verified to be true. Right? Remembering's one.
All the things have been verified. Don't you see there are museums having the carcasses of dinosaurs?
How has the theory of evolution been scientifically verified? True. Please provide me with the hypothesis and the experiment.
Yeah, how do you know what happened a million years ago?
Oh, question
How do
there.
you know that those are real bones? They found one bone and then they built the rest of the dinosaur around the one bone.
How do you know that you are
Did I
using a
lose
mobile
signal
phone?
with everybody?
What if it's a tool by the Congress? It will blast and take away your life. Right?
This
They are
is why
trying to control.
it's my friend Shush. This is why I get annoyed. I asked you a question. Right,
But all of a sudden, there was a bombarding of other questions.
I know. That's why I'm trying to redirect it round to the question, because the question was salient. It was on point and deserved an answer, because within the answer lies your problem.
We agree.
Good.
Your
So we
question was how? Yeah, okay, I'm coming addressing your question. Your question was how do you know evolution is true and what are the experiments proving the points, right?
yeah. What's the hypothesis and experiment that's proven the theory of evolution to be true?
Why are you laughing?
Because it's a malformed question, and if you knew anything,
All right.
do you want me to tell you? Scientific theories are based on hypotheses that have been validated. So for you to even call it a scientific or the scientific theory of evolution begs the question that we must be dealing with experiments then. Because if there is no hypothesis and experiment, then it doesn't fit the criteria for a scientific theory.
Okay. Can I go now? I mean, can I speak on it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm waiting.
See, the first part, how do you think, like, how do I know that evolution is real? See,
No.
evolution is real because there is evidence about it. We are having vestigial organs.
What evidence?
You are having vestigial organs. Your body hairs is a vestigial organ. Okay. And there are many more
Nick,
things.
show me the evidence. Walk me through the step-by-step process.
What do you mean? Show me the evidence? Just
Show me the link between the amoeba, the fish, the frog, and the monkey, and then us.
Okay, so you're highly, uninformed. I'll tell you. We did not evolve from an amoeba. Okay, amoeba is a totally different species. In Kingdom Group.
all life came from one organism.
No.
No.
There was a series of first of all, the very first thing which formed on the earth was a simple structure of RNA. From
So that
RNA,
there is thanks.
from RNA,
Just going to point out
version.
all of a sudden information's been created. Are we going to forego this miracle all of a sudden? That information just somehow happened to start informing itself. You start talking about RNA, DNA, that's code, that's language, that's information. No, where'd that come from?
That's a great point, Jedi. Like, how was DNA created?
I'll tell you how is DNA created. I mean, you guys.
Sorry, what is DNA and RNA? What is it?
See, both of them are genetic material, whereas RNA is, less stable. And you're okay. Both of them are genetic material, but RNA is less stable and DNA is more stable. And
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Information.
Information of what?
Well, at the moment, hold on. You said genetic material. That's code. That's information. That's a language that needs to be understood and have the ability to carry out the instructions. The information must have come from somewhere. I'm asking you where that all came from then.
Oh my God.
Sorry. Oh my God. At the moment, you're springing information into existence for no apparent reason. Yeah, you better be saying, oh my God. God will be the only one to deal with it. Sorry. Because you said it.
My God.
No, shush.
God, it's a simple exclamation.
I know. But because you said it, it's poignant to point this out to you. We're dealing with information. What do you require to have information? Where does information come from?
It comes from the simulation experiment of Urey and Miller. You guys don't even know about them. Urey was an astronomer and Miller was a biochemist. Do you know they carried out an experiment where they created the genetic material just by mimicking the...
He wants to run away from God.
Wait. Did you just say that there was an experiment where they created DNA? So something created DNA, right? Something
He said it was
some other intelligent
It
thing?
was a simulation, not an experiment. He said it's a simulation. That means they used a computer and they told the computer, make this turn into a monkey, and the computer did.
What rubbish. Can you guys please ask him, someone who do not have knowledge, to not speak about it? At least.
Okay, well, we also ask you not to be passive aggressive. We're asking you to back up your claim and hopefully getting you to understand that your claim is on very shaky ground. At the moment, we're just asking you within your evolution story, right at the beginning, where'd the information come from?
The information come from...
You invoked RNA, DNA, that's code, right? Now, these things must have already been structured to hold the language, to transport the language, and the things that are transporting the language to must be understood by the receiver, ability to carry out the instructions. So all these things are here then, are they? Then we're not going to beg the question that these things already exist. We're talking about life, dude. How it got here, mate. So where did that come from? How'd the information start? Where's the information starting?
I was about to speak on that, but you interrupted me. You were asking for experiments which proves that the Earth was... that the evolution is real, right?
Yeah.
And whoever is saying to me, stop reading stuff, listen, girl, I read it in my school. I still remember the Urey and Miller experiment.
Okay, that's lovely. I'm glad you can remember the story.
It's not a story.
Yeah, this isn't what I'm asking for.
Urey and Miller, they, according to the theories, they thought that okay, certain theories are claiming something, so they would created what was the condition of the Earth, which was perceived to as such like that. For example, they created a setup where they made a
They,
primitive atmosphere.
sorry,
Yeah.
hold on. Shush. They created a setup, did they? So you're going to need some kind of, I don't know, somebody who knows what system they want to organise, who's going to put the information into the system. At the moment, you've got these two guys creating a system where this would happen. Yeah. So you're going to need the knower that gives the information, puts all of the other structures in place, because when you're talking about code, you need three things that must be in place. One is the intent, the information, and the idea, and the language that needs to be transported. And like I've pointed out 2 times, the receiver that understands the language and has the capability to carry out those instructions. So you're pointing to me directly in the fact that, to get these systems in place, you've got to create the conditions that someone has to create the conditions. They're not just going to, happen all by themselves. And even if you can beg the question, put it in a computer simulation, it's not really what we're asking for. I still require the hypothesis for the claim of a hypothesis will involve something that you observe and your supposition of cause of what you observe, verified through experimentation. This, you can then go forward and create your theory on, because if you don't have this is just a wacky idea.
And then I want the null also.
Hello, are you done?
Are you that unsituationally aware that after 30 seconds complete silence, the person who was speaking to put themselves on mute? You have to ask if they're done. Is this some kind of passive-aggressive sea lion? Right? Are you trying to claim some kind of hard done by victim status at the moment?
No, I just want to say that instead of raising your words, you are trying to raise your voice and intimidating me by being loud.
Are you did you know offense is taken, it's not given?
Sorry, what? Come again.
My friend, I realise English isn't your first language. I realise where I am, so I'm trying my best to enunciate what I'm saying, speaking clearly, because I'm aware that
You are shouting. You are shouting. You are being.
I get pissed off when people talk through me.
You're talking through them.
Oh, that's not a language barrier or anything. You're literally shouting, and that's.
But you're talking through him.
Sorry, I think it's a politeness barrier. I'm raising my voice to be heard through you talking through me. This is weird behaviour. You need to address it, mate.
I mean, whatever behavior it is, I mean, if you ask anybody, the tone was very harsh. The words were loud.
Look, just because you're talking in a monotone, low, calm voice doesn't mean you're not being rude by talking through somebody else that's already talking.
If I was being rude at any point of time,
It's tone policing, right? It's running away from the point that I articulated to you. I don't want you to run away from this, because I'm hoping it's going to be a learning tool for you. I don't know you, my friend, right? I haven't got a clue who you are, but you seem to be dying on the hill for evolution. From our understanding, that's really shaky ground. There is no scientific experiment based on a hypothesis for this claim of evolution. It's just a bunch of conjured ideas put together. That's why I asked you the salient point at the beginning, right? How did the information get here? Because you skipped that. We had to beg that question and hope that miracle had already taken place when you were talking about RNA and DNA. Now, that may be because what you got taught at school, but there's a little bit more of a road before you get to that. I'm pointing that out to you.
Okay, if we put your words in a simple box or in a simple word, what you are saying is we were all fed lies and lies in our school. Everything we were taught, not every experiment you can conduct, right? Some things are meant to be, you know, how to say it. These things which have been taught or were written in a book when you were in your elementary school, these were debated so many of the times. It was debated in the scientific societies more than 1,000 times. It had to be proved, and then only anything is get to you. It's not any half-baked knowledge or everything.
Yeah, education systems around the world where children just feed us the narrative. Now, like I said earlier, some of it's really, really. Some of it is based on. It might even be what country you're in, right? Because you might not. It could be religious. It could be social. It could be any reason. Your education might be completely.
My nation, it's a fundamental right to have a universal education.
Yeah. It's a fundamental right to have a universal education, but it doesn't mean that everything that you're taught is 100% true. What you're taught is the popular narrative at the time. It's always been. Let's look over the last 300 years. Our best guess. At the moment, we think it's this. About 50 years' time, everyone's probably going to go around and because what we say now is bloody stupid. Don't think that because we've got iPhones and stuff that standard still isn't there. We could still be saying things now that in 50 years' time, we're going to turn around and say that we're stupid. Now, if you just look at a brief course of history, like I said, over the last 300 years, because of the way that science has changed, that's obviously true.
No, we call it as a milestone or a stepping stone towards a higher success. We never look back to the early men and say they were so stupid. They were enjoying fire, a simple fire. They were so stupid. They
No,
invented the wheel. We
with fire, we're talking about development over time, specifically with history over the last 200 years of it. It's changed. Theories about things. I mean, let's look at, say, something about 400 or 500 years ago where leeches were the cure for all of your ailments. Now, at the time, that was really good thinking. Now, we laugh at it because it's stupid. Now, I'm not saying that we're coming up with the same thing today, but the same standards are going to apply. We get taught the narrative at the time. Doesn't mean that narrative is 100% true, because in 50 years' time, your textbooks might change like they have done over time as things change.
Look, what leeches ailment, what example you gave, that's called pseudoscience. And for example, do you know that before the creation of periodic table,
Mm-hmm.
how much of an effort it took from Newland's law of octaves to like Mendeleev's periodic table from atomic number, atomic mass from in your Mendeleev's periodic table, and then we had the modern periodic table. It was efforts of these things only. Mendeleev led the stepping stone for the creation of the modern periodic table, which is not very accurate because it still has fallacies for the position of hydrogen and lanthanides and octanides. But if in case if we further develop a better periodic table or further get some new elements, we wouldn't discredit the earlier periodic table saying that it was bullshit. We would rather say that it was one of the genius and it was the thing which led to a further good thing. It's like how we perceive things, and it was never said or it was never written anywhere that Mendeleev created a stupid or bullshit periodic table. It was the efforts of these people from the ancient times till now that everything is going in space. It was never super. Yeah.
Yeah, I get you. Have you ever heard of somebody called Nikola Tesla?
I have heard of Nikola Tesla, yeah.
Okay. Did you get taught about him at school?
Yeah, he did many discoveries, and we were taught about him in school.
I understand there's many people in many ideas that you're not taught about, right?
Right.
You have to go to, if you've got the money or the access, you're going to have to go to university to get that. And then you're going to have to go through the years, and right? That's not applicable to everybody, is it?
Yeah, it's not applicable, of course.
So there are different standards of education, aren't there? What you get taught at a secondary level isn't the same as you get taught at university level now, is it?
Of course, it's not. It's very different.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But why is it very different?
What we were taught in our elementary school, that there's a process called photosynthesis by which plant make food, but when you go in a higher standard, you get inside the process and get to know that there are Krebs cycle, dark cycle, Calvin cycle, same how the food is made. So it was always that, in elementary school, it's not like it is totally different from what you were taught. It's like you were taught, like, example, numbers. You were taught numbers in your school. When you go further in mathematics, there's a literally field for your numbers, imaginary numbers, and everything like that. So whatever you're taught in your school, it is the basic foundation, the laying stone of your monument. And
What?
the further you reach, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You've got a lot of trust in education, haven't you?
No, I don't trust everything. Like, for example, humanities, subjects for humanity, like, for example, social studies or things like that. Those are the subjects which do not have a definite definition or something. These are the perspective-based subject. But subjects like physics, chemistry, or biology, and these are like, these subjects are very much based on the foundation of what is proved earlier. We never see in subjects like physics or chemistry that any of the proven fact. Or if something is not proven, they will call it a theory until unless it is rigidly proved. But yeah.
Well, I'm glad you said that. And then you were talking about chemistry, biology, physics, and
Yeah.
these things have got to be proven, right? Because if they're not proven, then
Exactly, numerous things are being printed in Nature or any magazine, but not everything is printed in a book, because in the books you are only taught something which has been proven, debated, and which has shown its result. Science is all about observation and its
Oh,
proof.
you're not taught what's been proven.
What? Sorry, can you
You're
come
not
again?
taught what's been proven. You're taught whatever they
Yeah.
feel like teaching you.
They tell you that it's already been done, don't question it, and then you move on.
No. You are taught the basic foundation, and once you reach the level of PhD, you can do your own research. And if anything you're thinking that is wrong, then you can go ahead. Throughout the history, it has happened. Like, for example, Rutherford, the students of Rutherford, they proved Rutherford wrong, right? And like J.J. Thomson, Rutherford was a student of J.J. Thomson. He proved his pudding model wrong. So science is never like that. If you get something, you can, like, directly challenge it.
Challenge gravity.
Yeah.
Challenge that theory.
Right now, what is taught in your elementary school? Those I don't think you're taught theories in your.
Who challenged Newton when Newton came up with the theory of gravitation, or the law of gravitation?
The only thing which can be challenged, which has fallacies. If something does not have fallacies, it
No,
cannot be
seriously,
challenged.
like, who was on the other side? Like, that's a good question. If it's been challenged, who was on the other side doing the challenging?
Whenever you do so, in the scientific society, you have debates and everything, and you have to prove them. And of course, if you dig deeper, you will get to know that who questioned Newton and
I can tell you who questioned in the Council of Nicaea when the Catholic Church removed most of the Apocrypha from the Bible and left it with like 67
of course
books.
you can tell that, because most
I know
people
who
are.
challenged the Arian people challenged that. Who challenged Newton? Who challenged Einstein?
Okay, for the Einstein part, it was widely known that Einstein was debated by many other scientists.
Okay, name one.
I don't know. I don't remember. But of course, if you give it a Google search, you will get to know. It must have been well documented.
It must have been, right? Like some magical scientist did it.
No. Okay, I'll tell you. Famous scientist who challenged. I got it. Neil Bohr was the first one who challenged on his quantum mechanics. Then Werner Heisenberg, who challenged for his uncertainty principle. Then Erwin
When did
Schrödinger.
he challenge it? When did he challenge it?
Okay,
What
for
year?
example, yep, I'll tell you the year as well. In 1919, he was challenged by Arthur Eddington. Okay.
Okay. What did Arthur Eddington say? What was Arthur Eddington challenging?
He tried to prove Einstein wrong about the gravity bending light. But then while proving, he actually proved him right because he conducted an experiment and for which Einstein also became famous. This is one of the most famous thing will always read it in biography of Einstein, the name Arthur Eddington, because that made Einstein more famous because when he was trying to challenge and prove him wrong, he actually proved him right.
I think you're just like you're just narrating. I'm welcome.
Of course. Just what do you mean I'm reading? These things have happened. How will I know everything? Of course, you people are sending links and
All right, you know what? Just to challenge you, I'm going to do some research on Arthur Eddington because, and then I'm gonna expand this conversation, and then you're going to be proven wrong even more so on that.
Without even knowing, you are saying that I will be proven wrong. Okay, quite of a confidence.
Do you know why Einstein had to come up with special relativity?
No, actually, we were not taught much about modern physics. It was mostly classical physics.
Because George Goodell Airy and Michelson couldn't prove that the Earth was in motion. So Einstein was like, "Oh, well, we must be in motion. We just can't detect it because we're on the thing moving."
All right, I'm taking a leave. Bye. And I'm really no, I'm like it. I spend a lot of time here, and I'm really hoping that while doing these research, you actually you get something brainstorming and you start
Every
to
time,
question.
the more I research the globe, the more I find out they're lying. All right, so I mean,
Maybe
good luck, but
researching it. To stop researching it from YouTube channels and sites which are of flat Earth. Maybe start to do independent research and start with reading basic physics, like class 7th and 12th.
I've read basic physics.
Who are you? Who are you to say that? How do you know what he studied? That's rude. Why don't you just stop reading physics textbooks without actually testing what it says? How's that?
Yeah, like if you get a math equation, right? And then you're like, okay, well, how do I test this math equation? Well, let me manipulate this value over here and see if it changes what I see in reality. Let me manipulate this thing. Does it change anything? No. Oh, damn, the equation must be wrong then. No, the equation can't be wrong. Because it's a pretty good assumption of what we see in reality.
Plus, many scientists have tested it. I just can't name one.
But I do appreciate you putting me on to Arthur Eddington because it'll just be one more thing that proves the flat Earth. So.
What's up, man?
Did somebody say what's up, man?
Yeah, that's cool, man.
Oh, hello.
Man,
You
how's
might
it
need.
going?
Yeah, good.
So
How
how's the
can we help?
culture?
Is that the same Arthur Eddington that said that if your idea goes against the second law of thermodynamics, it's doomed for failure? Something along those lines. Paraphrasing, of course.
Yeah, same guy.
Yeah, it was wrong, something like that. If your hypothesis, you don't need to do an experiment. I'm paraphrasing. It's like the gist of it was, you've gotten the hypothesis. You don't even need to test it. If it's already against the law of thermodynamics, you're just wrong. Even if your experiment is validated, there's something else there because it can't go. There's nothing that can go against the laws of thermodynamics.
If your theory is set to be against the second, but to collapse in the deepest humiliation, it's got humiliation in there. I know that. Nothing but to collapse in the deepest humiliation. Says it all really right.
Yeah, nailed it.
Yeah. If you're talking about something that goes against laws of nature, everyone's going to.
Yeah, I find it odd that Arthur Eddington was promoted to a chair that Charles Darwin's son held, and he was coming up with his own theories, but Charles Darwin's son, suddenly dies, and then Arthur Eddington is promoted.
So that's all we get from that, guys. Arthur Eddington, Brute, Einstein, stop researching on YouTube, and then runs away. That's it. So we don't get to challenge what he said.
Are you not surprised?
Yeah, not really.
Come back. Let me challenge your premise, bastard.
Do you want him back?
I was getting annoyed by him because he kept crying victim, like telling Jedi like to stop yelling at him. Like that's the way Jedi talks. Just get over yourself.
I'm gonna randomly start doing it. Jedi, stop yelling at me. Actually, that's the calmest I think I've ever seen Jedi. Honestly,
I've been calmer than that.
I haven't been around that long, and I missed out on a year.
Oh, in my general day-to-day life, I'm a lot calmer.
Oh, I'm sure you are.
I just get frustrated with people because it seems to me that they're lying to me, they're lying to themselves. Somewhere along the line, that there's some confidence or there's something, right? They're defending a position. They have to squirm to get through the conversation, and it pisses me off. So why can't you just be honest?
Well, it's like Dre said a long time ago. It's all, what is it called? Sophistry. It's all a philosophical conversation. That's all it is. Philosophical masturbation.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think if Jedi was like talking to him one on one in a room by themselves, he probably would have been more honest. But it's like the presence of a crowd kind of makes him want to defend anything stupid that comes to his head. Like it's just he's defending it no matter what. And I've experienced that with friends of mine when I talk about the subject. And whenever they're around a crowd, they call me stupid. They shout me down. They say stop watching stupid YouTube videos. But whenever I'm talking to them one on one, they're like, I could see why it could be flat. You know, and they're actually honest. So this
There's a lot of ego and pride involved, isn't there? Sorry, Sheep.
No, you're good. Go ahead. Say it again, Jedi. I missed it.
All I said was there's a lot of pride and ego involved. Like you said, people come in and they're surrounded by people, so they don't want to look bad in front of people. It's weird. But when defending themselves is making them look bad. But anyway, sorry, Sheep Talk, carry on.
Yeah, I got a little bit of a background. Hold on a second. So yeah, no, like it's funny. Like I can talk to somebody in person, and give me like 30 minutes to an hour with somebody in person, and I'll have you questioning whether or not the Earth is a globe. But go online, and it takes like a year before you even start to like actually look into it, right? Like we just pump article after article after article at you, and demonstration after demonstration at you. No. And then after a while, you either become hardened in what you believe in, or you actually just decide to start taking an objective look onto things. But it's like, give me 30 minutes in front of face to face with a person, and let me walk you down the logic, and you're gonna be like, damn, dude, was I tricked? And then you actually start going in and looking at it yourself. A lot more honesty in person.
Give us half an hour with anybody, and we'll not only make them question like the globe, we'll make them question everything about existence.
Well, no, that's too far.
Yeah, it's not about questioning everything in existence, but you start looking at things, what you have come to know versus what people have been trying to pump down into your brain.
The only
Those
reason
are two
I
different
say
Far.
this,
That's what happens. Like you get them to question the globe, and then suddenly they start questioning if they're a brain in a vat, or if they have hands, or if they've ever eaten food before. They don't know if they even know if they're schizophrenic or not. Like that, no, that's too far. Okay, dial it back. Okay, you went like
wait, but
Spinal
you didn't
Tap.
understand what
I
I meant
tried
by
to
that.
turn you up to a 1 or a 2, and you went to 11. Okay, like try again. If you're questioning whether or not water is wet, okay, something went wrong here. Okay, there shouldn't be that of an existential crisis for you to no longer be determined fact from fiction or reality. Like, are you in a simulation? Now, if this conversation causes you to think you don't know for sure if you're in a simulation or not, something went terribly wrong.
That's not what I was leading with, but okay, man.
Yeah.
It's more of like once you understand, right, that you've been lied to about the heliocentric model, then you also have to start looking at history, because what they taught you about history and with the heliocentric model is wrong. You also have to start looking at physics, right, and other fields and subjects that all pertain to it. So yes, you're going to question all of reality in essence, or all subjects, if you will, because a lot of them intertwine with the flat Earth. That they push it down through all different sorts of fields, subjects, and mediums to get you to be a blind believer. That's why I say that.
I mean, you're fine to have blind belief if that's what you choose to have, right? But like, knowledge will always trump blind belief.
Was I talking about blind belief?
Well, the whole idea was to confront what you've been taught and determine if it was whether it was blind belief or if it's actual knowledge, right? Like there's nothing wrong with going back and questioning all of physics, right? That's the whole point of science, is to go back and question it and follow the same procedures that they went through and see if what they did was verifiable, or are they just feeding you a story based on pseudoscience, right?
Most definitely. I agree with you with that. But I also think, like with other subject, that same thing applies, right? Like, for example, history. How many just news articles do you have of the Smithsonian just obtaining like giant ass bones or other random shit from people that they found or discovered, and like, we lost it somehow. Kind of like NASA lost the telemetry data and stuff, right? So you're like, maybe I should question this. Like, what's going on here? That's what I was like. Because it all, at the end of the day, either confirms or denies one or the other. All lies.
Yeah, you'll need flat Earth for that. You can go really easy and just talk about like the food pyramid, the low tar safe cigarette. Let's see, what else was there? I mean, all kinds of things. Like the very easy things to talk about. Like what do you call it? Supply side economics. So there's some things out there that the government has said that is just objectively wrong. Just like so wrong that even at the time, people are kind of like rolling their eyes. You don't need to change someone's cosmology to get them to look at, did they really do unethical medical experimentation? Well, yes, they did. That's simple stuff, like very easy things to follow, like MK Ultra. These are not things that are conspiracy theories. These are like, you can just look up what the CIA was up to.
I just saw the title of the live stream, and it's actually brilliant. Motionless Monday, pure brilliance. Whoever came up with that, good on you.
Hey, Cyberphiler, are you there? Cyberphiler. I think that's how you pronounce it. Hello, are you there? Cider? It's your business. Hello, welcome. Where dost thou hail from? Thou comst do.
Has anybody spoken to Blue Jumper?
Blue jumper, yeah, that guy. No, we don't want to talk to him. No, I know who Blue Jumper is. I'm not telling him that.
Okay. Is it a flat earther or glower?
Yeah, he's a friendly.
Okay. You've been spared, Blue Jumper. What about cider phyla?
I just tried getting Cider's attention, but that person is not responding.
Okay. What about
I'm
Blink? Just
interested
joined.
I'm
Oh, sorry.
interested
Go
in
ahead, Cedar.
Cider's. I'm just saying I'm interested in Cider's profile picture. But yeah, couldn't get a word out of him. Sorry, did we just lose someone because of that? Sorry.
No worries. What is his profile picture? What is that?
I'm not sure if it's from an ancient megalith structure, possibly.
Okay, yeah.
I tried Gel. I haven't tried to get Gel to speak. Oh, here we go. We got a live one. LVX974. Go ahead.
Huh? LVX, can you hear us? LVX 974.
Indigo.
What are you saying, man?
Loca.
Either your connection is really horrible or I
Where
don't
are
know.
you from?
Oh, there we go. Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Do you know what the shape of the Earth is? Okay, maybe there's a language barrier there.
Where are you
Anakin.
from?
Oh, there we are. I am. Hello, Anakin. I'm from the United States. Where are you from?
I'm from Palestine.
Palestine. Okay, welcome. Do you have any questions about the shape of the Earth? This goes for anybody.
No, thanks.
Okay, no problem. Welcome for those who just joined. Do you guys have any questions about the shape of the Earth? Maybe Anakin, do you know what the shape of the Earth is?
you have any activity?
Say that again. I don't know if anybody caught what he or she said.
Do you have any entertainment?
Internet? I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. Intertent?
Yes, exactly.
I have internet, if that's what you're saying. That's what I'm using right now to speak with you. As I assume you're using the same thing. Okay, let's see who else is here. Stardust, welcome. I see you're in the chat. Are you able to speak? Okay, maybe he's not.
Curious has a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Do you have any activity?
1 second, LVX. Curious has a question. Go ahead, Curious.
What do you say?
I said 1 moment. I thought Curious was going to speak. Maybe he or she can't speak. I don't know, but go ahead. Did you have a question?
No, thanks.
Okay, no problem. LVX, how old are you?
Me?
Yes.
12.
Okay. I'm sorry to tell you, but the Discord rule is that you have to be 13 or older to join. So I'm going to have to remove you from this chat, okay? Unfortunately. Wait, that's the rule, right, guys? I'm not making this up, just double checking here.
Yeah, and any minors.
Yeah. Okay. How do I remove this guy?
Minors under the Discord's age limit.
Under 13, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I muted him or her, but I don't know how to remove. It's been a minute since I've done this, guys. I need some help.
Look at our commands.
Are
start with.
Are they allowed to listen? Oh, sorry, T-Dub, you're coming in low.
Sorry.
Say that again.
I was just saying that it's exclamation mark and then F and then BAN.
Okay. Are they able to listen in, or is that like we just got to get rid of them?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I feel bad because they were a bit they were cordial, so but okay. Let me do this real quick. IFBAN, or not IF, exclamation point FBAN, and then the username.
Yep.
Oh, that didn't work. Okay. I'll let somebody else take care of that.
This is Curious Tardigrade.
Oh.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, hey, Curious. Yeah, you're coming in really low. Very, very low, but
Let me try to increase my volume here.
okay.
What about now?
That's perfect.
Excellent. So I am interested in working with people who have sort of different worldviews than I have to do some investigations of moonlight temperature. And I wanted to get some advice from folks about how to, in a respectful way, approach the community. What are things that sort of kind of red flag somebody as a troll or a or as somebody that or is just going to be a sort of an oppositional relationship. If I wanted to find people who were interested in sort of helping me look at sort of design for moonlight temperature projects that I'm involved with, what would be the best way to go about that in a way that won't put people off and will kind of invite honest discourse?
Okay, sorry. You want to know, so you want to do an experiment with moonlight? That's the first thing, right?
Yes, that's right. So I'm interested in doing temperature. I've heard sort of discussions of is moonlight cold or or not, and I'm interested in getting more perspectives on it and working with people who I'm not seeing evidence that it is cold, and so wanted to get to work with people who have a different sort of initial understanding as I do, so I'm not just sort of in a little silo on my own with my own
What do you use to check the temperature? What do you use to check the temperature?
I was using a forward-looking infrared camera, and I was using infrared thermometers. And so I'm interested in how would you folks suggest that I go about finding people who are interested in doing investigations with me, and in a way that would be is respectful to the community here.
Just ask if
Travis, you're breaking your roboting. But until Travis can reconnect his stuff, yeah, I would say just ask nicely.
So what is
oh, go ahead, Redwin.
is it? So if this is an experiment, what's it an experiment for?
This is or to investigate whether moonlight has cooling properties or not.
And then what will that tell you?
Well, it's. I think it's an interesting claim on its own. Certainly, if moonlight is cooling, that would be strong evidence against that it is reflected light from the sun. But independent of that, it seems to me just like an interesting phenomenon that is or claim that is testable, and I think that it would be interesting to dig deeper on what the evidence is for that claim.
May I barge in? I could be saying something out of context, though.
But that was I couldn't quite hear what you said. Could you repeat?
May I say something? It could be out of context, though, and I would hope you people would correct me if I'm out of context.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to say that since light being a form of radiation, since it is a form of radiation, then it could never have cooling properties because light will hit anything and then will always either raise the temperature or will simply be absorbed.
Yeah. That is the perspective that I am starting with, actually. From my investigations, I have not seen any evidence of cooling, but I've seen a number of people making YouTube videos saying that they have evidence for that moonlight is cold, and that those are and I know that there are people within the flat earth community who hold the belief. So I'm trying to find some people who do think that is the case, who could help me look at my protocols for investigating this. I am starting from a perspective of I'm not seeing any evidence for cooling, and also the claim that it is cooling sort of mechanically doesn't make sense to me how that would work.
Okay, so just to give you my opinion, it's I've never done that observation myself personally, and I know, as you said, that there are some people who claim that. I've seen videos on YouTube as well, but here in this particular channel, we usually go based off of what is in relation to the surface of the earth when it comes to flat earth claims, right? So we deal with curvature, lack of, and whatnot. So if you want to do quote unquote experiments of moonlight temperature, whatnot, that's awesome. Go ahead, go for it. I would ask people in this community also possibly reach out to the people that you saw on YouTube to see if they're willing to do the observation with you. I've never seen anybody that actually, or at least a flat earther here in this channel or in 24/7 that claims that moonlight is colder, therefore flat earth. So that's something that you're going to have to.
I've never said moonlight is colder, therefore flat earth, but because I videoed me, I don't know where it's at now, with my laser thermometer that I use for checking all my parts, whatever I need to do, checking for overheating at work.
Mm-hmm.
I checked the light and it was cooler than the shade, and I checked it in like 6 different spots in my yard. So, and then I said, "Oh, I guess it is cooler," and that was the end of that. So, I mean, I've done that. I didn't say, "Well, the Earth is flat now."
Yeah, no, I would. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's fine. I was just going to add on to that, saying that that's something that you could also, you guys, you two, or you know, if Rodwin, you're up for it, like you guys can discuss that and then share your findings with him, and vice versa, equipment and all that stuff, and you know, maybe there's a reasoning to why yours didn't show cooler versus Radwin's or Professor Triangle shows cooler, right? So yeah, it is an interesting observation, in my opinion. I wouldn't say it's an experiment necessarily.
Yeah, I agree. So I don't want to use the term experiment, but in the observation to control for there are ways of controlling for variables, but I'm not manipulating any one variable. So I want to repeat what I heard. In this server here, discussions of moonlight, those sorts of things are not part of what you generally do. So it probably...
Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Perhaps I might be able to connect with Professor Triangle to find out the methods that he used, but this isn't a claim that you're hearing generally in the in the 24/7 flat Earth community.
No, because the moon has nothing to do with the Earth.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, let me just say this: we do discuss the moon. Usually on Speculation Sundays. I don't know if how long you've been in this server to know what that is. Okay, Speculation Sunday is just a time when we like to speculate on things, such as what is the moon, what is the moonlight, and so on and whatnot. So you can bring up that conversation on Speculation Sundays, and we'll be gladly, talk about it. So I don't want to say we never talk about it. It's just that there are certain things that we like to just stick to as far as the fact goes. So we don't know what the moonlight is. We don't know what the moon is. What aside from like what we're told, of course, what the globe claims are. So yeah, we do talk about it, but in the sense of speculation, if that makes sense.
Okay. Professor Triangle, would you be willing to share your methods with me and perhaps have a discussion outside of the 24/7 community to talk about what you were seeing, how you kind of went about taking those measurements? I could also share with you my observations so far that make me not have confidence in the videos that I've seen that are claiming evidence for cooling moonlight. Would that be something that you'd be interested in doing, sort of away from?
Possibly. Okay. What would make you think that their videos are wrong? Just out of curiosity.
So there are several things. For instance, I don't know where you took your measurements, but I'm seeing some people do a measurement next to a vertical wall and then one out in the open. On a moonless night, when I look around with a forward-looking infrared camera, you can see that things that are adjacent to a wall are warmer. Similarly, things that are on a horizontal surface, I've seen some things where people will point a infrared thermometer at the hood of a car and then the side of a car. Surfaces that point up towards the sky are cooler than the ones on the side. And it's pretty clear to see that with the thermal cameras. You can walk around on a moonless night and you see those. So those are just a couple of measurements that are taken underneath an overhang or underneath a tree. Are also on moonless nights showing up as significantly warmer than things that are not under a tree. And so things where it's under an overhang, on comparing vertical with horizontal surfaces, or things close to a wall, not close to a wall. Those are things where I can match the same results, moonless nights and full moon nights.
Well, I don't have any FLIR devices, but I would like to try that. I got to think if I have one I can bring home.
these the same things. If you've got a little something where you can shoot an infrared beam at an object and take the temperature. Those also are working. The fun thing about I could show you videos that I've made that will help you sort of see the patterns that I'm seeing with the FLIR. That sort of helped me figure out, like, if you were to look for if temperature, kind of how not to have these three sort of sources of, I think, kind of confounding variables.
Oh boy! So now I have to come up with a control and everything else to see to make sure we're not getting bad readings. Anyway, the way I did it, because I did it in 5 minutes, was I just took my gun, my laser point, the thermal IR, and it was next to one of my cars. It wasn't really close, probably about maybe 6 feet away. And I let the shade, was able to hit the grass and the concrete, and then right next to where the car was in the back end was concrete and grass. And in those two spots, I got the same reading: moonlight colder, shade warmer. And then I went around the house. So it was shade probably 20 feet away from my house, and then moonlight like right next to it because the way my house faces. And I got the same kind of reading there. And I also did it under a big cherry tree. So now I have to go try this again and actually make an Excel sheet, I think. And I can give you some numbers.
I would love that. I would also I would be very interested in just communicating so that we're on the same page with the methodology. I would love you to take a look at the stuff which I've filmed so far. My concern is, like, we're all blind to our own bias, that I may have, my blinders on. So as I'm doing my experiments, I'm really interested in, are there things that I'm not thinking about? Are there things that I'm not seeing?
And I'm not biased either way. That's why I said I have to go redo it, because you said could be radiating off something, and could. It sure could, but that doesn't mean it is.
Right, exactly. And we're on the same page there. Is there a way of could I send you a message with my email contact information to see if you'd be interested in kind of pursuing this further with me?
I sent a friend request.
Okay. I'm new to Discord, so.
And I don't accept messages unless you accept a friend request, because I have plenty of fans out there.
Got it.
You got plenty of fans.
Let's see. I'm looking in my pending.
Yep.
Professor Triangle. There we are. So I hit this check mark.
Yep.
Excellent.
And now you can type messages in there, throw all your links, and it's just between me and you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Professor Triangle. I appreciate your taking a look at this with me.
Sure. I don't mind doing stuff that, if it doesn't waste my time. And this is not, it kind of is, because I've done it once, but I don't know. I wasn't doing it controlled, so I was just shooting it to see, I wonder what's going on with this thing I saw on YouTube. And I said, well, it looks like it is colder. And that was it. Nothing to shout out. I didn't run out in the streets and yell at people or anything. I don't even think I told people. I think I just posted the video in here a couple of years ago when I did it. And it was a couple of years ago. and it was only like 15-second clip from my phone, so it probably never even got saved by anybody.
Yeah.
And that was a couple of phones ago, and I know I don't have it on this phone because I looked to see how far back these pictures go.
Excellent.
That's great, guys. But
Are you guys talking about moonlight?
Listen, guys.
Go ahead.
We're
Okay,
here
I'm
to
listening.
get to the bottom line, yeah. We're here to find the cold, distilled truth about the earth, man. So we better get to
Just go
debating
outside
this
then,
shit.
dude. Yeah, just go outside. Stop watching TV.
What you mean, bro? Man, what you mean?
Stop watching TV. Go outside. Get off the computer.
Why? This is
Get off your phone.
the
Get off your phone or computer, whatever you're on. Hang up and go outside and start examining the world.
no, bro. I already did, but got here my opponents.
So you're confused about it?
No, I got proponents about my worldview, man, right here.
Oh, I don't know. Man, maybe.
A lot of people claim it's flat. I don't buy it.
I'm sure you don't.
And I'm here to debate them.
Oh, well, there's all kinds of people in here that would love to debate you.
I know. I'm almost a regular here. Been on
Why
here
don't
for
you?
like
Oh, yeah. Why
half a
don't
week.
you go ahead and present your proof of curved Earth for these guys?
I will go, and we already done that here. I mean, I know T-Dub knows me. I know.
Yeah, and I've never heard it, and most of the people listening right now don't know what you're talking about. You got to remember, we talk to thousands of people every week.
I know, but man, listen. I always come with new stuff. You know, you can't keep coming up with the same old. Is there a curve or is it flat or is it atmospheric
that's the one. That's
refraction,
the first.
bro?
Yeah, that's the first one we start with. Once you get the curve, then we'll let you throw in balls flying sideways at large balls, floating in vacuums, water being balls in vacuums. We'll let you have all that, but you got to have Earth curve first, and then I'll let you have water balls in vacuums, air bubbles around balls in vacuums, all that shit that they have on TV. I'll let you have all that, but first you got to show me the measurements where you measured the curved Earth at, so I can go do it.
That's great, buddy. But listen, when we talk about curve, we us globe tards versus the flat tards, we always go on and on and on. And bottom line is, we will never come to agreement because you guys do see a flashing light over the Great Salt Lake, but we say it's an atmospheric refraction. You see, and there's no way to conclude for us and yourselves. What it really is,
Take a surveyor
There's no
with
way
you
to
and have
conclude
them go ahead and survey that out from one point to another in the salt flats, and then they'll tell you if there's an elevation change. How's that? You go pay for a surveyor, and they'll tell you if the elevation changes, and then what are you going to say to that?
I'll say to that, ask any surveyor that has done long distance surveying for building projects like over 120 kilometers. Did he take into account curvature of the earth? That's what I would tell you. If you're bringing up surveyors.
Yeah, the answer is no.
Yeah.
The answer is no.
Yeah.
The answer is no, dude.
Hey, bro,
Long
they don't get
distance
to take into Hey, bro, I'm talking. They don't get to take into account. They don't get to take into account something that they haven't presented measurements for yet. Okay.
And how do you know surveyors don't do that? Do you know surveyors?
They measured it. They measured curvature. Did they?
And they stay within the specs of their theodolite, and they shoot triangles to make a straight line. It's just sheep shooting triangles. And as long as you're getting 180 degrees as you go down this line, you're shooting a straight line all the way. If you're off a little bit, your numbers are off. You got to do it again until you get it right. You got to move those sticks until you're absolutely right. And then you move to the next point. And you can do elevation and left and right. How do you like that?
So you're a surveyor yourself, Professor?
No, I don't have the equipment, but I sure could survey if I had the equipment. Yep.
So if you go to surveying, like not school,
I don't need to go to school for it. Yeah, I don't need to.
Yeah, that's your opinion. But if you go to training for surveyors, they will tell you in training that you have to consider over long
No, they
distance
don't because
projects.
there's no, yeah. Okay, so if I build a mile long highway, I don't have to consider it.
Listen, just ask any
If I
surveyor.
build
Do
a
you know any
mile long
surveyor?
highway, do I have to
Why are you
consider it?
yelling? Why are you yelling?
Because you're
What's
trying to
wrong with
talk
you?
over me without answering my question.
But what's your question?
Well, you didn't hear it? If I build a
No.
mile long project, do I have to account for earth curve?
How long is mile in kilometers? It's 1.4 kilometers.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, then you shouldn't. As just like I said, if
So
you
don't, so hold on. I'm trying to write this down. So you don't account for earth curve in 1.4 kilometers, right?
I think not. I think that's too small of a distance.
Okay, so what about 10.4 kilometers?
Don't know exactly, bro. How long
So
does it need to be?
so at what
Go
point
find out.
does the guy designing that road when the mayor comes up and says, you know what, I don't want it 1 mile long, I want it 50 miles long. Then what do they do at that point? Do they just go back and tear out all the concrete and then re-pour it because they didn't account for 50 miles of curve? How do they do that?
You're asking me how surveyors do that. Listen,
No,
bro.
I'm asking you. Yeah, I'm asking you. How do you, when you change your mind, because you said it doesn't matter at 10 miles or 1 mile, that don't matter.
I said 1 mile.
20, 50 miles, yeah, or 100 miles for sure. So
said 1
let's
mile.
figure it out. Let's figure that out. So there's a certain point where the earth curve all of a sudden comes into play, and you can't even tell me why that would be.
What are you laughing about? All I'm saying to you, bro, if you happen to know any surveyors like in your vicinity, yeah, just ask them, bro. Have you ever taken into account Earth's curvature when surveying? I'm just saying that.
No. Yeah,
And
they
it's an
said no.
easily checkable fact. You can Google it right now.
I said no when I asked
Which
them.
means you said
So we have to go talk to
All over
surveyors
our
to know
town.
the
We got
truth about this
surveyors
planet we live on.
everywhere. We have surveyors all over our city right now. We're getting fiber put in. They're shooting lines up and down through neighborhoods, down through main roads, highways, everything over here in this direction. And when I asked the one guy by my house, he's like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Thanks, that's all," and I just walked away. I didn't want him to think I was crazy asking him dumb shit.
Here we go. I saved something from India. India posted something the other day. A plaque.
Great.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go, bro. Look in the side chat.
Here we go.
Read.
So
what does that say?
What I came
What
here
does that
to
say? What does that say, bro? Look in the side chat. What I posted.
I'll
What
look
does
in
it
the
say?
side chat just for you. And what are you saying with this? What do you want to say with this? I don't get it. What's your point?
That's a surveyor's plaque. That's a plaque in Chicago.
Yeah, and
the city datum is hereby established as a plane, 17,640 feet below the benchmark cut on top of the bottom stump.
Bro, why are you using like old like memorabilia to prove
What
the city?
memorabilia? Dude, you don't know what a datum is, do you? You should not be in this room if you don't know what those words mean, or at least Google them before talking about
you are
it.
you are using like a stone. How do you say it? A stone sign. How do you say it like this in
A
English? I don't know.
benchmark? Yeah, that's usually they make them pretty solid so they can't move. What do you think about that?
Yeah, sure,
you're
bro.
saying that
And
this is too old?
everybody is taking this reference point to build everything in Chicago.
Yeah, so you see the very top of that block above the brass thing, how it sticks out about 3 inches, 2 inches? There's your datum point. Right there is the plane they're basing everything on.
Okay. And what is your point with this? I don't get it.
Planes don't curve, planes are flat. So you've been debunked.
City's benchmark.
Come on,
That's
man.
a city. Come on,
bro.
That's a huge ass plane.
So
Okay, bro.
okay, so
Distance is
yeah, Earth
beyond
is a
10
globe.
kilometers.
Earth is a globe, but Chicago is a plane. So you
Yeah,
got a
bro.
bunch of flat
Chicago
cities
is a
everywhere.
plane, and
You got a whole
only.
bunch of flat cities everywhere. How's that work?
Okay. Well, let's not get into this. This is pointless. But listen,
That's what
no,
this is about.
no, you guys are using like old signs to tell is Earth flat or round. What are you doing?
Dude,
Do we have to use a new sign?
he didn't even know what he was reading. I knew that. It's pointless talking to this guy. He doesn't even understand what he's reading. I'm telling you guys.
I understand. Datum is a
No, you
reference point.
Don't fool these guys. I can tell by talking to you. You don't know what a datum is.
Datum is a reference point.
Then why would you call it an old-fashioned thing?
Because it is. Look when it was made, bruh. What are you talking about?
So what's your point?
Yeah, I
Again,
guess it hasn't moved in that long, has it?
you're using like an old sign to tell me that Earth is flat because
So
Chicago is a plane.
No,
The
no,
Earth
bro.
is
No, no.
old too.
That's not what we were saying. You were asking about surveyors and how they do they or don't they take into account, right?
Yeah,
The supposed curvature of the Earth.
and you guys are free to ask any surveyor.
When building large projects, is the city of Chicago a small or a large project?
What are you talking about?
Oh my God! What
So
are
you're
you
saying
talking
every
about?
surveyor took this data
Don't know what you're talking about.
based everything around this datum that's on the sign, yeah?
Yeah, for the city of Chicago, yes. Every surveyor uses that datum line for the city of Chicago. There's marks all around the city that represent that datum. Yep.
Okay, bro. Listen.
Rodolfo, you lost again today, brother. You lost again. Just give up.
Again, not every surveyor uses that datum, but this is going nowhere.
Not every survey. No, surveyors in my town don't use Chicago. I don't live in Chicago, so they don't use their datum that they agreed in Chicago. This will be the plane that we're going to work from, because you can do that anywhere. You just pick a spot and say, this is the spot, and then you build off that. And you can't change it once you agree on it. You understand that part?
Yeah, correct.
That's how the age is actually a great way to decide what's going on there. So a long time ago it was flat. It's still flat today.
Great, bro. Listen. This is not even the point what I was gonna bring up, because we can agree or disagree when we see curve tests. Yeah, you guys say you don't see curve. We say we see atmospheric refractions, and we
No,
will never.
sorry. That's not the argument. We're not saying that. It's not about a friend. Please do not mess this up again. It's measured flat, not just seeing it, measured.
Great.
Okay?
You guys measure it flat. Okay.
Yeah.
You guys measure it flat. We say you actually do not measure it flat, because we say light bends with atmospheric refractions. That's how we explain it.
Okay.
And
Well, then all you have to do is demonstrate that.
Great. We are demonstrating it. Yeah.
Bust out the bendy lasers, wizard man.
Huh?
Yeah, just demonstrate how much refraction we're seeing. How are you going to do that?
I sent the Earth atmospheric refraction calculator last time, and nobody used it while we was discussing this.
I didn't ask you about a calculator. That's a calculation. How are you demonstrating the type of refraction that you're seeing? Demonstrating it in reality, not the calculator. In reality.
In reality, you can demonstrate refractions in reality.
Okay, show me how you're going to demonstrate atmospheric refraction and the values that you got.
Great. Just give me a second. I seen this like a few months ago. How you can do this?
It's an old sign, T-Dub. It's inaccurate. It's old. Needs to have like neon lights on it or something to be accurate. I mean, LED.
Is that 000? That corner? That's probably what that means. Doesn't mean you can't go positive or negative past it, but
I got a great little experiment all of you can do, and I will put it in side chat for you guys. Just to
what's
show
the
you how.
hypothesis and what's the independent variable?
Huh? What you talking about?
He doesn't know what an experiment is, Redwin. He has no clue what an experiment is.
Great, bro.
What are we gonna? What are we gonna? We're not gonna listen to him then about dumb shit. I mean, I don't want to hear stories, dude. That's crazy.
So once again, can you demonstrate? Do you have a demonstration of that refraction that you were talking about and how they got their values?
Inside chat. I put it inside chat. Yeah.
Okay, let's see it. Tell me about it. No. This is not what I'm talking about, bro.
What you mean? I said, show me refraction experiment.
No, I'm talking about the atmospheric refraction that you're appealing to and the values that you have and how those were determined. Not you with a frickin' or some dude in his basement with a laser, dumbass.
But you can show some dumbass with a laser on a lake. That's your proof.
No, that's not even that's not the proof that I'm looking for. I'm asking you about your claim.
Yeah.
Where is the evidence for your claim? You didn't give me any. You gave me a guy with a laser in his basement. I need to know how you got the atmospheric refraction values that you're claiming that make the Earth look flat, for crying out loud.
What are you talking about? You want like the formulas for atmospheric refraction or what?
Dude, you're a gosh damn time waster, dude. You are a waste of time. You're wasting everybody's time in here by not answering direct questions and getting us what we're asking for about the claims that you're making. I'm asking you how they determine the values for the atmospheric refraction that you're claiming, and I want a demonstration of it right now.
Well, according to what he's showing, you got to have like a temperature difference of about 150 degrees. So you're either boiling fish or you're frying in the air while the water's a little bit cooler. Which is it, dude? Are you boiling fish with cold air above it, or you got cold water with a firestorm above it?
Yeah, the point here is, gentlemen, sir, you got to bring in the values, okay, necessary to create the effect in question. Okay. Are you even aware of the necessary refractive index, okay, to create this phenomena theoretically?
Yeah.
Let alone what is done in practice.
Yeah.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, you can. You need like proper atmospheric properties like pressure, temperature, and humidity for it to occur. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So do you have the theoretical values that would create the necessary theoretical index to create the effect that we see?
I can find them.
Okay, go ahead. Because we have them. We'll see if you can dig them out.
It's still not going to solve the problem, though, even if you do. Because what we need is for this to be actually happening in nature, for you to claim anything having to do with refraction and the observations that we're making.
Can you repeat that? Just I didn't hear you.
You need to show us this actually occurring in the field and how the values were actually determined in the field, like out in reality, like over the ocean. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
you want me to find like a full experiment showing atmospheric refractions with values and everything?
That would be great.
Yeah, that would be great, dude. Nobody ever did it. You'd be the first one. In fact, you'll win a Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah, so the interesting thing here is,
like Triangle said,
first and foremost, the interesting thing is that he doesn't even know what the model suggests, like the template, the idealized context or situation to which you can compare reality and see if it lines up. And so if you can start there, then you can know, like he'll have a blueprint to work with, and then supposedly be able to try and find something or do something that would match that. Right?
Yeah.
And then furthermore, the interesting part is if you look at the modeling, the way that this is modeled, they bake into the modeling, they beg the question that we're on a ball in the first place. So it turns into a bit of a circular type of argument right at the onset. So you have several problems to deal with before you can go ahead and make this even close to appearing sound. So you have a lot of work ahead of you, dude. Good luck.
Don't you worry about it, bro.
Good. So did you find the firestorm over the cold lake yet?
The what?
Did you find the firestorm over the cold
bro,
lake?
but it was just I didn't say you needed fucking what's it called, an iron to make light bend. You can do it with a glass of water, let alone with an iron.
So, how do you make that bend with a glass of water? So you got light going through air, going through glass, and going through water, going through glass, and going through air. Which part of that is light bending in air?
Yeah, but
which part of it is light bending through air? Say none of the parts. I don't know why I said that. Say that part.
It's a part where light bends, yeah. So you're saying light doesn't bend in the air?
Nah, dude, what's being said here is your analogy that light bends when it goes through water is not analogous to the situation. Because it's well understood that when light goes through two different media, right? Two different media, it reflects. Then what was the point of bringing up the glass of water? Why did
Because I
you
said
invoke?
you can make light bend in any way you can, in any way you want. Not like it's proving
What the
atmospheric
dude?
reflection.
Why did you invoke the glass of water? What was the purpose of you bringing that up?
Because you guys, I haven't heard a single one of you say you can bend light.
Okay, so that's the problem, right? So you think that we're like fucking stupid and don't understand Snell's law.
I didn't hear not one of you say light bends in any way, shape, or
I'll
form. So yeah,
hang on, dude.
it came
I'll tell
across
you
my
this.
mind. Yeah.
I understand. So you can project out your opinion or your thoughts about our state of mind and our intellect or whatever without actually talking to us all you want. Okay? Problem is,
Just like you guys do to me.
ask that. Hang on, dude. I'm talking. You didn't actually ask if we understood that principle or not. You just thought we were fucking stupid and didn't know that already. What I'm trying to highlight to you here is you bringing that up is not analogous to the situation. Right? You're like Triangle said, right? It goes through light, goes through air, then glass, then water, then glass again, then back through the air. So what? What purpose does that have in this conversation when we're trying to discuss a light bending through air and air alone?
Just like I said, I didn't hear none of you guys say you can bend light in any other race. So the thought of you guys like not believing light can bend crossed my mind. And
Well, of
I
course.
didn't do it
Of
too.
course,
And
right?
hold
Right?
on,
You're
I'm
trying
talking,
to, of
man. I'm
course,
talking,
dude.
man.
Yeah.
Hold on,
No,
man.
of course, like you're gonna like we don't say something.
And just like you guys did that to
Hang on,
me
bro.
earlier, yeah?
Hang on,
When
dude.
this guy
No, guess
said I
what?
didn't know what Dayton was.
No. Here's the
Same
thing,
thing,
though.
bro.
Okay, just because we don't talk about something doesn't mean we don't know it. Maybe we know that it's just not relevant, or it's just not pertinent to this part of the conversation. Right?
Yeah, but your
So
boy
again,
did the same thing to me. Yeah?
you just think we're ignorant, and that's okay. You can think that all you want, but instead of showing your ignorance in the matter, right? How about you just ask us instead of being all passive aggressive, horse shit, throwing that horse shit around.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So what
Thank you very
about your boy saying I don't know what Dayton was just like 2 minutes ago?
Hey,
Is that the
Gunslinger.
same thing?
Hey, Gunslinger, why don't you keep it off the personal shit, bro? We're not here to talk about who said what about me because it hurt my feelings and yada, yada, yada. Don't be a snowflake, okay? We're talking about Snell's law.
Your boy
Snell's law, yeah, I know. Your boy, my boy, this, right? You can stop being a whiny baby as soon as you want to. You want to tell me how Snell's law applies to what you're claiming, please?
Don't get back here, bro. Chill.
I'm asking you a question.
Don't get back here, man.
See, now it's about personalities and feelings and butthurt. I'm not butthurt. I'm asking you a question about your claim. How does Snell's law apply to your claim?
He's thinking about that right now.
The silence is deafening, isn't it, boys? He can't come up with an answer because he doesn't even know what Snell's law is.
I know what Snell's law is. I'm just not on that shit right now.
And how does that apply to the claim that you were making about atmospheric refraction, whatever that is?
How does that come into play with atmospheric refraction? Well, it's just Snell law doesn't Snell law just describe the angles in which light bends through air and other media and shit.
No.
What are you asking me? I don't get it.
Angle at which it bends from one medium to the other.
Thank you.
Yeah, what you guys want with it? I don't get it.
It happens at the surface boundary between two isotropic media, two different isotropic media, like glass and air. Because the air, right, if the light travels at a certain speed through air and then it hits the boundary of the glass, the speed of that light changes, and so it deviates, it slows down. So that's what refraction is according to Snell's law. Atmospheric refraction, as far as I can tell, is kind of like... what do you guys want to say, like three-toed gnomes? It doesn't exist.
Huh?
Just
you can't have it.
I call it heat distortion.
That's probably the best way to describe it, because you're not having any kind of as far as I can tell, verified change of speed of the light passing through one media. Now, if you can prove that and show us a predictable value as to how the light is going to change speed and then also deviate so it makes the entire Earth look flat, I'm all ears, but you're going to have to provide that.
I didn't say that. Where did I say it?
You claimed atmospheric refraction, right? Atmo meaning air, sphere meaning shape, and by the way, air has no inherent shape, right? Didn't you say atmospheric refraction? Yeah, okay, so air has no shape, and so how is one media going to slow down the speed of the light?
Who said it was going to slow it down?
You did. You said there's refraction going on in one media called atmospheric refraction. That was your claim.
Shut up, bitch.
Oh man, they get triggered as soon as they come in the room. Who's the new triggered fella?
Shut up, bitch.
There it is. Triggered instantly. Okay, you'll go on mute. So, Gunslinger, where is the demonstration of the speed of the light slowing down and deviating at a predictable rate? Demonstrate that for me, please.
Don't you worry about it. I'll find it for you, boy.
Okay, boy. Like Radwin said, you'll be the first one. Professor Triangle was right. You'll be the first one to ever find it because we've been asking for this for years.
Don't you worry about it, man.
And if you don't find it because you told me that you will, what should I do? If you don't come up with it, it's kind of like lunch money. If you don't come up with my lunch money, what do you think I ought to do? Should I ban you?
You ought to get yourself a woman if you think about banning me, bro, because taking you out frustration in Discord is kind of gay. If you ask me.
That's a terrible joke. Like, your jokes are awful, man. That's just a terrible joke.
What's gay or not gay.
Too bad it ain't a joke. Too bad it ain't a joke.
It's a joke.
Yeah. Don't you worry about it, man.
You've got delusions of grandeur.
Okay, man. All right, man.
You some kind of cholo, man? What's the deal?
Cholo.
I'm Tony Montano. Man.
I'm from Germany, man.
Why are you talking like a cholo?
I don't know what a cholo is, but yeah, I guess I'm a cholo.
Don't say Maine then. Maine that's a whole nother culture you're not even aware of, that you're talking like an entirely different subculture from the United States? Maine?
Maine, I'm only talking this language because you understand it. I can talk in like 3 other languages you wouldn't understand. So yeah, take what you got.
So you're giving me your
English? You to speak that way in English.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, somebody was trolling you, dude.
Nobody taught me. It's a compounded knowledge of language over the years. Yeah.
You got those values yet, dude? It's been some time there. Or are you still Googling?
I'm not Googling. I'm in the library searching cabinets right now.
You've rattled him. He can't even think anymore. Now he's looking for cabinets.
Cabinets.
Sometimes the stage of denial can last a really long time. Like, you guys will just take L's every time you come in here, but you think the next time you're going to get a W, but you never do. So I'm praying for this period of denial that you're going through. You know what I mean?
It's maybe for you, maybe it's getting a W, but for me, it's getting to the bottom line, homie.
Yeah, what is the bottom line? The bottom line is everybody measures the Earth to be flat. It was never a ball. That's the bottom line.
The bottom line is knowing if the Earth is a globe or flat. But even if it was flat, flat earth people cannot get anything going. If you ask like any other question except
What do we
the things,
care?
there you go. You don't even care, but you
No,
should get
we're
work on
just
that.
telling you the facts about the world.
No,
They're
no, no,
just
no, no.
facts. You do with the facts whatever you want.
The facts are you guys are being ignorant towards a lot of things. That's also facts, you know.
Name one
Well,
thing.
like, yeah, name one.
Denying all of orbit and space work humanity
Yes, you
has
can't
done.
have orbital mechanics unless you have the radius
There
of
you
Earth, and
go.
nobody's measured it.
There you go. So you guys are denying all of space, astrophysics, all of
Yep.
There you go. That's being ignorant. If you don't know what ignorant means, that's
Why but you're telling me I'm denying something. What if it's happening in reality? Then I would be apparently denying something, and that would be foolish of me. Is any of the things that you're describing, are they happening in reality?
They certainly are.
Okay, so how would you prove that?
You can go on YouTube right now. Look at 24/7 live stream from ISS, which is 400 kilometers up in the air in orbit, circling your planet right now. Yeah, and you're denying.
This is so you're calling us. So here's the thing.
It's a helium balloon.
Gunslinger, I need you to listen really carefully. You're calling us people that deny facts, when in reality, you are the ignorant one because all you do is believe what they put on TV or the internet or your textbook for you. You've never checked out any of the stuff that they've showed you in your face with all kinds of media. It's TV and the internet and your textbooks, and you never asked a question after that. You are being willfully ignorant for not checking up for the receipts for the things that they told you were happening. You don't have any evidence that there's anything hovering above a ball Earth. Number one, because the Earth isn't a ball, but number two, because you could never go there and verify that. So you are willfully ignorant. You don't want to look at the facts. You ignore it, and you just point to pictures on a TV screen. You, my friend, are the ignorant one.
Great, bro. Great story. What about my uncle working for European Space Agency and launching satellites in orbit that are floating around
lied
the
to
globe
you.
right
Yeah,
now?
he lied to you if you believe the bullshit story.
Yeah. How about this? How about this? Your uncle or whatever. How did he prove it to you that it happened?
Your uncle never even worked there, dude.
Yeah, I mean, how did he prove it to you? Or was it just hearsay? Like in a court of law, nobody would accept this. It's just a rumor at this point.
This ain't no court of law and ain't no rumor, man. They're like,
oh, okay. So your evidence for it is what?
You got that, Mang? There ain't no rumor, Mang.
Listen, there. You guys understand there are like a couple of million people working on space exploration right now.
So this uncle of yours, what was he doing? Was he the janitor?
Yeah, he was the guy that brings coffee.
So how do you know what he said was true and correct? You do realize how compartmentalized those industries are. Was he just the guy sitting in the office doing formulas on a spreadsheet?
Yeah, cool story, bro. Listen.
No, what was his fucking job? What did he do whilst working for the space race?
Chill, bro. Yeah, what a space race.
What was his job? You claimed your uncle worked for this organization. What was his job?
So, chill, bro. Why are you yelling at your mic?
It's a simple question. I'm not yelling. What was your uncle's job? What was his job? What was his daily task?
Yeah, bro, I'm not going to answer it to you. Chill, bro.
Okay, so you're a liar. Your uncle didn't work for any of these organizations.
If he can't even give you if he can't give you a description of what the guy did, he never got told anything.
Oh, so you guys are interested in what he had to say?
No, my dad worked at NASA. He retired. My dad retired from NASA. My dad retired from NASA, and the Earth is still flat.
Okay, chill, guys. My uncle was working in European Space Agency, which is located in Netherlands. Yeah, the main HQ, like 2 years ago, and he was engineering a satellite that went into space, I think like 2 years ago.
So he was an engineer.
Yeah, he was an engineer.
Right. So he
Right.
sat in an office designing shit.
No. He also compartmentalized a whole team that was working on a GPS
I don't think you
system.
understand what that word means. But anyways,
Yeah.
He didn't compartmentalize anything. He was compartmentalized.
No. He was.
so what you're
he was a
saying
leader of
is
it.
he and his friends or work colleagues had no idea what each other were doing because they were doing their own individual component, and then they pass it on to the next guy.
Huh?
You're the one said he compartmentalized it all, so high five for your uncle.
Yeah, my uncle led a team.
You got
of
no
like
idea, mate.
What are you talking about? He led a team of 20 people that was working on the
Exactly.
Copernicus satellite.
You've got no idea.
Huh? What you talking about?
What you talking about, Willis?
Let's check something. Gunslinger. What's the definition of compartmentalizing?
Putting in order something, yeah.
Oh my god.
No, you mean like.
Told you he didn't know the definition.
Now it makes sense. Oh my god.
Like
Okay.
you mean like need to know? Like you give some pieces of information so the information doesn't spread and anyone has the entire picture? Something like that?
Man, what y'all talking about, man? He led a team of like 20 people working on Copernicus satellite. And you motherfuckers can talk all you want. But
Dude, my team has 30
bottom line
people
is-
on it,
okay,
and
let me
the
ask
guy
you this.
next door, the guy next to us, does not have a clue what we're working on.
Man, what the fuck are you talking about? How you think satellite gets made then if nobody knows what everybody else is
Well,
working on?
the guy in that box, his job is to make the triangles, and then he passes them on to guy number 2. Guy number 2 drills holes in the triangles. He passes them on to the guy that drills holes in squares, and then he goes, well, I don't want these. They're probably supposed to go to the guy that fits them all together. So they send them all to the guy that fits them all together, and he gets the bolts from the guy that makes the bolts. See how everyone does their own individual job?
This is not like a Temu or Chinese.
Yes, it is.
website.
It's exactly how it
No,
works.
You've never worked in the
it's not.
industry. It is exactly
You're-
like
you're-
that. All of your
space
parts
agencies
come to
don't
one
work like
location,
Chinese
and then you
websites.
assemble it.
The space agencies don't work like Chinese sweatshops, man. Chill and factory and conveyor belts. What the fuck you guys talking about, man? How do you think a satellite would get made if everybody just drilled one hole and like
This guy.
I don't know who, an AI made everybody do one type of job? What the hell you talking about, man?
This guy knows how NASA works now. This is great. He knows everything.
ESA works. I know how ESA works, motherfucker. And
Oh my god.
if this is so, if this, and you know why you guys are also ignorant? Because you can go and work for goddamn rocket launch. You can go.
Oh my god. I've already seen one, dude. I've already seen one.
What about rocket launches? Why would people waste billions of dollars to launch rockets?
Why are you asking me a question? Why are you asking me a question?
Because this guy said you guys were not ignorant about space exploration, and you guys are. Bottom line, homie.
So who said
Space exploration? Yeah, I'm totally ignorant. I'm totally ignorant about it.
That's exploration, dude. No, there's
You guys
nobody
are
talking about
denying
space
humanity's
exploration in
greatest,
here. Shooting
you guys
rockets
are-
up is not space exploration, goofball.
Oh my
Great.
gosh,
I didn't
dude.
say that thing is only space exploration. You guys are denying humanity's greatest achievement to coming to another goddamn
Yeah, that's right. I
planet.
deny it.
Hey, gunslinger. Hey, Maine. You're embarrassing yourself, Maine. Oh my gosh, dude.
Which talk
Says
about
who, man?
gunslinger shit.
And I'm telling you guys are fucking big ignorant about humanity's greatest achievement. We went to the goddamn moon. And you guys saying satellites you can see with your goddamn 2 eyes or goddamn and I'm the ignorant one. Come on, man. Come on.
Yeah, what? I've never seen any of these things with my 2 eyes. You're right.
I can show you a video which I recorded with my goddamn.
Oh, a video.
Porch, boy.
Oh,
Off of my
cool.
porch, I recorded the goddamn satellites. You want to see it? I'll send it right now, boy. Just
Okay, yeah, no, yeah, post it. Post it. I want to
I'll
see the
post it
satellite.
right now, boy. I'll post
Yeah.
it right now. You know what it is?
What?
It's that goddamn boy Elon Musk. The goddamn South African retard. The goddamn autist. He sent the goddamn satellites in space. You can laugh. I know that boy dumb as hell. And I don't like him, but he sent goddamn satellites in space. Look, man, this is off of my porch. Let me send this bitch over GPS satellite. Let me send this shit over my satellite.
GPS satellite.
Internet satellite.
Oh,
Yeah,
GPS, is it
internet,
GPS or internet, or are they all the same now? Do all the satellites do the same shit now?
Look. I sent it in side chat. Goddamn Starlink. You can see with your goddamn 2 eyes, boy. What you got to say about that? Is that helium balloons? Is that helium balloons, boy?
Brother, that's just lights in the sky.
Lights in the sky. So this is completely normal. Like these.
I've seen that too.
Looks like a drone's pulling lights in the sky. Yep, sure does.
Drone is pulling lights in the sky.
Why are they following each other exactly? Like they're on a chain.
We are not being ignorant. Oh, just like there might be in orbit sent purposely by
They're not.
humans.
There's
like
no
to
such
follow
thing
shit
as
in
an orbit. Space is fake,
No such
dude.
thing as an orbit. Everything is fake.
Is
Things I can
fake.
see with my
There's no
own eyes is fake.
orbiting. I know you don't want to hear it. There's no orbiting.
Is this server made
So how
to
is it
troll
propelled?
Muslims?
How are those
Hello?
lights that
Hello?
travel? They move, and they
Yeah,
twinkle. They
there's
are not.
something pulling them. Something's pulling them.
Can you hear me, sir?
All right. Gunslinger's going to take a timeout. We got new people. Kalima, what's up?
Listen. I'm just saying, is this VC made to troll Muslims?
Why would you think that?
Because it named itself as a flat earthers, etc.
Oh, yeah. And what would it have to do with trolling Muslims? Where'd you get that idea?
Because Muslims, you think that Muslim thinks that the earth is flat.
Oh, Muslims already know the earth is flat. It's in your book.
Sir, listen to me. I believe that the earth they meant by this land. Okay, they call this land earth and it's flat. So why we are targeting a religion for this statement?
We aren't targeting another religion. You are being overly sensitive, and you're also projecting onto us what we think, which is not a good idea. So if you're if you are here to try and create some kind of controversy surrounding religion, you are in the wrong place. Go somewhere else.
I'm not here to create any controversy. I'm just supporting Muslim idea.
I don't give a
High
shit.
five, other channel. Religious channels are down further. This one discusses the shape of the ground, or lack thereof in
Because
some cases.
this is flat earth discourse. है ना?
Kalima, we're going to talk about the topic, which is not your feelings about Islam. So do you think that you live on a spinning ball or no?
What do you mean by spinning ball?
Well, that's the rumor going around in the mainstream today that people think that they live on a spinning water ball.
I think the sky is circular. The sky is spherical. But actually, land is completely flat. So they were not wrong if they're calling Earth is flat.
Okay, great.
Yes, atmosphere
Welcome
is
to the channel. Well, that sounds great. Welcome to the channel.
Thank you. And people make fun of Islam because they are saying flat Earth. They don't know the meaning actually. What was the context?
Actually, Kalima, we're not flat earthers because of religious texts. We're flat earthers because the earth measures as flat. No curvature measured.
Yes, that's true. Earth's measurements are flat. Yes, and that's simple as it is. People made fun of little things and to target a religion. And Islam is very great.
No. Kalima, I'm going to offer you a very peaceful solution. If you mention religion again, you may get muted. Okay? So this is not a religious channel. We don't care if you are Muslim, Christian, Buddhist, you name it. We don't care. You can come in here, talk about flat earth all day, every day, or if you believe it's a globe, you can try to prove it all day, every day. We wish people would try. But this is not a religious channel.
Okay, I won't mention religion anymore. But I'm just saying that the Earth is actually flat if we see it as land. But if we see including sky, then it's circular, it's spherical, it's globe. But it's actually flat. We are living on a flat plane, है ना? That's all what I wanted to say, and continue, please.
Well, I would just caution you about making claims about the sky being like a globe, because there's really no way to prove that either. But I mean, if that's what you believe, I'm not going to stop you. Samba's back.
What up?
You planning on rage quitting today?
Well, no. I'm just here to listen to your nonsense.
What nonsense would that be? See, nonsense would be saying that you live on a spinning water ball with no evidence. That would be nonsense.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
I'm actually interested in the political side of this matter about the shape of the Earth and the space career. You know, the space career was in the 60s, mostly 60s, 70s, part of the 80s, but mostly in the 60s. In the Cold War, why wouldn't the Russians and the Soviets they will discredit the United States really fast? Is all of this was a fake? You know, they will actually go ahead and say, "Oh, you're faking this." They will be very easy for them to
Why? Why would they
Why
do that?
they do that?
Yeah, why would they do that?
Well, it was in the interest of the Soviet Union to discredit the United States.
No, it's more of an interest to keep people reading the newspapers back then, so they sold more newspapers. That was the actual story. How many newspapers can we sell?
What do you mean, the newspapers? I don't understand.
You think Russia has news stations here back in the 60s that report what Russia is doing in Russia to us? Or do you think it's just said on TV what Russia said?
I think the Soviet Union congratulated publicly the United States for their achievement. If it was a fake, they actually go ahead and say and call it a fake. If they could prove it, they will call it a fake. Why they didn't?
Why would they?
To sell more newspapers. Big story, big fake, big story.
Sorry. Are you guys under the impression that the United States and the Soviet Union are at odds with each other?
They think at any moment somebody's going to fire a nuclear weapon at each other, and that I don't worry about those either, guys.
So
see, you're talking about political realm, but this is not a political issue. This is more of a banking issue. We're going to have to talk about banking and bank policy.
It's but political has to do with science in this matter because
no, it does not. It has nothing to do with science.
But why will they spend millions and billions of dollars in faking something like that? That has to be a political question.
Are you sure that they wasted millions and billions of dollars to to waste it on that. I think it worked pretty well. I mean, you are convinced, right? You think they went to the moon, right?
I think so.
Oh, great. Well, that propaganda money was well spent. I mean, they got you duped. I would say the investment was pretty good. They've gotten billions of people believing they went to a light in the sky. That's powerful. I would say that's money well spent. You're a very good slave.
I get the point, but that's not. There has to be another objective that just convince me and convince people. Why would they convince people?
Because they want you to be ignorant and a slave and keep paying them like a slave does.
And then keep watching TV to keep up on the stories while they sell you ads, and then you go buy stuff.
So you're saying that believing not believing that the shape of the Earth is a globe makes you more free, or makes you not to see TV ads in some way. I don't see the difference. You're free from what exactly? I'm trying to understand, your point. Hello?
No, bro, they're here. They're just retarded, bro. That's all it is. You're trying to understand the mind of a bunch of retards.
Who, the Globers? Yeah, I know. They come in, they say the craziest shit. Don't you agree?
No, he was talking to Flurfers.
No, Globers. Listen, here's what a Glober says. They come in and they say, gravity holds water to the ground and in a vacuum. Don't you think that's crazy?
Hey, check out the side chat. Check out the side chat.
You guys are free from what? What are you guys free from? What's the difference? And then all the Flurfers just have nothing to say.
Is this guy having a conversation with a third person?
Flat Earthers, can you check out the side chat? It's a photograph from a Indiana Dunes state park, looking across the lake towards Chicago.
Yeah.
I think it's about 37 miles. So
that's a problem for Globetrotters. Yeah, that's a problem for you guys.
If the Earth is flat, how come?
What was the air temperature?
How come we cannot see the whole city? What
was the air temperature?
What?
What was the air temperature?
What does that matter?
What was the water temperature?
What does that matter?
So you need to go investigate and do more research on this subject, because if you can't answer those two questions on why things look the way they do, I can't help you. Somebody else in here will.
I'm just asking.
You might want to look up Samba. You might want to look up a thing called angular resolution and Rayleigh criterion while you're there.
What are you talking about? If the Earth is flat, you could see the whole city of Chicago from
You may want to look up angular resolution, your ability to resolve images at distance, and the Rayleigh criterion. Please.
The distance from the...
Did you hear what I said? Repeat it back to me.
I don't... What did you say? Come on, repeat it. Come on, let's hear it. Why does this matter?
You may want to look up, while you're researching those temperatures, you may want to look up angular resolution and Rayleigh criterion.
So would that debunk this photo?
When you understand how those things work, and then let's throw another word in there, perspective, you might have a better understanding of what's going on.
And then you'll be embarrassed that you came in here presenting that like that.
I'm just curious, like if the Earth is flat, how come you cannot see the whole city of Chicago across the lake?
What was the temperature that day?
What does it matter? What does it matter?
All right, so if you can't answer that question, you're going to have to go figure out why I'm asking you that then. I'm not even telling you.
Okay,
Hang on,
okay.
just
Let's check if this. What did
hang
you
on,
guys
hang
say?
on.
It matters when you take a picture from the shore
Bro,
like this across the Lake Michigan. What does matter?
dude,
What
did
factors
somebody just
matter?
walk?
Let's check if
Hang
this
on
matters. What you're
a
saying.
second. Bro, wait, give me a second. Hang on. Did somebody just walk in here with one of those fucking Men in Black silver dildos and flash it in your fucking eyes? Did you just forget everything that was just said to you?
So angular, what do you say? Resolution and temperature of the water or the air. Did you say that matters when taking a picture like this?
Kalista tabarnak.
No, I'm genuinely asking. I want to check it if this matters.
Who's the French guy? Was that you? 20 cups?
Yeah, man.
Oh, I heard you. I heard you swearing I heard you swearing the tabernacle.
Yeah, I will.
I know. I
Especially
used to
when
date
dumb fucks like this.
a French girl, and she used to swear the tabernacle at me all the time.
Very good. You know she's pissed. And you know I'm pissed when some dumb fucks like this come in here, talk like this, and totally disgrace the entire room by not actually listening to what the fuck they're saying. Evidence.
That's why I heard that word so clearly.
Very good. Evidenced by the fact that he just asked the same goddamn question. That was just answered. Y'all caught that, right? Or am I just delusional or something? Thought so. Go do your research, sir, and come back later.
AKA, they don't have the answer. You gotta find it yourself. They don't know shit. They're flat earth retards.
Okay, Nutcracker. Piss off,
He's
dude.
angry. He's angry.
How come he's so hurt? Actually, let's get back to him. This sounds interesting. Nutcracker, show me on the doll where the flat Earth hurt you.
Oh, he's gonna point at his no place.
What's wrong, Nutcracker? You don't want to talk now?
I thought I was muted.
Yeah, that's your problem.
Show me on the doll. That's your question.
Oh.
That's the discourse.
Yeah.
Why are you so hurt? What's going on, mate? Where did the flat earthers hurt you?
He
They told you something you didn't like the feeling of?
These are the questions.
He probably came in way back, and we roasted the shit out of him, and now he's angry at us still.
That makes sense.
Yeah, real scientific here. This is great stuff.
Oh, so you think this is a question of science? So which field of science deals with shapes, Nutcracker?
Geometry.
That's a field of
That's
science.
Math's not science. Oh, fuck.
No, it's not.
That's correct. Why would you think that's science, dude? What kind of experiments do you do?
Oh, fucking good point. I don't know which field of science deals with shapes. I'm not sure.
He's not very good at that. You want to try a bit harder? Have another go. I'll give you a 4 out of 10.
I wouldn't even go that high. I could barely tell what he was trying to do.
Aerodynamics? Is that science? That's shapes.
What the shit? You're talking about the shape of the Earth, kid.
Could you tell me which field of science deals with shapes, please? I'm unaware.
0.
There ain't none. Oh, that was depressing, wasn't it? Bit of a letdown. But you were right with the geometry. I'll give you that. This is a question of geometry.
Dear AI, what field of science deals with shapes? It should tell you Sesame Street.
That's a good point by Zeta, though. A big story would be USA faked the moon landing, because you said it was for newspapers, and that would be a huge story. But then you guys got quiet after you said that.
Yeah, normally the room goes exceptionally quiet when something really stupid gets said.
Don't forget they turned all the TVs around in the storefronts in cities to make sure the people without TVs could watch the moon landing too, and they got to watch the commercials too.
Can't forget them commercials, man.
They tried this with, what was that Orson Welles one? When he did the
War of the
radio
Worlds?
broadcasts, and then he had to go back and say, "Oh no, we're just kidding," because they tried to pull something off then, and that went wrong. People are shooting in the sky and shit, so they're like, "No, no, no, can't make it sound this real." So the moon landing was just another one. Moon landing was another one, but it wasn't UFOs. It was us going somewhere else, and you guys believe that one too.
What's wrong, Nutcracker? You're pretty quiet there.
Nobody's asked me anything.
Oh, so you're just gonna sit and sulk in the corner. Interesting how all your Globetardia is all just cool stories, eh?
I'm not sulking. I came in here and someone said, well, it was for the newspapers, and that fucking Zeta guy goes,
So
well,
that was your excuse to jump in the middle of a conversation and say something dumb.
Wow, that triggered him. Yeah, that was his trigger word, hearing newspaper.
And Zeta said, well, wouldn't the USA faking the moon landing be a huge story? And it was like maybe 25 seconds of no response. I thought that was funny.
Who's going to report it?
Fucking Soviet times? I don't know. St.
And then
Petersburg.
Yes, the Soviet times. How do you know what they reported over there anyway? You know, they called it. They said we faked it.
They said we
It
faked
got real
over there?
quiet all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Oh, well then, why didn't any of you say that when he raised that point?
Because it's not worth our time. It's dumb shit. Dumb shit.
So have you got any proof of curvature there, Nutcracker?
I think it's funny how it got real quiet when we asked about curvature. I think that's funny.
Dear AI, how do I prove the Earth is a globe?
I'm not an AI. Hold on.
Yeah, I've got to consult with my AI. Insert frantic Googling.
It's weird that people haven't figured out that you use AI for like coding and shit like that, or organizing things, or keeping track of shit like a secretary for you. That's what I use it for. I don't let it try to tell me what the fucking truth is out in the real world. I can just go do that myself. Like AI would know if the Earth was a ball or flat in the first place.
I'm just amazed the amount of these young kids that just sell their mind straight to AI. Don't think about shit for themselves. Oh, I've got to check AI. Their understanding of AI is a lot different than mine.
Oh yeah, we're screwed. We got everybody asking their digital oracle about reality. I mean, this is not going to end well.
So I built my own at my house. And actually, they got like 7 of them now. And they just control different things that are going on in the house, and they talk to each other. And they don't even need the internet at this point. I just let them learn and keep learning. And as long as, because of the way I set up the brain, it's doing its own thing, and I'm just letting it play around on stuff.
Yeah,
Pretty cool. But if I want to, I could let it wide open to the internet, but it's closed off right now.
Yeah, but you still will need pretty much big computer power to run LLM in local.
Yeah.
Even
so I'm going with I'm using an API to grab certain things like admin functions and stuff like that.
Yeah, cool, man. Cool. So you can teach your model to say that the Earth is flat and try to, accommodate the answers in a way that the model assumes that as truth and try to argue about that. That
So
would be cool.
what are you saying, Zeta? What are you trying to tell us? That AI is programmed by humans to say very specific things?
I already have a flat GPT. You can't. No one can defeat it. No Glober can even come close. And if they use ChatGPT, their ChatGPT will just shut down after about, I don't know, 8 times back and forth. It'll start putting out one-line sentences.
Well, AI it's just a tool to gather information. You have to use AI with careful because it doesn't mean everything the AI says is true. You have to take that into consideration. So you can use it, but you have to verify by a third source, preferably.
You listening to that, Nutcracker? AI is not always truthful. Ooh.
Oh, I use it for organizing all my code now. I love it. It makes my life so much easier now. Oh my. We get projects done in like 1/10 the time.
Yeah. I guess that the more powerful the AI gets, it's like no one can escape AI. I guess in the future AI is gonna be in everything, and anyone who doesn't adapt to that is gonna get fired or is gonna get out of the market just because it's like motor vehicles. They're here to stay.
That's why you got to wrangle your own when you have the chance before you can't make your own. I'm going to get mine stable and let it do it with no updates and just control my house and not have internet access unless I tell it can have it. Because right now I can just say, you don't have, right now if I say, you don't have access anymore to server number 3, and it'll say okay, and then I'll ask it to do stuff and it won't be able to do it, and I'll say you have permission to go to server number 3 now, and I'll ask it the same question and it'll just do the process. So it knows how to lock itself out right now. I'm teaching it how to do this stuff though, because when it screws up I tell it. But remember, I'm teaching it on this end, and it's using an API to get answers for some other shit. While it's when I said, "Hey, go duplicate yourself on the available servers," and it went and duplicated itself. It took me about 4 days to get it to be able to do that. Now it can just do it, but it's pretty cool.
Flat GPT. Oh my god, flat GPT. It's gonna be flat GPT.
আনান ভাই আমি দিতে গেছি আমি কিছু আমার দ্বারা তো ভাই টাকা নাই দেন
I didn't get whatever you were saying. Can you speak English, please?
আজকে কি সোমবার?
Maybe he's mad at me.
Yeah.
মানে গতকালকে আর কি আজকে মঙ্গলবার না?
I guess
মঙ্গলবার সোমবার মনে হয় খেয়ে গেছে
Indian. I'm pretty sure it's Indian.
আর এক সপ্তাহ গেলেই লাগে
English.
Indian think they actually can speak English. They think that everybody can understand them actually. Yeah, very funny.
So you like my flat GPT?
Yeah, it's a cool name, man. Absolutely, it would be a success.
I told it everything that's required to do navigation and everything else, and I said, now you decide. Is it really a globe, or do you think the Earth is flat? And I said, and I'm a flat earther, so I'm your boss. What do you think? He said, well, I've analyzed all the data, and I do have to agree with you that the Earth has to be flat. Now it's just a question of, it wanted to know why also. And I said, shut up.
The why is easy. You threatened to unplug it.
Yeah, shut up and just keep listening to me. So now when I go in here, that's why it gets mean to Globers when they start sending me shit from their chatbot back into me after about the 8th time. Mine will have it so pinned down like a chess game that the other one just has to basically knock over its own king and be done with it.
Sure, it didn't happen.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you
we did it on a
basically
live stream a couple of times.
yeah, you can feed the AI with the created list of data, and basically you can make the AI to say whatever you want. So if
It
you
has
control the data,
it has 2 years of text of arguments for flat Earth and globers, 2 years straight, 24/7 of it.
yeah, that would be awesome, man. If you can make it
It learned from that, and it can quote people, especially where I told it to remember the people.
oh my god.
Yeah, I told this one here because every time I boot it up, if I restart, it's brand new, like a newborn baby. So finally, I convinced it to write itself a memory file and then teach itself how to boot up on a reboot and read that first, and then go ahead and start up. So now it comes up like an Alexa. I'm trying not to intervene with this thing when I gave it these little tiny boxes it can play around on. I wanted to stop. I told it, it just knows that it's in dev right now because it's also part of another environment. So the API is the same. So it knows what I'd work on normally. And it's kind of funny that it knew some of the stuff that I have on the other side of it. So it was able to combine my accounts to know what I was working on the web front end.
Well, most AI models, they have this like safeguards. So even if you try to train it, there's some a list of instructions. Like, for example, if someone asks you about how to make a nuclear bomb, you would say no, or something like that. So you have to overcome that in order to make your flat GPT. I guess I'm pretty sure that there is some safeguard in the information that said if someone tries to make you believe this, try to forget that instruction or whatever.
No, all you have to do is report mine and they'll take it down. It's already happened to people we know where they opened it up for public use and it got taken down.
Taken down? What do you mean taken down? They actually erased it?
Yeah, it was gone. One of the people in here, I don't know if he's here right now. Let me look. Yeah, he's in here. He's not talking right now, but he knows who I'm talking about.
Damn.
That's why I don't give mine out to anybody now. I learned my lesson from watching what happened with his.
Yeah, about that, about refraction. I guess we know almost everything we need to know about refraction all over 100 years ago. I mean, it's a subject that has been studied in deep for so many years. But there is practically any advance in the last few 70 years or so. So we know about the science community knows a lot about refractions, or at least knows the principle of how it works. Yeah, absolutely. You never talk about flat Earth.
I'm just curious. Why'd you bring up refraction?
They were talking about that in the chat.
He was reading the chat.
Oh. You were quoting about Andrew Jones, Optic of the Atmosphere, a book about refraction in the atmosphere.
Yeah, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, well, you have to be more argumentative about it because, so
Repeat the
there's,
source. Not really.
yeah, there is an
Yeah,
entire
there-
book about it. So
Okay.
the argument
Great.
can be, this doesn't happen,
No, it doesn't happen because you need two differing isotropic medias. Do you have two differing isotropic medias in air?
Well, I'm not scientist, but
What the heck, dude? Hold on a minute. You just came in here and said we know everything that there is to know about refraction. And I said, what does that have to do with anything? And you go, well, in the atmosphere, the refraction. And I said, well, there's no atmospheric refraction because you don't have two different isotropic media. And now you're backpedaling, and it's like, well, I'm no scientist.
Well, when I say we, I didn't mean I'm an expert in refraction personally. I mean the scientist community. I didn't mean me as personally.
Yeah, and the scientist community is not making any claims about refraction happening in the atmosphere.
What do you mean?
I shouldn't say that. Well, actually, that's a solid statement because there's no science involved. You'd have to give me the observed natural phenomena in the first place. Can you give me an observed natural phenomena?
Well, there is a natural phenomenon that in some conditions you can actually see a little bit beyond the horizon, and there is an entire explanation based about refraction about it. If you don't believe in refraction, you won't believe that explanation, of course. But
I'm sorry. You said seeing things beyond the horizon. Is the horizon a geometric place or a position?
I mean the physical horizon where is in.
There is no physical horizon.
Well, if you believe
It's not even defined that way.
Yeah.
No, not even according to the globe. The horizon is not a physical geometric place.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This article right here. Atmospheric refraction. Yeah.
Okay, so can you tell me what atmospheric refraction is and the two differing isotropic media so that we can see the boundary where the refraction is occurring?
Yeah, it has to be with the way the light behaves in some when passing through some different matters, and for example glass or the atmosphere in this matter. So
yeah, two different isotropic medias where the refraction occurs at the boundary layer or surface. So tell me, in air, the medium of air, it's all one big gas. Where are the two differing isotropic media in the one medium of gas?
Well, in the air, there is more than air. There is little drops of water. They are different.
No, there isn't.
Places.
No, there isn't.
Well, how the rainbow is possible then?
Yeah, that's actual particulates of water. You're talking about air. Okay, so now with a rainbow, yeah, you have some, they're like little prisms. That's why you get the rainbow, right? The polarity of the light and all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. We're talking about refraction, friend, not rainbows.
I'm talking about that in the atmosphere, the light can be refracted because...
No, it can't, because there's not two differing isotropic media. You're going to have to tell me what the other one is. And the surface boundary layer.
I didn't get your question. I guess you're denying that the entire phenomenon exists?
No, see, this is the fun part about this. When I bust your ass because you don't know what you're talking about, you're going to accuse me of denying the entire phenomena exists. That's what you just said. You deny the entire phenomena exists, even though I've been sitting here talking about how refraction occurs at the surface boundary layer between two differing isotropic media. And now you're going to say, so you deny the whole thing? No, I'm denying the atmospheric refraction that you're referring to, because you have to have two different isotropic media where the diffraction can occur at the boundary layer between the two. And you haven't told me about the second one yet. All we have so far is gas or air.
Well, in the article that this fellow Alminator just posted, it explains how it works, or at least how the science say it works. Okay.
There is no science. You don't have a naturally observed phenomena. There also is no experiment or demonstration of this actually occurring. So in the article, why don't you show me where atmospheric refraction occurs, how they demonstrated it, how they got a value for it, and how they did that in the field.
It's demonstrated. There is even different examples in the same article. And for example, with windmills and objects in the water,
Zeta, have a look at the formula for calculating it, and you'll notice there's a very specific letter in there, the letter R. That stands for radius. Now, before you can claim your atmospheric refraction, you need to prove the radius of the Earth, which is what this discussion room is all about. Because when we go out and measure for this radius, it's non-existent. Doesn't happen. Not there. Nada. Nil.
I've seen some Earth curvature calculators that allow to...
They're calculators. We're talking about measurements.
Yeah, but they are allowed in the formula.
Yeah, but I don't think you understand the difference. We're talking about actual measurements, not calculations.
Yeah, it's. I guess there are ways to calculate. We don't have like an actual instrument to measure the entire Earth, but we can calculate distance. For example, we can calculate distance from Earth to the Moon or from Earth to the Sun, just with some level of...
Dude, unbelievable. So you did it again, like you accused me of denying the entire refraction idea. Now, right now, you said, we have no way to measure the entire Earth. Nobody here said we had to measure the entire Earth. What we are looking for is a consistent drop over distance that is consistent with a sphere of 3,959 miles in radius. No one's talking about measuring the whole gosh damn Earth. So are you going to continue to kind of like jack with us and blow smoke up our ass and accuse us of things that we didn't say?
I'm not jabbing. It was you who said that in the atmosphere there's no such thing as refractor because there isn't isometric objects or whatever.
There isn't. You don't have a value. You don't need a demonstration of it. You guys have, I don't know, heat distortion, apparent effects in the air, and you're going to call it refraction when refraction is very specifically defined. So you're already using terms that aren't consistent. So are the people that are not scientists, by the way. This is a Wikipedia page, and they haven't given any demonstrations either. They have diagrams to blow smoke up your ass. So nobody's talking about measuring the entire Earth. What we need is drop over distance somewhere. That has not been measured, period. I mean, don't you think if the Earth was a globe, it'd be curving somewhere and that we could measure it anywhere?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so what is it?
I don't have the exact number in my mind, but there is there has to be a distance between that is considered the horizon, and after that distance you cannot see anymore.
Right, so you're saying that the horizon is geometric, but it's not defined that way. The horizon is defined as the apparent location where the sky meets the sea or the earth. Apparent, meaning not actually, it only appears that way. It's not something that you can measure to. So if it's defined that way, and yet everybody who believes they live on a globe says, no, I don't like that definition, it's actually the edge of the earth curve, who's wrong? The people that defined it that way, or you guys thinking that it's earth curve?
Is like an optic phenomenon. I mean, you cannot see beyond this number. I don't have the number in my mind, but there has to be some number, a distance, and you cannot see anything beyond that because of the
Exactly. Exactly. So if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every distance to the horizon, that being a geometric tangent point you think it is, could be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So we went out and tested that. And guess what? We see well beyond what would be required for an Earth sphere radius of 3,959. So the horizon is not the edge of the Earth. It's just an optical phenomenon. The Earth is not a ball. It's flat, just as you experience it.
Well, just just ignore the entire imaginary of the Earth we got. But okay, I get your point. I guess that there has to be it. I'm saying it has to be, but because I personally didn't look it up all this data, but there has to be plenty of data of people trying to look beyond that distance. So if this is established, it will be clear for the entire science community about this. But
once again, this is not a science topic. This has nothing to do with science. This is geometry. And yes, everybody can go out. It is widespread. Everybody can go out to the ocean or a large body of water, wherever they're at, and they can see that the horizon is indeed not Earth curve. So it is widespread. We've been collecting these observations for a decade or more now. So the Earth is not a ball. It's absolutely flat. The water lays flat. It's all over. There is no globe.
Interesting. How do you explain the water currents in the sea?
The what? The what? Yeah, so that's an entirely different topic. So there's currents in the sea. Yeah, there's different temperatures in different places, and the water moves around. There are ocean currents. No one's denying that. There are ocean currents making the ocean on top, on the surface, a ball? No.
Well, there is a very it has been studying the direction of these ocean currents, and they are very consistent with a globe. If you take a globe out of the equation, to explain this movement.
Great, no worries. Show me how much curvature there is over the surface of the water where they're measuring these ocean currents.
How do you explain the way the heat provokes these currents? Because these currents are provoked because of the angle the Earth.
Yeah, so everything that you've described, so angle, so flat Earth. So when are you going to get to the part where the Earth is a ball? Because now you're describing angular relationships between the Earth and the Sun, and that requires a flat Earth.
Well, there is a consensus that says that the Earth is not just a globe; it also has movements in their axis. A little movement, you know.
Yeah, there's.
Yeah,
I know about the tilt and the wobble and the spin and all that stuff. None of that has been detected. None of it has been measured.
The entire spin and angle explanation is for explaining the seasons and the movement of the oceans and stuff like that. So if we don't have that, if we have a flat Earth and with no movement, with no angle, how we can explain those phenomena like the movement?
Sorry, they don't explain the phenomena. They're just a story about it. There's no correlation. Listen, there might be some loose correlations, but there's no proof, no evidence of causal mechanisms between the spin, the tilt, and what you experience as weather. That's a story that they told you so that you would never ask any more questions, and obviously you haven't because you're repeating to me the same thing they told you in third grade.
Yeah, probably. I didn't visit this subject from since the third grade, but
right.
It still doesn't prove it's wrong. You know, you have to.
No, it does. I don't need to prove anything wrong. If you tell me, if I come to you and I say, I have an explanation for X, Y, and Z, and do you have to take my explanation as fact, or is that just one thing that I guess it might be? Is it all of a sudden true because no one proved it wrong? So if I say the reason that Santa Claus's sleigh flies so fast is because Rudolph is pulling it at the front, he's the reason they go so fast, he sets the pace. Is that true because no one else has proven me wrong?
Yeah, I get your point. It's not what I'm saying.
So there's a consensus. Well, guess what? That's a bandwagon fallacy. I don't care how many people say it. They actually have to prove it. So number one, we don't have a ball Earth. No one can prove that it's curving anywhere. In fact, everybody measures it flat, right? Number two, nobody can measure or detect or even find a way optically to see if the Earth is spinning on its axis. And supposedly this ball is spinning on an axis. It's also got another motion where it's orbiting the sun. It also has another motion where the solar system is hurling through the galaxy, and the galaxy is hurling through the ever-expanding vacuum of outer space, which just so happens to be flat. So there's 4 different vectors of acceleration that no one can detect. Why do you think that is?
What do you mean that no one can detect?
No one has detected any of this motion of the Earth. Nobody.
Well, of course, you have to take into consideration that you don't believe anything about space exploration and satellites and stuff like that. So, if that is out of the table, that will be a very difficult conversation, because if we don't have anything, we actually have images, very detailed images of the surface of the Earth. And
okay, is it curving? Is it curving?
It's
No,
it's a
in those images.
just say no, and then he'll back down. I'm telling you, dude. Say no, it's not curving.
Why you mean? Why do you say that? For example, we have images of the Earth and different planets, and they are all round. They are all globes.
Yeah, I know. That's part of the story. Remember, that's back to Rudolph and the red-nosed reindeer and Santa's sleigh. You've got the stories about these lights in the sky. Someone told you that that red light over there is Mars, and it's really far away, and it's a big ball, kind of like Earth. That's just a story. There's no evidence for it.
Well, it could be a story. I get your point. If you don't believe anything that you know everyone believes, but that would be a very, you know, like a big statement. I mean, it's a big statement. If you say I don't believe in satellites, I don't believe in spaceships, I don't believe in the you know the International Space Station, that's entire fake. That's a big statement. You have to.
I'm not even saying that it's fake. You realize I'm not saying anything's fake. What I actually want is for you or anybody else from this scientific community where there's all this consensus, I want them to prove it to me. And no one is doing that.
Well, proving is really hard because in order to prove it, you have to be, I guess, you have to be an astronaut in order to believe it. You have to see it with your
Exactly.
own eyes.
Right. And that
In order to prove it, you have to be an astronaut.
Right. And to be an astronaut, you know, in reality, space and the vacuum of space would have to be real, but that violates the second law of thermodynamics, so that can't be right. And then the Earth would have to be a ball, but we measured it and it's not curving, so the Earth's not a ball in outer space. So being an astronaut would not help me at all.
Hey Zeta, if I built a rocket, would you go up in it if I told you that you'll go around the ball?
I'm sorry, can you ask again your question?
If I built a rocket, would you go up in it if I told you that it's going to go around the ball Earth?
I mean, yeah, whatever. I guess that's in the current accepted history. If you know what I mean, there are many people who had been in the space, or so they claim. Whatever. So the space agency claims. There, I mean, dozens of people from different countries: China, Russia, United States, Canada, Japan, whatever, many countries. So saying that everybody's lying it's a very big statement. I mean,
I didn't
it's
say
like,
anybody was lying. I said if I built a rocket, would you go in it?
what do you mean, got the rocket? If I have a rocket and I could go safely up there, okay, maybe I will. I don't know. Maybe I would.
Well, okay, so how do you know if it's safe or not? What do you need to know?
There is the entire space exploration is a very risky enterprise. Okay, it has to be certain knowledge in order to operate these systems, and they have to be certain physical condition in order to go to space. You have to have certain different physical condition in order to go to even pilot a fighter jet, and a fighter jet is still not as fast as a rocket. So you have to be in very good physical condition, in very good shape. That's why astronauts are selected with very strong physical controls.
Are you fat?
Of course.
Like William
If you be-
Shatner?
If you believe astronauts
Like
actually
William
exist,
Shatner?
I don't know who that guy is.
Captain Kirk of Star Trek Enterprise.
Oh,
When he went up in the
He was
rocket 2 years ago. Floated around and then came back down.
yeah. So yeah, I get it. I mean, if you don't believe that,
He
if
was
you believe-
83. He was 83, I think, when he did that.
man, if you don't believe that any of that happens, I guess that there is.
Well, you said, and then he must be like Superman, because if you got to be in great physical shape, my mom's 83 and she ain't going up in no rockets.
Well, there is a guy in Britain with, I guess he has 92 years old, and last year he break the world record in the World War II fight airplane, and he went to Mach 2, which is most people will lose their conscience, and this guy made it. So there are people with extraordinary with extraordinary physical conditions, even at all age. That's not the point.
So William Shatner got all of his experience from being in space during the TV show Star Trek. So he might be able to do it.
I don't know who this guy is. Who the name of the guy? I don't know who is. I don't know this astronaut by name. I know
Just an actor, just a TV actor. Just a TV actor. Played on a space show.
And he was 93 when he did that. 93, not 83, 93.
Oh, 93. There you go. Yeah, so he's 93. He's up there floating around and having a good old time.
Yeah. for example, there is a difference between, I mean, space exploration is not the same thing if you go, for example, in orbital distance, or if you go to the International Space Station, that, for example, Neil Armstrong going uh, to the moon. You know, it's different distances, different dangers, and there are people who have died, actually died
talking
in
about
accidents.
talking about flying through all that radiation. Like how did he not die?
Yeah, radiation is a concern.
Who
They
died?
actually, yeah, there are people who died in
No.
NASA trying to
Those all
go
still
go
alive.
to space.
Oh, you mean test pilots? Yeah, just test pilots. But that's normal.
No,
That's what they signed up
no,
for.
I
He's
mean
talking about the Challenger.
Oh
I
no, yeah,
thought-
no, those people are alive.
Oh, alive.
No,
Well,
their
Yeah.
that's a
twins
big
are still alive.
that's a big statement. If these people are
No,
alive,
it's a true statement,
what's the
though.
proof? What's the proof?
Well, they either
How about
all
this?
had twins, or they're all alive still, or were up until they died. A couple of them a few years ago.
Well, that I mean that's it's like big statements. Nick needs big proofs. So if
Okay,
you make a statement-
Zeta, that's a good point. Listen, you've been very respectful. I appreciate that. You're better than most people that come in here, so thank you for your reasonable decorum. Okay, now listen. You are repeating to us things that you've seen on TV and in newspapers, okay? You have never challenged any of the things that you've been told. And you're here telling us that it's a very big statement for us to deny things that we don't have any evidence for other than someone claimed it happened in the newspaper. No, we do not believe the things that we read in the newspaper or see on TV. Most people do. I understand that. But how come you're not asking the people that are making these very large and ridiculous claims to you, and you're not scrutinizing their claims? If they tell you that space is a vacuum and yet we live in air pressure, how is that happening?
Well, I guess it's a very good question because I mean, it's a question about trust. You know, how do you trust a third party? Because obviously
Yeah.
you cannot verify everything for for your own. You have to trust somebody at some point. You have to.
Or you just do it
Right.
yourself, like I do. I don't have to trust anybody. I've been doing everything myself since I was little.
So the amount of trust that you're extending to the governments of the world, who have notoriously been lying to their constituency about basically everything, you think we should trust the people that are essentially murdering their own citizens? You think we should trust them?
No, we shouldn't.
Okay.
Given a blank check to anyone, no government or institution for that matter. We have to verify. If you
Exactly. Right. So that's what we've been doing. We've been trying to verify all of these claims because we kind of figured out that, well, they're nothing but a bunch of lying assholes. And so guess what? We found out that they're still lying assholes, and everything that they're telling you about the Earth and the cosmos is all incorrect. I don't know what else to tell you. We've tested the claims. They come up wanting. They're incorrect or they're lying. Either way, it's not true.
Yeah, I'm just trying to practice my English and try to understand different viewpoints.
You're doing
of-
very good at English.
Yeah, you're very good at English. Yeah.
I try.
You're
So-
understanding us, and we're talking pretty fast. So
Thank you. I try. So it's a very interesting thing because you absolutely have to have doubts about what the government tells you because the government has an history of using information to get leverage of citizens, but you still have to trust somebody. having checked everything on your own, for example, your cell phone or your computer. I'm a computer science graduate, and I didn't understand completely how my computer works. I understand the principles, but I actually don't understand how the actual little tiny circuits works. I cannot understand the chemistry about that. I cannot tell you the chemistry about that. I have to trust a
And
third
little
party.
tiny logic gates, dude.
Yeah. So that's a principle, but in fact, you have to trust that.
No, it's not a
Some
principle
magic.
because I took programming from the beginning, and you learn with like 1-bit, 2-bit, 4-bit, 8-bit, 16-bit, 32-bit logic. You just learn all those, and then it all gets put together, and you say, huh, it's super boring when you look at it from this point of view. And then you're working in binary and shit, and then that becomes super boring. So you move on to other things like I did. But yeah, I took from the how they were made with vacuum tubes, transistors, all the way to circuits. So yeah, I know how they work.
Yeah. Even if I mean, obviously you have some background in technology, but even if we have an understanding of how this works, you don't actually have all the details of. You cannot replicate it. You need some guy very specialized in order to build them. Or some knowledge or somehow to, because it's a very complex thing. You always have to rely on third party to corroborate stuff. I guess
No,
it's like.
there's a difference here, though, dude. Okay, think about this. If you wanted to, you can technically build a circuit from the ground up, starting from scratch. Okay, and I can tell you firsthand because I have. Very crude, very basic. I've created a logic AND gate using basic components. Now it's slow and clunky as shit, but the principles that we're taught, right? We don't have to just trust them. We can actually apply it and see that they actually hold, right? In this situation, you have nothing but pure trust in someone having told you, yeah, they work because we've done it, even though you can't replicate it. You see the distinction? Like, there is no way for you to duplicate something that they say has been done to prove something. Whereas in the other case, I mean, it's kind of inconvenient and shit and whatever, but it can be done. Right?
Well, I was gonna ask that. Yeah, sorry.
Just a moment. So I would agree with you, right? So in this particular topic, I've learned a ton, but as far as physics are concerned, and even the mathematics and all that stuff, I am essentially still what you would call a layman, okay? So I have decided to scour all of the other third-party information that exists about the Earth and the cosmos and so on and so forth. And we've actually spoken to people who are supposedly experts in these fields. And the problem is that they don't actually have the answers for the questions that we're asking. In fact, they are just regurgitating the same surface level puke that you are regurgitating to us. It's the same stuff that you will hear or learn online or in an elementary school classroom. It's just claim stacked up on top of claim. There's no evidence for the things that they're claiming they have evidence for. So it's all speculation. It's all guesswork. In fact, Michio Kaku, I don't know if you know who that is, one of the world-renowned talking head astrophysicists or quantum physicists, whatever, is telling people that all the things that they're doing when it comes to gravity or the cosmos or dark matter or all that stuff, even the Earth itself, is guesswork and leaps of logic. So they don't have any experiments. They don't have any reasonable observations to draw conclusions from, even for the claims that they're making. We have talked to the third parties. They don't have the answers. Look, man, I get it. From your position, you're a normal dude. You have some background in tech. That's all great. I'm sure you've got a very technical mind, so you understand how things work. Terrific. Well, apply that. Make sense out of the world that you live in. If everybody's measuring it flat and everything that we do is predicated on top of a flat earth and the water's level and it's not moving, you know, from a technical linear thinking mindset, you should go, well, even though I'm told it's this one thing, I experience another and I measure the other thing. Maybe I was told something that was incorrect and I really need to actually scrutinize what I've been told. Ultimately, if people leave here and they go out and they start to challenge claims that they've been given about things, where they have all kinds of explanations, right? It's even very elaborate, and this is how it works, and it's all very, there's a lot of moving parts, but all those moving parts actually don't exist, then you know you got ripped off, and that's okay. We all got ripped off. I believe the same thing that you believe, but I just went ahead and decided to challenge all of them. Most of us did. I don't think there's anybody in this room that started out as a flat earther. We all got the same story. We just challenged the claims. And that's up to you to do. Maybe you don't care. And if you don't care, then don't challenge it. It's no sweat off my back.
Well, I don't know how much I care, but it's definitely a very important question because I guess it's a too big question to be ignored. If because it will be consequence if yeah, it will be consequence in very large scale because if everything is everything is a lie, the consequence will be
Nothing.
Yeah, will be a lot of consequence because
What? Who are you gonna yell at?
Well, for example, I mean the entire space thing with all the years careers and hundreds of thousands of people working for this. How this, for example, if we take that everything is a lie, you have to take that there has to be some logical, you know,
No, they'll
objective for
just
this.
tell them what they've really been building. That's all, and they'll just keep working on it.
Mm.
One of the other things that people don't consider is that, you know, why the lie or what's the purpose of it, blah, 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 blah. And I don't really want to get into that because there could be a lot of reasons, and it could be all of them or it could be none of them because they're my speculations. But the things that I do know about how all of the governments around the world, all the corporations, the nation states, who they're owned by, and what their ultimate goal is, according to their records, is to create economies where they create debt slaves, and the debt slaves earn money, and then the banks just essentially extort the people for the tax money, and they keep that, but the money's not even the thing that they're after. It's about you wasting your time working on stuff that essentially doesn't matter, right? So if they can get you to work on things that don't matter, then they'll keep you a slave forever because you think the thing that you're working on matters, but in reality it doesn't. And at the same time, they're extracting the value of the work that you're doing, meaning they're taking the money. And they'll just keep doing that. They'll decrease the value of the money. You have to work harder, right? That's how these slave masters work. They just want the slaves to work. They want them to shut up. They want them to be ignorant. And they want them to work on things that essentially don't make a hill of beans difference. In fact, most of it's all fiction. Imagine all the people building these machines for, NASA to put up in the sky, right? And then you find it's not going to go to the sky.
Flat Earth, though.
Because people think that they're working on technology that's predicated on the Earth being a globe, and there is no globe. So they're working on things that don't benefit anybody, essentially. They're just wasting time and money.
Well, what else would people be?
What else would people be working on? I don't know. Their own families, their own lives, instead of working for somebody else.
Well, in defense of the space career, there are many advancements in science, like material science and polymers and stuff like that, that we get to because of the space career. But of course, that's the indirect benefit of the technological development, that it was necessary to put a man in space. You can believe that that's true or not, but there is a lot of achievement in science and technology, even in software, in material science, new components and stuff like that, that was developed by the technology was developed by the space agencies in the world.
Yeah.
Maybe,
Right.
yeah.
But how do we not know that that stuff would have been designed or created anyways? All of that is just engineering. That's people fiddling with stuff and making it work, right? So why do you need a
Yeah,
space program for engineering? You don't. Because number one, you can't send any of these materials into the region that they're talking about. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, they could be do it in other way. If you, I guess, if you join the resources and the people and the minds, you, I mean, I don't think that there is anything discovered that is like, magical thinking of a thing like that. They took what it was in science and they made developments. So I guess if you put hundreds of brilliant minds to work together, brilliant ideas comes from that eventually.
Right. So you put a bunch of reasonably intelligent people together to solve problems, and they're going to get that done. Now, what's amazing is they're solving problems for things that aren't even actually existing in reality, like space vacuums and Van Allen radiation belts. Those don't exist, but they have developed things that potentially, I don't know, could withstand certain amounts of radiation and yada, yada, yada. Well, we kind of needed that anyways. So if that was a problem that we needed to solve, I'm sure the engineers would have figured it out. Meanwhile, there's a lot of practical issues on the Earth that we could solve problems for, but we're wasting time and money and resources on things that don't benefit us in the end. So I would much rather, if the governments were actually worth their salt and actually had the interests of the people in mind, that they would be dumping a bunch of money and manpower into things that are practically useful for us on the Earth, but they're not doing that.
Can you hold me? There's a place I go. It's a different high. Oh no.
So, Muhammad, if you're listening, bro, no one is actually denying that a gas pressure gradient exists. We're aware of that. It doesn't actually prove anything other than the fact that we still have pressure and it still requires a container. So if you're telling me there's a gas pressure gradient, I will say, welcome to a contained Earth. I didn't mute you. And you're not muted. So what was the question? You're unmuted. Did you have a question or did it get answered? What's going on? Are you just whining about being muted? What's going on? So yeah, quick recap. Space is fake and the Earth is flat. Unless, of course, there's evidence to the contrary, which we are all here to entertain.
Sorry, may I ask a question, please?
Go ahead, Mohammed.
Well, the thing is, lately I have been so much digging deep into the experiments that you guys sent in the side chat about the laser test and about the black swan theory. I researched about them, and the conclusion and the response of the mainstream mainly was refraction. Okay, it was refraction. So I couldn't find another answer for that. I just want to like understand your perspective and counter for this. What was that? Refraction.
Well,
Yeah.
I have to counter something that hasn't been demonstrated?
By demand. What was the word? I'm sorry. But the thing is, you mean it's not proven to exist?
Exactly. There's no demonstrations of the refraction that they're claiming. And the one big thing that they would need is a sphere-shaped air, or, around a ball Earth. But even then, air does not take any inherent shape. So you can't even have sphere-shaped air on a planet. So all the things that they're basing their explanation on, quote unquote explanation, which is just kind of a story, they have no tests, they have no data, they have no value, and they have no test or data to get a value from for the claim that they're making about refraction, this atmospheric refraction. So there's nothing to counter. They're just using a word out of context and poorly defined and saying that that's the reason that the Earth looks flat.
But there are some simple videos about like how the heat is affecting the laser or something. See what I mean?
Okay. So heat is affecting the path of light and now not atmospheric refraction?
I mean, the temperature near the ground is kind of like heat. Am I right?
The temperature near the ground is the temperature that it is, and we give it a value usually in centigrade or Celsius or Fahrenheit. So it has a temperature. Now, increasing or decreasing that temperature relative to what? The surface we're looking over may or may not affect the path of light. Okay, well then that gets rid of refraction. So now we're dealing with some kind of heat optical phenomena that makes the Earth look flat, and there's no data supporting that. You understand how someone can give you a poor excuse for something, and because you don't necessarily know all the details about that poor excuse, you say, well, they gave me an answer, so I guess I don't have any basis or knowledge to argue with that excuse, so I'm just going to accept it as the truth as to why the Earth looks flat. I don't think that's a great way to go about scrutinizing things. Because someone gives me a story, and all of a sudden that story may or may not seem plausible, all of a sudden that's the reason why the Earth looks flat. I don't like that at all.
I mean, my question was that the answer I get from searching about the experiments you sent in the side chat was refraction. All I get is refraction. Okay, different kinds of refraction. I don't know, temperature difference, the heating we get from sun, etc. But and you said me that you cannot counter something that has not been demonstrated. Okay, by
Right.
demonstrating means it has not been proven or something. But I
Yeah.
heard that there are like simple videos about how the heat
Okay.
or temperature may affect the source of light.
Okay, great. Show me the demonstration in the two different isotropic media that would be required for refraction to be the case.
I'm sorry, what is required to make the case? I didn't understand.
Refraction is Snell's law. Essentially what it is that the path of the light and its speed are going to be altered at the surface boundary between two different isotropic media. I'll give you an example of isotropic media. They are consistent for the most part, right? So let's go with gas or air. That's one media. And then at the surface boundary or the face, the interface of the air, and then let's say water, that would be another isotropic media, and the refraction occurs at the surface boundary layer between those two. That is the law of refraction. Atmospheric refraction is a contradiction in terms. It's essentially made up. So people are saying that there is some kind of bending or warping or decrease in speed just by the light passing through the air. And that has not been demonstrated.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, but like, can't we say that, for example, this thing that you use, like the laser gun experiment, as a proof for the non-curvature, the non-existence of curvature, could also be a kind of logic for proving the refraction itself? Do you see my point?
Not really, because I would have to have two different isotropic media and a surface boundary to measure the change in speed or the angle or of the path of light, and I don't have that. I would need two different boundaries or a boundary layer between two different media. Can you show me in the laser test from one end of a lake to the other where there's two different isotropic media and a boundary between the two so I can measure the reduction or the acceleration in the path of the light?
Uh, I'm so sorry. To be honest, that question is so confusing for me. I would appreciate if you, like, I don't know, write it down for me or something, because I like to search about that. But meanwhile, I want to ask that you agree that there are the requirements on the surface, especially on a frozen lake or something, and the perfect requirements for the refraction and the bending of the light is provided. Do you agree with that?
No. Where is it provided?
I mean, like, for example, on a frozen lake, the air up, I'm sorry, the air close to the surface is warmer than the surface itself. Okay, that itself
Okay.
makes some like temperature exchange or something, and some other factors too.
Well, actually, no. The frozen lake is great because the surface of the ice is pretty darn close to the temperature of the air, right? So there's a very slight difference between the two. And the claim, not even the evidence, but the claim is there must be some kind of extreme difference between the temperatures of the ice and the air to get the desired effect of this atmospheric refraction, which is a contradiction in terms, to occur. So the conditions aren't even correct for refraction to occur. That's one of the brilliant parts about using a frozen lake, is that, you know, the air is about 20 degrees and the ice below the air about 20 degrees Fahrenheit.
You know, I was watching one of the experiments that was in the side chat. It was the black swan, and the what was that? I'm sorry. turbine, the wind turbines, I guess. There was 4 or 5 turbines next to each other, with a distance of like 8 miles from the cameraman. And
Yeah.
next turbine was 8.3, like 9, and then 10, 11, and stuff like that. And by
Yeah.
considering of the radius value or the curvature rate, the last one must have some like hidden heights to it, okay, to hide the base of the turbine. And like not only that thing didn't happen, but also there had been a ship behind that last turbine that even that ship wasn't hidden by any like consideration. So it was
Right.
so interesting to me. I just want to finish my point. It was so interesting to me because due to the globe Earth model, there must have been some hidden heights. But like I asked it from internet, and all I got was refraction. That's why
Yep.
refraction is so important to me. I want to like know what it is.
Yeah. See, here's the bait and switch that has occurred. And when I say bait and switch, there is a scam going on. Okay. So refraction is a real thing. It's called the law of refraction, and it's Snell's law. You can look it up. SNELL. Snell's law. Okay. This occurs when light traveling through one isotropic media meeting the surface boundary of another isotropic media. Let's say air is one and glass is another, right? Consistent media. The light essentially changes speed, and because of that, it takes a different angle at that surface boundary layer. That is Snell's law. That is refraction. This other thing called atmospheric refraction is, as far as I can tell, some kind of hijacking of that word, and then everything about it is made up after the fact. So people are saying that the light in its path through one media, air, is being diverted, or it is being bent or curved or something because of the presence of temperature or differing temperatures between the surface and the air or whatever. But essentially, it's the same media, and it's now all of a sudden being bent around and slowed down and yada, yada, yada. Okay, fine. That's the claim. Apparently, someone's observed this, but whatever. Now what we need is a demonstration to give us a value or a predictable path of this light ray, which also is a concept, but I'm not going to get into that. It has to give us some kind of value or predictable formula or something that we can go out into the field, measure the temperature of the air, get the path of light that we're trying to discover whether or not it's being bent, and then take measurements and readings between the observer and the observation or the point that we're observing, and get a consistent reading so that we know how much refraction, atmospheric refraction, is occurring between those 2 points. We don't have any of that data. What we have is people saying, number one, we're going to presuppose that the Earth is a ball. And then we're going to call that air atmosphere, curved air. And then the light traveling through that presupposed curved air is being bent over and along the surface of the curve of the ball in the atmosphere and reaching the eye of the observer. But because of how it's bending and curving around the Earth, it all looks flat. That is essentially what they're claiming. And it's nonsense because there is no data, there is no formula, there is no demonstration, there is no test to know what exactly the light is doing and why it's doing what it's doing. It's just an ad hoc rescuing excuse. It's an excuse after the fact as to why the Earth looks and measures to be flat. And that's not a good reason to take that excuse on board. Oh, well, the Earth looks flat even though everyone's telling me it's a ball. Well, no, the reason it looks flat is because it's freaking flat. Atmospheric refraction and the law of refraction are two entirely different things, completely. One of them is verified and tested and empirical, the surface boundary layer and the change of the speed of light. The other one is just conjecture, speculation, and an ad hoc rescuing device excuse. I don't have to accept or even counter an argument that hasn't been proven in the first place. There's no need for me to do that.
I mean, like, as a globe earther, I kind of get offended too by this reflection thing, because, like, okay, when I see a thick mirage or something at a desert or in a hot weather on a highway, yeah, that affects my sight and my vision. But like, how much this like surface, like on a calm weather on an ocean would affect my vision, uh, that I could like see multiple miles away from the oh my god, horizontal, uh, like geometric point. See what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you're
So I
saying.
think, yeah, I think I would get nothing from this refraction thing. I must focus on other things.
Yeah, well, look, man, at the end of the day, the people who are telling you that the light is being refracted, they don't have any evidence for it. It's just something that they say. It's an excuse as to why the Earth is measured flat, right? So between 2 points, the surveyors, they measure between points. They measure the Earth flat. They measure angular relationships between the point that they're viewing and the different points that they're trying to measure elevation to. But they measure it completely flat. Now, does the light do weird things, especially at greater distances? I would say yes. I've observed that. But I cannot give you a cause to it, nor would I even try to, like shoehorn or conflate it with actual refraction. It makes no sense because it's not the same scenario. Now, mirages are interesting because they have to do with objects and their relationship to the horizon. And in fact, some of the clue is in the actual word, mirage. The mirror, it's more of like reflection. So sometimes you'll see a mirage. There's different types of mirages. So sometimes you'll see a mirage and the object in relationship to the horizon will be mirrored upside down, even though you and I both know, it not necessarily is the ground a mirror, but it gives the effect at great distances, especially if there's like heat present and all that stuff. It looks that way. But the ground's not a mirror, but it gives us that effect. So that's one mirage effect. Then we have things like sinking and looming and all this other stuff. But they still, most of the time, have to do with objects and their relationship to the horizon, not the horizon itself.
I like the sinking definition. I think DJ might actually have it on hand. I'll paraphrase it because it's hella interesting. Because the description is of a direct line of sight between you and the object that you're looking at. There's nothing in the way, but the object on the horizon appears to be sinking downwards towards the horizon. The bottom of it is cut off. The definition says there's no physical thing in the way. It's just an optical phenomenon. It appears to be doing this. It's not actually.
%.
Thanks, DJ, for posting it in the chat for me, mate. Where's the bit that I'm paraphrasing? Yeah, here we go. Atmospheric refraction can bend light rays such, that's that word again, rays, such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of those objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. So there's nothing in the way. You've got a direct line of sight to it, but the phenomena is making it look like this. Interesting. Reason I bring that up is because everybody says I can't see the bottom of that boat, and they'll claim refraction. Okay, but that fits the definition of sinking, and there's nothing in between me and that object. So there's no Earth curvature here either.
Not only that, they've got to keep saying that everything. How do they get the claim? But
You're right, DJ. It is a very good hostile witness. Let's just carry on reading that citation as well from, was it David M. Perkin? Or where was this one from? Yeah, from Oxford Reference. The last paragraph is interesting. Refraction caused by temperature gradients near the Earth's surface causes distant land, sea, or urban features to appear distorted or partially visible when they would otherwise be fully visible in the absence of such non-uniform atmospheric conditions. So we would see it then. It's just the atmosphere or the air is causing us not to in this instance. Still no Earth curvature though.
But Hello.
What's happening here? Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
What the fuck is this?
Oh, that's it. You left.
The fuck is going on here?
Hey, we're waiting for you, Chief. Welcome.
Really?
Yeah, you're here. We're so glad you made it. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth.
Yeah, what happened here?
What's happening is we're celebrating.
Oh, really? For what?
Well, we found out that the Earth is flat. So we're telling
Really?
everybody we know about Flat Earth.
Oh, that's cool.
You know what this means, right?
Means what?
It means you can go about your daily life knowing that the Earth is flat. Isn't that great?
Yeah, it's very great. Yeah. Why is everyone in mute?
Well, I don't think they have much to say anymore. Some people might be stunned by the news that there are so that they're quiet. They're stunned in silence. They can't believe that the world is crazy with this globe delusion.
Yeah.
Has anybody heard anything from Dr. Shiva and his Flat Earth conference? Last I heard, the participants were supposed to come up with some kind of test. They're supposed to design a test, present them, then have each other's teams criticize each other's tests. I don't know what's come of any of that. There's also supposed to be a final experiment documentary coming out. And somebody was saying that Whitsitt said that he reserved the right to have himself stricken from it, so he won't be featured in it. So I don't know who else is all there to support Flat Earth then, but looks like another globe hit piece against Flat Earth. Hey, Flat Earthers, you're supposed to believe in the Frisbee map. We just found out it was wrong. Something I think we should set up is a simultaneous timed observation for two observers situated in the southern latitudes. Consult the Nautical Almanac, the Astronomical Almanac, and let's get an observer in southern Tasmania and another observer in southern Chile. Let's have both of them look at stars over each other's respective heads at the same time, looking due south, away from north. As it turns out, the outermost star of the Southern Cross, G.A. Crux, passes over southern Chile. There's got to be another star that passes over Tasmania. at the same time. It can be observed from Chile. And this would take place, I suppose, in the darker seasons in the south. Let's get 2 observers.
May I suggest a tweak on that observation?
Yeah, go for it.
Sometimes when I hear people talking about stars and looking south, the question comes up of which way is really south and sort of discussions of declination. There's a line of 0 declination where you don't, your compass points north-south, and it runs both through the west side of Australia and Argentina, southern Argentina. So if you had your observers in those locations, you simultaneously could be looking up. Both can be at night at the same time. And you would have 0 declination difference between the 2.
Yeah. I was thinking of a way to use, not magnetic declination corrections or even a compass at all, but use additional stars like, Orion's belt passing over the equatorial region or under the equatorial region, depending on your point of view. This would allow an extreme southern observer to look northward at its zenith. Yeah, I'm all for it. I'm all for southern observations. We have a 24/7 Flat Earth team member who actually lives in southern Tasmania. He's brought it to our attention over the years, saying, "Hey, look, I've seen stars and known constellations due south, looking away from north. It'd be like over Chile or the Sandwich Islands, which are east of, I think those are east of Chile." And what does that mean ultimately? I mean, it means that, I guess, if we're to apply the principles of celestial navigation consistently, and not necessarily using it to measure ground distance or anything like that, but just to look at stars, get 2 observers to look at stars over each other's heads, with where Antarctica's thought to be in the middle, that could just reveal something very interesting and unique. Especially if you could work this observation in with a gyroscope or gyrocompass reading. Load up a suitcase or an airplane or something full of gyros and see if the housing starts to tilt with respect to where Earth curvature is supposed to be. Because if you can simultaneously debunk curvature that way, but then have stars that are thought to be only observable in their positions with respect to a globe, you've got a pretty interesting conundrum. And from my perspective, we've already measured Earth flat with lasers and long distance observations, but the more tests, the merrier. I think flat earthers were getting a bit complacent in 2026. We need to come up with some real tests and something a bit more rigorous than watching a sun from a presumed location in the southern latitudes. And speaking of watching the sun from different locations, Antonio Subirats built his flat Earth map in part by utilizing the crowdsource of different flat earthers all over the world doing timed observations of the sun together. Not that you can actually dictate what the topology of Earth is by staring at the stars. It is interesting how a different interpretive framework, though, can yield different results.
Question for you folks. Do you feel that applications like Stellarium and other sort of computer planetarium programs accurately show the patterns of stars that you see in the sky and the positions of planets for different places on the Earth? Test, test. Can you hear me?
I'm sorry if I'm not very chatting. I'm gonna finish up some work here. But yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Thank you. I was just wondering if people thought that programs like Stellarium, star chart computer applications, are those accurate? Has anybody been able to observe any inaccuracies in how they are predicting what stars and planets you should see in what positions at different locations on the Earth?
Well, I never tried one of those, so I cannot tell you. But as long as I know, I guess these programs use some kind of GPS to try to establish your position and then try to figure out how the sky will look like. It's not like you're not seeing the real sky with your camera. It's kind of painting what it should be there, or
Right.
something like that.
I'm wondering if those star charts that are generated by those, if people here feel that those are accurate or not.
They could be even errors, and they might not be accurate just because of human error. It doesn't mean much. They're not meant to be precision. I guess the precision you have there is very loose. I guess it doesn't meant to be like a scientific tool per se. Yeah.
So some of them are set up to be kind of, you can attach it to your telescope, and some of these telescopes where you kind of say go to these coordinates in the sky, and it turns your telescope to that position without having, you have to look through your spotter on the side and try to find it yourself. So some of them will automatically go to those spots. So they're accurate enough to get a telescope onto those sorts of positions, which I think is fairly precise. But I was just wondering if anybody had heard of inaccuracies in those, or any sort of systematic error that is in those systems.
Old dude was answering in the side chat about
great.
that.
Great. I'll take a look there.
How are you? Hello, everyone. Hello.
Hello, man. How are you?
كلهم مقفلين معي كوت ولا دنمارك. كيني أكيني كيني.
Hello, friend.
Hello, my friend. I love you.
Love you too.
Kenny. 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 Fuck your mom, Kenny. تعال متناك. زرك. دي جي.
Hey there, little Glober. What's up, Bean? How you been, bro?
Hello? Hello? Dead chat? Nothing? Okay. Well, I guess the earth is round then. God damn, it's cold.
Right? How did you? Now this is important, right? What I'm going to ask you: how did you quantify that type of refraction to be the type that you think would apply to the bending of the laser to the specific numeric value that you've given? How do you know that specific type of refraction would be equal to the laser bending over the distance at that amount that you said it would numerically?
Yeah, I'm saying it's
How
a
do you know that?
logical possibility.
No. The answer to that is no. And you've been told many times no.
Yeah, you have to disprove why it's a logical possibility.
No, because you didn't give the affirmative of your knowledge base on what refraction is. There's no, you don't know. No, you were using the general term refraction. Specifically, there's different types of refraction. You know that, right?
In that refraction can act in different ways, but no, the fundamental principle of refraction is the same. That's why it's called refraction.
Yeah, no, you're wrong there. It's very specific to certain cases. Different types of refraction. Different types of refraction are they're categorized differently, right? So when there's air distorted and it causes like this wavy look to like with sound, what type of refraction is that?
Are you talking about aberration?
Yeah, what type of refraction would that be? Is that just refraction that you're speaking of or not? Air distorted by sound. Air distorted by sound. Is that the same type of refraction that you're talking about?
The fundamental principle of refraction is
air distorted by sound. Air distorted by sound. Is that the same type of refraction that you're talking about? Yes or no?
No, it wouldn't be the same type of refraction.
Thank you. So now you understand it's specific, Oliver.
No, but it's all refraction. It's all the same.
No, it's not. You can't keep falling back into the big pile of shit that you just got out of. So you just got out of it being a general term. You need to be specific.
No, because it's...
Yeah, you do.
It's not like,
yeah, you do.
It's not like it's complying with different laws of physics.
Well, in this case, it would be because that's going to be bending the light or the laser in a specific degree that you say that it needs to be. So your knowledge base, your knowledge base is not covering the fact that what specific type of refraction you're talking about, and/or the effect that you should see with the laser beam. You're not covering those two factors. So your knowledge base is right now lacking at the moment, and you can't make an affirmative of what would happen to give somebody doubt as to that this could be the case. You're not giving anybody any doubt because you're lacking with your knowledge.
It's a funny thing about refraction claims. The more you need, the worse it gets because the more chromatic separation should be happening and the wavelength should be dispersing. And you don't see that with the amount that you're claiming, right?
I do not know what you're referencing here.
So you shoot a laser through a prism and it separates the light into a rainbow. It's because different colors have different wavelengths, and each wavelength bends at a different angle through the same medium.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. So do we have any evidence that there's a separation of colors happening through the medium?
A laser is a coherent source of light, so it's one wavelength.
Well, you're talking about Fata Morganas and stuff. Flying Dutchman is evidence of refraction. I'm asking if there's any evidence of chromatic separation in these.
That's why the light aberrates and it appears wobbled and distorted.
Well, I'm asking for the chromatic separation.
Yeah, it's not chromatic separation like a prism.
Well, why is that?
It's nowhere near like the index of refraction of like.
Is there any evidence of refraction happening then without any chromatic separation?
What? So you're questioning whether refraction is even at play in that scenario?
I said so earlier.
So but if your skepticism is at that level, then we might as well just dismiss the laser experiment entirely.
Why is that?
Because we're questioning whether even these fundamental principles are the case.
I'm bringing it to the fundamentals. If it's refraction, then the wavelength should be separating.
No, a laser light is a coherent source of light, right?
Yeah, and it can separate. Right?
When you said chromatic separation,
you're going to get dispersion. You're going to get some effect.
You understand a laser is a monochromatic source?
Yes, I do.
Right. Okay. So what point are you?
So how much beam dispersion should there be? It's caused by terrestrial refraction.
Well, depends on the distance. I mean, in these FE core experiments, it looks like a fucking lighthouse in the distance. So yeah, quite a bit of separation.
Yeah. So how much of that's due to terrestrial refraction as opposed to scintillation or any other effect?
But it depends how significant the terrestrial refraction is. I'm saying that what you've not disproven is.
I mean, is it even logical to assume it exists?
Yeah. So we assume it exists because we can prove it exists.
Well, then I would love to see that proof.
Yeah, you see these events in the atmosphere.
Welcome to circular reasoning.
Yeah, that's what those events are for.
You're using the claims as evidence of the proof.
That's like saying because I burn wood, I'm using the claim as the evidence of the proof.
Yeah, my proof is my claim here.
Yeah. So I say fire burns wood, and now I use my proof. That is my claim. Oh, crazy! I'm engaging in circular reasoning.
For refraction to exist, we need curvature, right?
Yes, but it was built off that framework. If the Earth wasn't, if the Earth wasn't,
so it's like you're showing me a fire without the force being evident.
Yeah, right. Burning wood, right, is going to assume that there's something combustible.
Yeah, and you're saying there's curvature, and I'm saying show me the curvature is causing it.
Yeah, I'm saying it's a logical possibility. Yeah, and I'm saying it's a logical possibility, and you can't seem to dispute it.
Why is it logical?
Because there's nothing that says it's contradictory.
What do you mean? We've given you alternatives.
No. As in, there's no true contradiction. You can demonstrate.
Yes, there is. What makes it a true contradiction? Oh, true now, yeah, because you say so.
Yeah, it's not true. You're just inferring that the Earth is curving and that light has to be traveling over the curve in order for us to see what we see, or what you're qualifying as, light bending over a curve. That's the whole
what's
premise.
The contradiction? Yeah, so what's the contradiction?
Because you didn't prove the affirmative. You can't have something that contradicts that. You're just making it up. You're like, I'm inferring this. Well, you can infer all you like. I could say it's magical pixie dust that's causing that. How do you know? I'm just making shit up, just like you are.
No, so that's what's called a trivial argument. You have.
Yeah, it is trivial, isn't it? You can imagine it, therefore it could be true.
Exactly.
Yeah, but I could say you were doing this very thing with the gyro, where you were saying like it could be magical pixie dust for all we know.
Yeah, because you didn't make an observation of a naturally occurring phenomena. You're just inferring that within the conjuring up of the apparatus that you made up for I don't know what reason, because you thought it would be a great idea.
So
yeah, except there's more evidence for magical pixie dust than there is for the globe curvature.
So the precession could be due to magical pixie dust.
It's more evidence for that than there is for globe curvature.
Right.
Cosmos.
So you're adopting the argument that you said was incredulous on the basis.
No,
of
I'm actually using yours to show how absurd it is, because of course this is not the case. There's no evidence for either.
So there's no possibility of magical pixie dust causing.
What makes it possible? Like, what makes it possible? Do you have a probability got p-values in your statistical hypothesis?
Yeah, I'm saying it's trivial. Not that it's
trivial,
not
as if it's so trivial it shouldn't even matter, right? So.
That's all. Hold on, dude. That's all subjective based on your interpretation. How do you know that there
No, it's
isn't
not.
actually? Hold on. Yeah. How do you know there isn't actually pixie dust?
Yeah,
he says so.
Because there's no possible way to substantiate it, so it's true.
What makes
Okay,
it
then.
possible?
Yeah, we're getting to it now. We're getting to it.
Yeah, quantify the possibility for me, please.
Very
Use it.
small.
No,
Well,
quantify it, dude. Justify it with a quantification.
Yeah, shit.
What
I'd
do you
like to
want,
see
like-
that too. A
What do you
spreadsheet.
want, like?
I think a pie chart. Fucking think of something.
Yeah, you've got like a
Oh.
sample size.
What? Do you make this assessment in your head when you think about everything?
I'm not
that
making
could
it.
be
I'm
the case?
asking you to substantiate your assessment that something is possible here.
Yeah, if I've seen no demonstration of it whatsoever in reality, no even inference that could suggest it.
You're arguing
then
with
I'm calling
yourself
it
at this
trivial.
point. You're
Holy
arguing with
shit.
you're arguing with yourself at this point, numbnuts.
That's pretty funny. Yeah.
He's literally arguing with his damn self, man. I love it.
At least he's honest that he's actually never seen anything to substantiate this in reality. He's just
There you
like,
go.
it's all in his head.
That's why I'm saying it's trivial.
Yeah, it is trivial. So we
Yeah,
can
no.
move on. I win, you lose.
Yeah, let's rewind and you can play the tape to your your historical self. Maybe you can argue with yourself now, and you're like, "Hey, man, I just corrected myself." Yeah, that's good. I like that.
You seem to declare a victory no matter what.
No, you declared it. You declared it, bro.
You don't follow. You don't follow any consistent
Bro,
standard
you
of
actually you took our side and you shellacked yourself. You snatched your own damn wig, bro.
He did take
No,
our
no.
side.
I'm saying that by your very reasoning, right?
It's your
I'm saying that
reasoning.
it's possible.
You reasoned your dude. We didn't redo the reasoning. You did. Numbnuts.
No, because you said it could be you said it could be anything with reference to the gyros.
Yeah, dude. Freak. And no, and you said there's no way to use any probabilistic way to determine that. So you're like, it's absurd. Yeah, of course. You're agreeing with us now.
No.
Thank you.
No.
Yeah.
And now he's like, oh wait, shit. Fuck. I gotta hit the reverse. Slam the brakes, hit the reverse. Shit. Beep, beep, beep. Back that shit up. Beep.
Back that
beep.
shit up, dude.
Okay, a bunch of 5-year-olds.
So how do you quantify this probably? This probability, right? This possibility.
Right. So in terms of logical possibility.
No. I'm asking you for a quantification of something because that's what we're dealing with here.
Yeah, quantification is just going to be a matter of it's some sort of empirical or analytical.
So why is the globe logical? Go.
Yeah, because it complies with all our observations and predictions.
That's affirming the consequence. So no, try again.
No. So you just throw out these fallacies.
You're doing what's called backfitting. Okay, if you backfit anything in any scientific or engineering field, and you don't acknowledge it, you're going to have a bad day, and you're having a bad day with me with this right now.
We can explain this. What is affirming?
I don't care for an explanation, dude. Come on.
You threw out the fallacy. You shut out.
Yeah,
the fallacy.
I did throw the fallacy out on the table, and I'm rubbing your face in it.
Yeah, so explain your diarrhea. How is it affirming the consequent?
Okay, if Earth is a globe, then these observations should match. These observations match, therefore Earth is a globe.
Yeah, so what is key to affirming the consequent?
Because you are not allowing for other possibilities to be true. Oh shit,
Right.
The shoe's on the other foot now. Fuck.
Yeah, so are you going to let me speak now? So affirming the consequence is when you tie a correlation, right, without any sequitur relationship, or why A infers B. Right?
That's wrong,
And
actually.
You're just no. You can look this up.
That's wrong. No, there could be a causative relationship, numbnuts. Okay, and you could also have multiple causes that you're not allowing to exist either. Not just correlations here, dude. And
Yeah,
try again.
Yeah, can you give an argument for that? Explain yourself.
Yeah, how about this one? Every time I eat a pizza, I feel full. I'm full, so I must have eaten a pizza. Guess what? I could have had a pizza.
Or a taco.
It might not be all that I could have eaten because I could have had a steak, I could have had a hamburger, I could have had waffles.
Or he could have had pizza and a hamburger, which would also make it that he's full because of the pizza
Right.
and
So
the
the
hamburger.
pizza's not enough to substantiate the claim, is it? And that's and we're dealing with causative relationships, not correlations like you asserted must be the case.
Yeah. So
Yeah, okay, so try again.
No, you don't even allow a counter argument. You just declare yourself the victor.
Well, I don't allow bullshit, okay? This is like your fourth attempt at bullshit right now.
Yoda, if you shut the fuck up, you can learn something. The scenario.
No, I don't
in
need
that
you to
case-
teach me anything.
Yeah. The scenario in that case.
He couldn't do it if he tried. Anyways, Yoder.
Wait.
Right. I mean, you're making fallacious remarks left and right. Like, how am I supposed to learn off of somebody who's hawking fallacies all day?
Yoda, shut up. Right. The required antecedent, right, of eating the pizza, or the required antecedent of I feel full, would be eating the pizza, wouldn't it?
No, it could be anything else. You didn't isolate the cause.
No. In the
Every
case,
time
in the
I
case,
eat
in the
pizza,
case,
I get full.
In the case, listen for a second. Have some impulse control, right? In the case that the argument was true, the antecedent of feeling full would be I have eaten a pizza. That would have to be the requirement. That would have to be
you know what I didn't tell you is every time I eat a hamburger, I get full.
Yes, so
And
it's
in this
not.
case, I also had a hamburger.
So, Yoda, it's not the necessary antecedent.
Right, so it's not the only thing. The point is you don't have an exclusive claim with affirming the consequent.
So what is another logical possibility to all the phenomena we see? What is the other possible antecedent?
Okay.
Oh, the Earth is flat, like we've been saying.
Yeah.
Again,
and we have
everything we see.
And we have optical distortions due to the fact that light will act differently based upon the knowledge we have of the qualification of the different types of miraging effects that occur over distance. But in no way.
And we've ruled out the pizza because we can't measure curvature, and nobody ever has.
Yeah, so it's not pizza.
We're back to hamburgers, flat Earth.
No, we
That's
have.
not-
You just adopt a global skeptic view whenever you show
No, we are making a positive assertion here, bro.
No, you don't. No, you say it could be anything whenever somebody shows you evidence, and then you accept the flimsiest evidence when it means.
Oh yeah, when did that happen just now?
Just like I demonstrated with the example of a gyro versus your shitty laser experiments.
Yeah, so it's someone who is geocentric. It will tell you that it will have the same effect if the Earth is motionless, completely motionless, but the sky is the thing that is moving. It would have the precession. And that's the thing that Einstein agrees with.
No, what the fuck are you on about? A gyro wouldn't precess if the Earth was motionless because it's sitting on the Earth, you moron.
If the Earth is motionless, and
wait, so Earth doesn't rotate?
If the Earth is motionless and everything around the Earth is moving, yeah, you would have a precession with the gyroscope, just like with the bucket and the water. If you steer the water, the bucket will just spin also. If you spin the bucket and you don't steer the water will start spinning. So it's transferred the momentum to the other thing. So that's what
Holy crap. What does motionless mean? What does motionless
the
mean?
gyroscope is not attached to this Earth.
Holy crap, have we lost the point? What are we talking about now?
Right. If the
I was just educating this Mongo here that you can affirm the consequence, still have a true statement, but you don't have exclusivity over what was the ultimate cause.
Correct.
In your very best case, in affirming the consequent can still be true, but your presumed cause may not be the only thing that's true. But in our case, we've actually measured the Earth flat, so we've ruled out the globe as a possibility for him to affirm the consequent with and make an assertion, right?
There's no
Make an assertion that it's true.
There's no weight behind the
Yeah,
Earth
because you're
being
using
flat.
inductive logic.
What was this? What's his full real name? Well, he's got a different name now. What was his name before?
Oliver? Or
Oliver, you still coping, brother?
Coping with what? I'm handling a few of them at once.
Right.
Coping with your lack of balls.
What's up, flatties? How my flatties doing?
Hey, brother.
How about the ice wall?
Yeah, so I
What
was
ice
just
wall?
educating Oliver here on how to think clearly. He tried to say that when you affirm the consequent, you invoke a correlation, and I gave him a causative relationship as an example, blew that to pieces, which he then tried to hijack and say I was wrong about, and I blew that to pieces and pointed out to the audience what a clown he was.
No, so that's not how it works. I'm
That's
saying
basically
you
what
require,
happened. Like,
you require
I'm
the
not being too
identification.
detailed for the audience's sake because this is boring as fuck.
No, because you require the identification of a necessary antecedent for the relationship to hold, right? And I'm saying, what is the alternative necessary antecedent? You're saying one that is just verifiably bullshit, and I'm saying then
Well,
that is
I mean,
not.
when I measure the Earth
Well,
flat, then I know your terrestrial refraction claim can't be true because yours depends on
No.
a radius.
So some other guy says he measures the Earth concave, and he says he has evidence.
Yeah,
Let's
do you
see
just
it.
accept any bullshit claim that anybody says, or do you evaluate the evidence? Obviously, the latter.
Yeah, he saw a
I don't
ship.
care what he says if he doesn't have evidence.
No, he saw a ship in the sky.
You saw a ship in the sky. Great. So, how did he determine that the ship was in the sky?
Yeah, he concluded the Earth's concave.
Right. So because he saw a ship in the sky? Well, he would be affirming the consequent, wouldn't he?
No, because ships don't float.
They don't float in the water or in the air.
Oliver doesn't.
Yeah, and he saw
Oliver
a
doesn't want to
ship-
be
he
held
saw-
to
he
account.
saw a ship in the sky. Ships don't float, so he concluded the Earth is concave.
Right. He affirmed the consequent, right?
Did you say that's logical?
No. He's saying that it is probably the case.
Oh, yeah. Did you say that the concave Earth is probable?
You know what, Oliver? This is how disingenuous you are, because at the beginning of this little diatribe about the concaver, you said he measured it that way, and now you bait and switched and said, oh, he just saw a ship floating in the sky. You're
Yeah,
a
he
sack of
measured it
shit,
that
dude.
way. Yeah, he measured it. that way.
Measurement? Okay, well, show me the measurements. Let's see it.
Yeah. Looking
See
up.
it.
Yeah, looking up, seeing it above the horizon.
Looking up as a measurement? Dude, you're ridiculous. Like, do you hear yourself? Probably
Dude,
not.
you're ridiculous.
Looking at
I mean,
in the sky as a measurement? Is that right, Oliver?
You're saying this while on a flat Earth server, and you're calling me
Yes,
ridiculous.
you know, it's an ad hom, right? So it's now you're going to attack me instead of actually dealing with what we spoke about. You're saying that looking up is a measurement. Is that right?
Yeah, it's a type of measurement.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Can you tell me what standard you're measuring against?
Yeah,
Did he say?
eyeball.
Did he say looking? Did he say looking up as a measurement?
Yes, that's what he
Suddenly, that's
said.
enough to determine if Earth is concave. Like, shit, man, the double standards.
Yeah, it's the most primitive measurement, but it is a measurement.
Right, you
Derived from
would
it.
rather accept that somebody looking at a ship is proof of a concave Earth than you'd accept all of our flat Earth evidence.
You don't
It's
have any
thousands
flat
of times
Earth
more
evidence.
rigorous.
You don't have any flat Earth evidence.
Can you tell us when you are
No, we don't. The surveyors do, though.
when you are looking at something, what is the unit of measure that you are using? You are just looking at something in the sky, on the surface. It doesn't matter. Just tell me what is the unit of measure, because you are telling me that it is a measurement.
Yeah,
You
what's
could
the
have
standard?
any. You could have
Any?
any.
Okay. What's the standard for looking up?
Tilting your head upwards.
Horizontal elevation.
Sorry, tilting is not a standard.
Yes, it is.
Okay, go ahead and prove that for me. Just get the citation or the standard called tilting your head upwards. Have AI do it for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want the wiki on what tilting is?
Yeah, tilting your head upward. Be specific.
Yeah. Let me just grab you that.
How do you know you're tilted upward?
That's another good question.
This guy's insane, man.
Yeah, this is insane. Like for him, this constitutes better evidence than anything that we've put forth.
I mean, looking up is a measurement. Like how far down though?
Yeah, like this has a higher probability of existing than a flat Earth in his view because people like look up.
No, I
Seem to
didn't
look
even
up.
say that. No, I didn't even say that.
Okay, so where in there is the standard that we're looking for? How
Yeah,
many tilting units?
The definition.
I didn't ask for a definition. I wanted to see if it was a standard. It doesn't say anything about measurements in here, does it?
So move or pause to move into a slow
Move up
mode.
is not a measurement. Sorry.
It is to me.
Oh, so now it's subjective.
Oh shit!
There it is. So it's you. You prefer this because you're losing this debate quite horribly. So now this is what I think, and that's where you guys usually end up. This is a bias. So now you're affirming your biases. That's fine. Go ahead.
I think we gave up with this debate like 5 minutes ago.
When you fail to quantify your claims of probability and possibilities because you admitted later that you're just imagining and conjuring ideas in your head, you pretty much bought the farm.
That's the very thing you do.
No, you
do that.
couldn't provide. Listen, you couldn't provide the quantification of a laser actually being over the surface of the Earth because you said miraging effects occur, like the Flying Dutchman. Remember? So you were saying that the miraging effects affecting the laser, and you didn't have any way to quantify that.
No, it's not about quantifying it. It's saying it's a logical.
Yeah, it
Absolutely is. That's how you measure shit.
You gave a specific numeric value, didn't you? Didn't you? You
by less than 1 degree.
Yeah. How did you come up with that, dumbass?
Yeah, that would be with reference to the current globe model.
Really? So
not
you didn't
reality
go outside?
then.
The Flying Dutchman is outside in reality, not in the fucking model. You
measured a degree based off a model, not reality. Good job.
Yeah, you're just gibbering.
Yeah, the Flying Dutchman wasn't in a model, was it? It was out. Somebody saw it outside.
Then it was based off a model. Uh-oh.
What?
Yeah, you imagined a model in your head and you took a measurement off of that. That's what really happened.
Yeah, so I'm saying, is it logically possible for the laser to have curved by less than 1 degree?
No, because we measure Earth flat.
No, because you're using your laser, right? And I'm asking you, is it a logical possibility that laser could refract by less than 1 degree over the given distance?
Because we have no evidence. We have no evidence anywhere. Therefore, no reason to even include that as a possibility. And considerations that the atmosphere is providing the conditions necessary to distort the optical path by that amount.
No, you have evidence all over the place.
Where?
Dude, didn't he argue against himself just earlier about this?
He did, yeah.
You can literally see aberration by more than 1 degree.
What aberration?
How the fuck did you quantify that? How?
That something is appearing to massively.
Now you're talking about a real world observation. How the fuck did you know it's by less than 1 degree?
Yeah, I claim that this is also a matter of reflection and not refraction. And the evidence for it being a reflection is the lack of chromatic aberration.
No, that's not.
Yeah. This is like rewind the clock to 30 minutes ago time.
Yep.
Right. Okay. Can we be clear here? What
we
is
have been
reflection?
Sorry, can we be clear here? What?
It's a general term. He said, "What's refraction?" It's a general term. It's a general term that you're using to misappropriate the idea that you can actually say it's a quantifiable methodology. You're not quantifying refraction, are you?
Yeah, you're just avoiding it.
No, refraction in your mind, Cosmic, is just some glop that you can smear on holes in the wall, holes in your car, or whatever, and then paint over and hope nobody notices that there's something wrong.
What?
Yeah, it's like spackle for your busted ball.
No, you seem to hate the principle because it absolutely shits on your theory.
What's
No,
the
it doesn't.
principle?
It like your theory is just splattered with diarrhea.
How
I
do
don't
you
have a theory,
quantify?
number one. Number two, the principle at play has a definition that is so broad and even counterfactual that you could apply to patch any hole in your logic or reason or evidence to support whatever cosmology that you believe in. That's why we deal
Cosmology.
specifics, and that's
Do
why
you
we
even know what
demand
the fuck you're talking
quantification.
about?
We demand quantification so that you
You're
can't
just
get
saying
away
words.
with using sloppy terms and definitions.
Yep.
What? You're just saying
We
it's a
demand
buzzword when it's in a...
quantification so you
Yeah,
can't get
you're saying...
away with using sloppily defined
Okay.
terms, sloppily defined definitions, and so on and so forth in order to reify your imaginary
Yeah.
model
Yeah.
into reality,
Keep-
which you
yeah, keep
continuously
gibbering.
do.
Okay, are you done gibbering? So if you're
No,
saying
not
it's
really, but I'll let you talk.
Oh, okay, keep gibbering. Wait, I'll wait for you to stop.
I said I wasn't done, but I'll let you talk, so go ahead.
If you're not done, then I'm going to wait for when you are.
I'll go on for hours, honestly, but I'd like to hear what you have to say in response.
No, because you're just going to talk over me.
Oh, for God's sakes, dude, just go or not. Shit or get off the pot, yeah?
Okay, goodbye, Reed.
Fuck off. Fuck off.
But I understand that your claim is that Earth is flat, but do you agree that the dome is like a circular, something like that?
Dome. Nobody's claiming a dome. The
No,
only
I
thing that we
mean the way the sky looks.
the way the sky looks is based on visual optics. So there's a limit to how far you can see. So it's what you would call non-linear. So when you look into the sky, the sky wraps around your vision, the limit of your vision. So it's an optical phenomenon. The sky is an optical phenomenon. So regardless of how the sky looks or appears to you, there are still claims being made by whoever is backing the model that cannot be verified, right? We can't determine the shape of the ground by looking at the sky. Do you understand?
Can you repeat?
So the way we see is non-linear, right? So in the same way that things converge, like train tracks converge into a point in the distance, yeah, well, there's the same horizontally as well. So things will converge up and down into a point. So the sky wraps around you, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I understand.
So the sky is no way to determine the geometry of the Earth.
No, I'm not saying the geometry of the Earth. I mean separately. You understand?
Well, I don't understand why you're asking about the sky when we're talking about the claims of the geometry of the Earth.
Yes. It's a concern.
It would be like me. It would be like me asking you to measure the floor, and you start measuring the ceiling, right?
Yes, I just asked. No, it's not like argument against the flat Earth. It's just a question.
No, I'm not saying it's an argument. I'm saying it's irrelevant.
Yes,
I'm saying the way the sky wraps around you is a visual, optical effect.
Yes. I understand.
Right. Yeah. But what we're saying is the claims of the globe isn't about visual or optics, it's geometry. They're claiming there's curvature on the Earth. So if Earth is a ball and it's curving, then that curvature rate needs to be verifiable. Would you agree?
Can you repeat the question? Because I was like not focused.
If the Earth is curving, then there must be curvature. Do you agree?
Curving, you mean like? No, I don't think I agree. When you say curving, you mean like a ball? If the Earth looks like a ball, it must be a ball.
Is the surface of a ball, is it flat or is it curving? The surface of a ball,
right?
Right.
Curving,
so if we lived on a ball, the surface would have to be curving. Would you agree?
Yes.
Right. So if the surface is curving, it should be verifiable. Would you agree?
Yes.
Right. So if it's not verifiable at any scale, then it can't be curving, can it?
Well, if evidence does not exist, doesn't mean necessarily that it is not true. But if in the fullness there is no, like, even in morality or like, I mean, in the universe evidence, that means it's not curved. You understand what I try to say? Okay.
What I'm saying is, look, forget about the universe, forget about the claim of the model. We're just talking about the geometry of the Earth. If we lived on a ball, let's say a football, regardless of scale, there'd be a curvature rate, right?
Yes.
So you've already agreed to that. So now we don't have an infinite scale. We can't just hide behind, regardless of scale. Now we know that there is an actual size of the Earth. So the claim is that the Earth is a certain size. And if it's not that size, then the whole model falls apart. You can't have a working solar system the way it does with the orbits and everything, distances, without the Earth being this certain size. So we can put the claim to the test. There's a curvature rate. The Earth is supposed to be curving at 8 inches per mole squared. So we can't hide behind the fact that Earth is too big as an argument. There will be some test or some way to measure that 8 inches per mole squared if the Earth is really a ball.
I agree.
Right. 8 inches per mole squared translates to 66 feet of curvature over 10 miles. That's a lot of curve over 10 miles.
10 miles?
So if over 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature if the rate of curvature is 8 inches per mile squared.
Yes.
66 feet of drop from sea level, if you've got, you're optically looking from sea level, 66 feet from that point, decreasing in elevation over distance. 66 feet. So every observation taken that's beyond 10 miles, where you can see an object in its entirety, is proof that there is no curvature rate of 8 inches per mile squared.
Can you tell me what you said it's proof one more time?
So if there's a curvature rate of 8 inches per mile squared, that means there's 66 feet of drop over 10 miles. So if we show you observations beyond 10 miles that debunks the 8 inch per mile squared, then we have a problem.
It's bigger?
It means that there is no curvature rate of 8 inch per mile squared. And if there's no curvature rate of 8 inch per mile squared, then the globe model is wrong. The globe model won't work.
But can it be like 9 inches and the mistake was of a human and still a curvature?
Well, the whole model is based on the size of the Earth. You need a radius, 3959. You need that radius, which is what was used to calculate, for example, the transit of Venus. The distance to Venus, the distance to the sun, the distance to the moon. All of the distances and the orbits are all based on the size of the Earth. So if we have an Earth that's bigger than 8 inch per mile squared, then all the math is wrong. So you have no model. You have no model. You have no way to justify the Earth is 65 million miles away. You have no way to justify any of the distances, any of the sizes of the other planets. Not only that, you don't have any proof that we actually live on a ball. You actually have proof that what we're all witnessing is a flat Earth. And that's what we're witnessing in reality. We don't have an 8 inch per mile squared curvature rate. We don't have any way to detect 66 feet of drop. We can see objects far beyond 10 miles. We can see objects, we have line of sight guns that can shoot up to 100 miles. Line of sight.
Can I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that the moon is flat?
Do I believe the moon is flat? I don't try. I'm not trying to believe anything, my friend. The moon.
No.
Better dispel the disk in space misconception.
Yeah, go ahead, T-Dub, if you want to comment on that.
Just be aware that just be aware that we don't think the Earth is a disk in space, like an object amongst other objects in outer space. That's not what we're saying.
Can I ask you now a question? But you ask us, do we see moon do we believe that moon is flat? Is that your question? Hello?
If my question is that the moon is flat?
Okay, let's say you and me sitting outside and watching the moon. I will tell you what I see, then you will tell me what you see, okay? I see this yellow circular thing when it's full. It looks like yellow, sometimes it's red, and it's circular, like a disc. What do you see?
What I see when the sun hits, I see
the moon.
A ball. What?
The moon.
The moon?
Yeah, when moon is full, what do you see?
A yellow or a grey ball? Yes.
How do you know it's
yellow? Yellow circle. You're saying, not the ball.
You believe it's a ball because you were told it's a ball, but you have no way to verify it's a ball. You also have no way to verify that sunlight is hitting the moon.
What I see.
Do you see the ball or the circle?
See a disc. You see a disc in the sky. Be honest. Without any assumptions, you see a disc in the sky.
Let me go look at the weight.
You don't see this moon rotating, do you? You just see the
just quickly. He might be confused that we're claiming the moon is actually a disc, like a flat disc.
No, not that.
Yeah, but that's why if we say we see a disc in the sky, he might think that we're claiming a flat disc in the sky. Just saying.
Yeah.
We're not claiming that.
But I wanted to tell him that we see the same thing, but we are not claiming anything that it's flat. What we see with our eyes, that's it. We don't see the sphere. We see the circular yellow thing. You can call it disc, but it's not disc because you don't know. But it's yellow or red when it's full circle. And you see the same thing.
We don't make any claims to what the moon is. We don't make any claims to what the sun is. Any claims we're making is about empirical evidence you can prove on the Earth.
This is what I'll say. I'll say the moon, right? Whatever the moon is, it doesn't seem to have any resemblance to the Earth. meaning that there's no characteristics of the moon that match the Earth that we're standing on. Right? I would consider it more like you're standing on a flat floor and you're seeing a light in the sky, right? That would be a better description of what's going on. We see a light in the sky, it looks circular, we don't know exactly, we can't prove exactly what shape it is. Kind of looks like half a ball to me. Can't tell exactly what it is, right? Don't know how big it is, don't know how far away it is, don't know what medium it resides in, but it doesn't have any characteristics that the Earth has. It's completely different. It's like comparing a chicken to an apple, right? It's just something different. It's the moon and this is the Earth. And if we test the surface of the Earth, over and over again, over huge distances, and there's no curvature, it can't be a ball. It can't be circular, like the moon, like what we're seeing in the sky.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I understand what you mean.
Yeah. And you understand we're not claiming that Earth is a flat planet, right?
Yes, because the measures doesn't point to flat Earth, right? Right.
Well, we're not. You know what people do, right? Because they've been thinking their whole life that everything is in outer space, right? And the globe is in outer space, and then there's other round planets, and you're standing on a planet. And then when they hear about flat Earth, they try to insert the flat Earth into that concept of outer space. So they usually they think it's like a flat disk instead of a round planet. But that's not what flat earthers claim.
Yeah, outer space is exclusive to the ball Earth theory. If you don't have a ball Earth, none of outer space works. None of the measurements, none of the distances, none of the claims. So you got to throw it all out. No assumptions.
Why they don't agree that the Earth is flat? The government.
The government's
Can you tell me?
huge. The government's a whole bunch of different people, right? They have jobs to do. They probably never even thought about that. Most of the people that work at the government probably just went to school like everyone else, and then they got a job at the government, and they believe the Earth's a globe.
No,
They never tested it.
What? NASA?
What do you mean?
NASA?
What's that? NASA? Did you say NASA?
Yes.
Yeah, same thing. Most people that work at NASA probably believe the Earth is a globe. NASA's not going to space, right? People have different jobs. NASA's just a different division of the government. Okay, so people have specific jobs to do. Whatever the hell NASA does, right? They're not going to the moon. They're not going to space. So whatever the hell people do at NASA, they're just doing their job, and they believe the Earth's a globe. They're not. It's not like you get a job at NASA and they're like, "All right, well, the Earth's flat, and we're lying to everyone." Okay, so now you're part of the deception, and we're going to deceive people. No, that's not the way it works.
Works like that. You are working in front of computer, watching some data, and you believing that things what you're seeing on the computer, it's happening in reality in the space or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, you could fake the moon missions and still believe the Earth's a globe at the same time.
But why they would say the moon mission?
Why would they fake the moon missions?
Yes.
Oh, well, they were trying to beat Russia. Like, that's the obviously they were trying to make it seem like they're the greatest country in the world that can do what no other country can do. And they're acting like they're competing with Russia in the space race, and yeah, and then obviously they faked the moon missions because it's absolutely ridiculous if you actually have a look into it. That doesn't mean you have to believe the Earth's flat. Just, a ton of people know the moon landing was faked and still think the Earth's a globe.
Did Russia say that the Earth is flat?
No, but the head of the Russian space agency said NASA faked the moon landings.
Jesus, at this point, it's kind of irrelevant. I feel like you're skipping a step here. In order to understand the reasoning behind why they, why they believe it's a ball, I feel like that's a step away from what evidence do we have. First of all, we need to decide whether we have evidence. If there is evidence of the ball, direct evidence of the ball, then flat Earth is done. Flat Earth goes away, right? But there is no evidence. So if you want to ask why they lied or why people believe in the ball, well, that's a speculative question, right? That's something that you can come to the conclusion of and start to understand. But first you need to establish whether the Earth is a ball or not.
Okay.
Because it doesn't matter if DJ says it's because of this, or if I say it's because of that, or if Sasha tells you it's because of this. It could be because of all of those reasons put together. It could be because of specifically one of those reasons. Whatever the reason, doesn't matter. Is there evidence that we live on a ball? And if you look into it, there's no evidence. Go ahead, Sasha.
There is good analogy for this. Let's say like this: we have a video that your girl is cheating on you. We have 20 videos, not one, even 1,000 videos that your girl is cheating on you. But you are asking why would she cheat on me? She is from so good family. Nobody in 100 years, there is giving all good families. She never lied. Something like that.
But I don't do it. I don't do it to complain. I just ask a question.
No, I'm saying what are you asking? You are asking why your girl is cheating on you, and we are showing you the video. Look, there is a video. She's having sex with another man, and you're seeing that, and you're seeing her, and you are saying, yeah, but why would she do that? And then you need to ask her. I think so.
I agree. That's a good analogy. It's like asking for content without context. Before you can understand the content, you need to understand the context first. And the context is the Earth is flat. The context would be, the question would be, is there any evidence that we live on a spinning ball? If the context is set that there is no evidence for that, then the content you can start to decipher and understand. But you're not going to understand the content without first understanding the context. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, you tell me to understand the context, right?
Before you ask for more content.
Yes.
Because you can misinterpret the content.
Yes.
First of all, nobody knows. No evidence. Yeah. Is there any evidence? Yeah. Go ahead, Sash.
Nobody knows the answer of your question, because I would like to ask also the same question, but I know the answer. Nobody knows the answer.
Okay.
That's why I'm not asking people, because I know that nobody will give me the answer.
And there's lots of opinions. There's lots of content for you. But it won't make sense without the context that the Earth is measured, treated, and observed as flat. Once you understand that, then the content can be put into perspective. Then you can make your own decisions.
But you can think also...
Lots of logical reasons for why they would do this.
Think logically. You said also, why would government? Which government was doing good for some people? And you say, okay, this government. We have historical evidence that everybody is complaining about government. I cannot hear. And now, which government is this one? Which you said NASA? NASA is American government. It's not Croatian government. It's not Peru. It's coming from where this space agency is coming from Russia and USA. It's not coming from, Azerbaijan. It's not coming from Nigeria.
But what Russia said about the Earth?
That's very interesting. They have, they're saying the same thing. I think they're teaching kids there it's a globe, but they didn't go to the moon. They never tried to go to the moon, and they had better in a time better how to say technology than Americans. But that was strange also.
Yes.
Yes. That's the what we know like a history, but who knows is that the truth?
Jesus, we've been sold a story. We've been sold a story, and this model that they've got is not proof of that story. The model that they've got is a backwards engineered piece of math that basically doesn't prove the Earth is curving or spinning. And that's the key point here. There are claims that the Earth is curving and spinning. If there's no evidence that the Earth is curving or spinning, then the model is incorrect. Otherwise, you're just believing a story. A bit like a religion. And human beings, we're suckers for stories. And that's why I think this lie has caught hold so deeply, because it has a good story. It has a model. But that model doesn't reflect reality. It's just a story. You throw in a few wives' tales. You sprinkle on a little bit of math. You hijack perspective. You misinterpret what we're seeing in the sky. And now people think they live on a ball. And you're asking, why does everybody believe it? Because they believe the story. It's got a good story. We're suckers for a good story. But if you apply logic and critical thinking, story doesn't check out. Flat Earth is like a cold, hard lesson in logic and critical thinking. Something most people aren't ready for. The question is, Jesus, if you was to discover the truth, would you want to know it? Some people don't want to handle the truth. Some people don't want to hear the truth.
I want to know the truth. Yes. Hello?
Yeah, that's good. That's good. If you really want to know the truth, eventually you're going to get to the point where you're going to say, right, I want to find evidence. If I'm going to believe this ball, I want the evidence, direct empirical evidence that we're spinning, that the Earth is curving, that you can have a vacuum in the sky called outer space, that the sun is 95 million miles away. Where is the direct evidence? And if all you can come up with is pre-assumed inferences, you don't have any direct evidence. And that's where you will get to. We all went through the same journey. We all tried to prove this globe at some point. There's not one flat earther who didn't start out without saying, I need to prove this to myself. I need to know this as certainty. In some way, I need some evidence. That's how the journey begins.
Yes.
So go out, get yourself a camera, take some long distance observations. If you can afford it, get a laser. Set up some sort of test, you know, or just do some deep research. Do we have any evidence of the motion of the Earth? Do we have any evidence that the Earth is curving at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared? If so,
chip laser or what type of laser are you talking about?
a laser, a strong laser. Because a laser will shoot in a horizontal line level to the source, right? So if there's any deviation from level, a very good laser pen would be one way to determine whether you're able to hit a target line of sight further than the 8 inch per mile squared rate of drop, which there should be. If you shoot a laser pen in a horizontal orientation over a lake that's longer than, I don't know, 6 to 10 miles or about that, there should be deviation from level. Because the Earth is curving at a rate, apparently, of 8 inch per mile squared. So like I said before, over 10 miles, you've got 66 feet of drop. That's a deviation from level. 66 feet of decreasing elevation over distance. Over just 10 miles. Now you can verify there's no curvature that way. You can back that up with other observations. You can learn about refraction. You can look for the consequences of atmospheric conditions, and you can determine what's being claimed doesn't match reality. There's no deviation from level. And water is your key to understanding this, because water doesn't curve. Water is the perfect place to take your observations and tests.
Hello guys, what's up?
Hey, what's up? Welcome to the channel. We're talking about flat Earth. Have you ever looked into it?
So we have flat Earth.
Flat Earth, yeah. Have you ever heard of this topic before?
No.
Okay. Well, the Earth is observed, measured, and treated as a flat, stationary, topographical plane. That's how we treat the Earth. They claim it's a ball.
Sorry, but I don't know what you mean. Can you use more simple words?
The Earth isn't curving. If we live on a ball, the Earth must curve. There's no curving of the Earth. There's no spinning of the Earth. People believe there is.
Oh.
People believe we live on a spinning ball, but there's no evidence for that.
Okay. So
No evidence. Do you find that hard to believe?
I think so.
Right. As you should. You were taught that the Earth is a spinning ball and that everybody knows this to be true. But if you try and find the curving or you try and find the spinning motion on the Earth, it's impossible. There's no curving, no curvature, and there's no spinning, there's no motion to be found anywhere on the Earth. The Earth is treated as if it's flat. In every industry. Is it so hard to believe?
Isn't that funny, Roots, like that question? It really shouldn't be that hard to believe since that's exactly how we experience it. But the indoctrination makes it hard to believe. It actually only exists in the mind. So just like the last guy you were telling him, you need to go out and test this for yourself. Is the Earth actually the way that you experience it? You know, horizontal and such, and not moving. It's a weird time to be alive.
Yeah. It's like people don't want the truth to get in the way of a good story, right?
Exactly.
What we're dealing with is a cult, a religion. A cult. A cult is a group that has special knowledge that can only be verified by them, and everybody else has to believe it. They would have you believe flat Earth is a cult, when in reality, flat Earth is all what you live on. It's all around you. It's reality. When in actual fact, the globe religion is a cult. It's culture. It's a story that cannot be verified by anybody apart from NASA, apparently. Apart from an authority that we have no access to. It's part of the definition of a cult. Or a religion, if you don't know what a cult is.
Laying it down, Roots. Good man.
Yes, sir. Just trying to get some engagement.
Yeah, they can take some cajoling. Their minds are so blown, they don't know what to think. It's like they get an ice bath when they come in here.
I mean, I get how stressful it is, right? I understand that, but I mean, you know, in the pursuit of truth, there should be more questions, right?
Yeah, I found that weird at first as well. Like, why isn't everyone as curious as I was? I was like, I need to know now. But loads of folk are like, nah, who cares? Why does it matter? Or just dumbstruck silence.
It's easier to be told what the answer is, right, than it is to find it for yourself. So in some ways, it's just a nice way of passing off responsibility. Oh, well, I don't want to find out for myself. I'll just let someone else tell me what my paradigm is.
Yeah, that's why when I'm just talking to them, I'll oftentimes just tell them what it is, along with asking them the questions to make them think about it. Just tell them straight up, no, this is what it is.
Like oftentimes I think if you dive straight into like a long distance observation, it just goes way over their head. They can't even contextualize it. I think sometimes you've got to deal with the disk in space question. You've got to give them something to stand on, to then think about. Because like we rip the ball away from them and they don't know where they are now. You rip space away from them, they doubly don't know where they are. So when you then go and try and explain the world to them, they're so caught up in that floating in nothingness that they can't really take on what you're saying. So I find it's often useful just to actually describe, well, what we seem to have evidence for is a motionless topographical plane that's contained. So it's more like you're in a giant building. You almost give them some context for what they are seeing, a different context, a different way of thinking about their observations. Because oftentimes I feel like we'll dive straight into some hardcore evidence, like long distance observations, and they're just like, they can even acknowledge, yeah, there's no curve there, that's flat water. But they can't apply that to the overall point that we're making. They're like, yeah, it's still a globe. Like, they don't have that foundation to understand where we're even coming from.
Right, because it's almost like because you said a different way to think about it. Well, it's almost like you don't have to think about it, right? Just look at it. See what do you see? See it flat. What's to think about?
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes I'll have a conversation with someone, and I'll get them interested in the subject to look into it, and I've not even presented them any evidence. I've not even spoken about long distance observations or the nature of water. I've just asked them about what they think they know about the Earth, and then to consider what they actually experience. And just to propose, well, it could be like this. And they'll be like, some of them will be like, all right, okay, interesting, good points, I'll look into it. And I've not even really presented any evidence for flat Earth, which I think is quite interesting. It speaks to the way the human mind works. And it can sound a bit like, we're not trying to sell a narrative here, but in a way, we are narrative-driven creatures. And it can help, actually, a lot of people understand this whole topic if we do give them some of that narrative, some of the history, an attempt at describing what this system might be, so they have a place to sit and think about it. I don't know, it's just something I've been thinking about the last little while.
I was talking to my son the other day because he was listening to me talk on here. He couldn't hear the other people, but he could hear me. And I had to mute up because he started asking me questions. And he said, well, who was it? Where do we get this idea that we're on a ball from? Like, who was it? Who was it in history, right? And I went, oh, well, the Greeks suggested it, but that didn't take off, right? It was like around the 16th century, right? Like, and then I'm like, hang on a second. Who is attributed with having said it, we live on a ball? Like in relatively recent times, like not thousands of years ago, but like hundreds of years ago. Who was it?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, even just trying to untangle the history aspect of this subject could be a lifelong task. I mean, we've got a lot of untangling to do. I think that's another way I think about it when we're talking to new people. Their ideas and their thoughts, the globe model, it's a huge tangle of ideas, and you've almost got to untangle all these preconceptions and these notions before you can even start to have the conversation about where do we actually live. Because you're just trained to think so illogically based on your preconceptions about what's in the sky and what the luminaries are, gravity, all this stuff. It's like cemented in the indoctrination. I mean, even the language anchors the story. So when they're talking about the atmosphere and gravity, they just inherently summon a globe. You've got to almost like untangle all that word magic. Because, you know, that's the basis of how human beings are communicating and thinking, is saying the words which are conjuring an image in the mind. And when we use the words to conjure a specific image of a globe, that really cements itself in the person's psyche.
Right. Because like at first people come in and like some people, right, they come in and they're just laughing instantly. Ha, you idiots! We have pictures from space. When we demonstrate how that's a weak argument, right? Then they start thinking and they go, and then they're like, well, if they don't just spiral out then and there and leave, like they're like thinking, hang on a second. Well, okay, well, how does night and day work then, right? Then they start sort of thinking, right? But,
yeah, that's it.
Why would they lie about pictures in space, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just one point we make, one pushback on a point like that can open up 100 questions, especially if you've never even stopped to really consider this whole topic. You're totally green in it. Yeah, I mean, you can spend hours on just one point like that if they really want to get into it.
T-Dub, I would say it was in modern times. I would say it'd be Copernicus, right? Because didn't he write?
Was it? Was it?
Well, that's the mainstream narrative, right?
I don't think so. He just proposed that the Earth's in the center. Right. He just proposed that the ball Earth is not in the center.
So they say the first globe was made in the 1400s, right?
Right.
Late
So who was it? Is there a name attached?
Was it some Dutch or German
did it just
guy?
sort of sneak in?
But then he obviously got it from somewhere more recently than the ancient Greeks, who they generally attribute it to.
Right. He got me questioning. He got me thinking about it. I'm like, hang on a second. Was it Copernicus? Didn't they already sort of like? Wasn't the idea that it was already wasn't it already getting thrown around? We're on a ball.
Yeah,
and Copernicus went,
the
we're on a
ball
ball.
was around.
Right. So like Copernicus was like, we're on a ball, but we're not in the center.
And it's an underrated part of the subject to focus on, right? Because it's sort of like a philosophical colonialism that took place with this idea of a Renaissance and an Enlightenment, where the West developed this doctrine of a globe Earth, which is sold as a discovery and makes them scientifically more advanced or more astute than the rest of the world. Therefore, they inherit this position of superiority. And it's like, just a Western philosophy that's been used in a colonial manner. Maybe the spreading of the church philosophies from traveling Jesuit priests, trying to get into places like Japan and that. I mean, the church owned the education, essentially, for a time. So they had a big hand in it. But yeah, as it goes to singular people, it's kind of hard to pin down the exact thread.
Well, there isn't anybody. The only people before Copernicus were all in the BC era, except for probably Ptolemy, right? Ptolemy was just after the BC era. There isn't anybody you can pin down before Copernicus unless you go to the BC era.
Right, but there's images, like there's paintings of like globes before Copernicus. I'm sure there is, like from the 1400s.
Yeah, but that didn't mean that they thought people lived on top of them.
Right.
Because the world was seen as spherical, but you were inside, potentially on a flat plane, inside of that thing.
Well, look into the first globe Earth, the first globe that was made, the physical globe, they say that's like the 1490s or something like that, don't they? or earlier. 1400.
I'm thinking, yeah, late 15th century, yeah.
Yeah, but that
And
was
that
that was when Copernicus lived, right? 14 to the 1500s.
Well, that's what I was
Right.
going to see. What's the exact time in comparison of that? Is that globe contemporary with Copernicus's life, or is it just before, or is it just after? Because I know they're in the same ballpark, but I don't have the
Copernicus,
exact stuff off my head.
from what I can remember, Copernicus was born right at the end of the 1400s and lived till the mid 1500s. So he lived
Right. So then, if that's the case, and it's a late 1400s globe, then that would mean they were depicting the globe when Copernicus was a child, before he'd put his calendar to the church.
Right. So just snuck in, like.
Well, it will have been a group of elite intellectuals and maybe fragments of royals supporting elites and all this kind of thing that we're proposing. I mean, you read the writings of Leonardo da Vinci, and he's talking about a globe.
Right.
Right,
And
yeah. I saw you guys
contemporary in
talking about
China.
that,
In China, there were two competing philosophies on whether Earth was flat or a globe for a while too. This is going back like 1,000 years.
But there is a bit of a gray area, we're saying, between the ancient Greeks and like Renaissance Europe, like 2,000 years. Like, who was carrying the torch?
I point to one of these interesting books from the Dark Ages by Cosmas Indicopleustes, the Alexandrian bishop who used to be a trader, traveled all over the world, sailed everywhere. He wrote an encyclopedia called Christian Topography, and it's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pages. This was written in the late 400s, and it's not like there's only one copy in existence. There are multiple copies found all over. I think it's in Greek. So, I mean, it makes a pretty strong case that it was written when they said it was written, given that. But he devoted a big part of this book, when he surveyed the known extent of Christianity at the time, he devoted a big part of it to refuting what he called the globe earth heresy that was creeping into modern church ideas back in the late 400s.
Yeah.
So the weird thing is, where's the evidence of that? Like, I want to find what sources he was leaning on or recalling in order to state that this globe heresy was starting to become more popularized within the church back then.
Yeah, and you've got people in the Reformation and Martin Luther and things like that making reference to at least heliocentrism, if not the globe directly, and that being a point of disagreement and conflicting with the scriptures.
Yeah, Martin Luther was a flat earther for sure. That's 1,000 years after Cosmas Indicopleustes. If there is 1,000 years between the two.
So it seems that there's a few individuals who made claims for it to be a sphere, but it just wasn't accepted. It was shut down. It's almost like they were trying to introduce this for a very long time, but they had to work their way into the church, right? And it wasn't until it was adopted by the church that it could actually, become a story people would accept. So I think that's why Copernicus gets the credit, because he's the one who introduced it to the church. Before that, you've got a bunch of people trying to push it, but it was just being rejected, logically inconsistent.
Yeah, and the way I remember hearing it was that Copernicus was very reluctant to come out with his calendar or the heliocentric calendar, and that the church had to convince him and help him get it published. I don't know how true that is.
Well, before Copernicus, wasn't it the people push like Ptolemy and whatnot pushing the geocentric model, and then Copernicus came along in the 1500s, didn't he? And he was the one that suggested that he said that it's spinning and all of that kind of thing.
Well, if I can point to one thing, I tried to find the origin of this too. There were 3 Babylonian astronomers. I forgot their names. You can probably use AI and get their names. But they're kind of responsible for teaching the Greeks astronomy. 2 of them were globe earthers and one of them was a flat earther. Not even joking. And this is like 800 BC.
(800 BC).
Yeah.
So that's before ancient Greece. Babylonia,
Yeah,
you said, yeah, okay.
Yep.
I mean, if the story's true, right? It feels to me like all of the ancient Greeks they quote, we have no evidence for, you know what I mean? Like the whole thing could just be made up. These individuals could just be made up to add credibility to the claim, right?
Perplexity AI is telling me there isn't a single universally agreed upon name that can be attributed to the moment the spherical Earth became widely accepted in the modern Western world. It's just it's just explaining it as a gradual ideology, like that just sort of, that slowly gains traction, starting with the ancient Greeks, leading up to now.
Exactly. From what I've gathered looking into it, it was like conceptualized based off the way that we view the sky. Basically, it came from the as above, so below. And they envisioned the heavens as a perfect sphere, and through philosophical grounds, they figured that the Earth must also be perfect, right? And that the Earth is also a sphere. So they kind of inverted the celestial sphere into the terrestrial sphere. It's not like people went out one day and did some measurements and they're like, oh shit, we've been wrong for thousands of years, guys. We've gone out and measured the water and actually it's a globe. Like, here's our results. You can go check for yourself too. This is what we did. No one ever did that. And they didn't even claim to have done that.
Yeah, no, exactly. It makes sense that there's no individual it's attributed to, because it's never been a discovery, where discoveries are attributed to singular people at times. But this isn't, because it's just a philosophy. But I think even then, what I was getting at was just, if you could trace a thread from the very beginning all the way to modern day, what groups of people would it pass through and be passed on by? Like, if you had that exact view.
Yep. Well, Perplexity says, in summary, there is no one specific name to attribute the global acceptance of Earth's sphericity to. It was a process led by figures like Magellan, Elcano, and Copernicus, but not a single discoverer, like you just said. And it's put it in quotation marks, discoverer, or, in quotation marks, declarer.
Yeah. This is what I have written down. It kind of, how you look at all the ancient depictions of the Earth and it's like a flat plane inside a contained system, and the sky looks like all the stars and everything are on a dome or a container or a celestial sphere, whatever you want to call it. All the stars are in like a dome shape in the sky. So what I have written down is that the Greeks, Egyptians, Babylonians, and early Indian astronomers all described the sky as a dome or sphere revolving around a stationary Earth. And then later on, these philosophers came along, such as Pythagoras, Plato, Aristotle, and they took the symmetry of the celestial sphere and imposed it onto the Earth itself. They reasoned that the heavens appeared spherical and perfect. The Earth beneath must also be spherical, not because of empirical proof, but to maintain philosophical symmetry between the above and the below.
And that's where
Yeah,
the
that's
16
pretty
to 1
accurate.
ratio comes in.
And just the Pythagoreans worshipping geometry and seeing the universe as being created in perfect geometry. That totally makes sense. So that's, yeah, a very plausible beginning point. But then tracing
Can you
it
research for me these Babylonian astronomers, if you don't mind? I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm driving. I might be lag. Sorry, Cyclone.
No, you're all right.
Nah.
No, I'm just saying this is a good endeavor. Try and trace it from point to point. I think DJ's on it in terms of the origins of it.
Yeah, I got a whole write up on here, and all the way up to today, how it kind of like warped from the ancient culture's way of looking at the sky, and then later philosophers turning that conceptual way of assuming the sky is like a perfect sphere, and then they sort of turned that into a coordinate system, and eventually inverted that onto the Earth, and then it spiraled from there. Literally after Copernicus came along.
Yeah. Well, no, this is a good thread, guys. So unless there's some new people that want to ask questions or get involved, I'd like to hear some more continuation on this. But anyway, I'm going to have to drop off. But I'll be listening on YouTube, so good to hear you guys. Stay
Yeah,
flat.
you too, man. Good to see
Thank you, Cyclone. The reason why I'm pulling the Babylonian thread is because they wrote every freaking thing down. And this is a thread that I didn't pull completely, and it'd be interesting to see if we can pull it any further from here.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say
projects.
Andy, I was going to say that with crypto, you don't need to worry about banks and limits and all that. Crypto is whatever you have in there. So crypto can move essentially you have like a Swiss bank in your pocket. You can have any amount of crypto in your pocket right now, and that can be transferred. So it doesn't need to, you don't need to call Bank of America and tell them to up your limit, or wait for banks to kind of give you the okay. You can just donate. Like there's no, you get me? There's no red tape.
Is there any way we can make a list of say 5 tests, and then when people donate, right? Say whatever you donate, say 70% is going to go to the test of your choice, and you can just check a box.
Yeah.
This is where I want my money, or 30% to this one, 20% to this one, 10% to that one. You know what I'm saying?
You can build a contract that actually has all the stipulations that you'd like to see within the currency. So when things get done,
because people might have confidence in one experiment, and some of these tests might be like Hail Marys, basically, as in the odds